a shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
a negative return.
Goddamn, I love too hard, I love too hot, my love's a fire. Everything I claim to love's going up in flames and I burn alive. I gotta lay back in a straight jacket after sex, I'm still inspired. And my friends will ask when I will relax, and I say, when I die, I'll let go. But in my life, I'll hold on until there's nothing left to hold, and then you know I just get explode. I'll explode. Goddamn, I run too fast towards the things that I adore. Everything I'm running for starts running from me like I'm a zombie. I gotta lay back, gotta get static after Xanax, I'm still wired. And my friends will ask when I will relax, and I say, when I die, I'll let go. But in my life, I'll hold on until there's nothing left to hold, and then you know I'll just explode. I'll explode. I'll just explode. I'll explode till there's nothing left to blow. When I die, I'll let go. But in my life, I'll hold on until there's nothing left to hold. When I die, I'll let go. But in my life, I'll hold on until there's nothing left to hold, and then you know I just explode. I'll explode. But in my life, I'll hold on until there's nothing left to hold, and then you know I just explode.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. That's where we like to fling foo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today, 42 billion drained from crypto to bolster the market on speculation of war. When everything started kicking off, where were you? Let me take you guys over the other page here and show you just to prove that I got my numbers from someplace decent. On TradingView, you can look at market cap of the entire cryptocurrency market, and you can see here on the 12th of April, the total market cap of all crypto was sitting just at about 2.55 trillion. By the time it was all said and done and had gotten to the bottommost point down here in the market cap, it was 2.13 trillion, hence the $42 billion drained off. And it was shortly, this bottom point here was the 13th of April around 16:15 my time. So that would be 4:15 my time, or 5 Eastern on the 13th, which would have been Saturday night. By Saturday night, there was a lot of speculation kind of going around that Iran was done. I mean, they kind of announced it. Iran was done, and there was still no clear picture as to whether or not Israel would do any kind of retaliation. And we ended up seeing money pumping back into crypto. Never got back up to the original 2.55 trillion, sitting at around 2.36. So I guess you could say 0.23 of that 42, maybe half of it, almost half of it returned since the initial breakout of the announcement of war kind of kicking in. So potential war kicking in.
So that was the big drop there, and I think basically what the market was doing was there was a lot of financial institutions that were expecting to see markets drop or fall, and I think they were preparing for that. They were getting ready for it and just kind of pulling money out so they could bolster positions in the marketplace to prevent any kind of financial collapse due to needing collateral held positions not losing value. But I wanted to show you one more thing. I don't know who this guy is, but he popped up on my feed somehow or another. It says he's talking about 3 billion liquidation incoming on Bitcoin. And I just wanted to play one specific thing because I've talked to you many times about synthetic price failures and how they actually occur in crypto as well. It's just different numbers. I normally tell you a synthetic price failure for securities in the marketplace. It's usually 20, 40, 60. And crypto, it's a little bit different. The values are slightly different. I've never revealed what those values were. But I just found it very interesting that this guy kind of has stumbled upon the realization of something very similar here. Let me just play this for you real quickly so you can hear this. Let me make sure I got the sound up. Here we go.
Is going to go at this stage, and especially if it's going to create a 20% correction, which I really want to be seeing getting created, because yes, every single time once Bitcoin creates a 20% correction, and just like last time it was a 17% correction, we bounce towards the upside with
you heard him say it right out of his own mouth there, and he's got them charted out here. Synthetic price failures, 20%. He says every time it goes down 20%, it bounces right back up again. And he's got them marked out here on the page here where you see these synthetic price failures. What is this to do? It's to pull money out is what it is, right? And it's to scare investors to sell off some of their positions as they're accumulating as the price is going down. And then they simply pump it back up again. And they keep siphoning off little bits of money here and there, and it's always these 20% drops in price that really kind of fool some investors. Not all investors are fooled by these kind of movements, but this is the kind of stuff that happens all the time. If you want to know if crypto is being manipulated in price on synthetic price failures, the same way that the U.S. market is manipulated, this I don't know what could be more proof to you than something like this. These synthetic price failures are meant as a psychological pullback point that causes people to sell their position. That's what this is. Every single time. It's just, and people fall for it. Why do they fall for it? Because they can't help it. They see a number like 20%. Maybe they bought in, really close to some top. And they see a 20% pullback on their money, and they go like, holy crap, I can't take this anymore. The bleeding hurts too much. Sell, sell, sell. And then the price goes ripping back up again. So I just wanted to throw this out there. It wasn't really meant to be like it was more of a, hey, see, I told you so. I told you this stuff happens. Here's an example of it. And it's not just me who's seeing it. There's other people out there seeing it too. And they're pretty regular. Let me move this back over. Don't need that anymore. And that's all I got for you guys. It is time to take a look at the numbers. I have not yet cleaned my glasses. Give me 1 second here. Let me just make sure I'm reading the comment section and making sure I'm not missing any questions before I move on with the numbers. And I clean my glasses real quick here. Let's see, Tom's letting everybody know he just took a shower. What you wearing, Tom? Well, thanks for letting us know. Johnson B Streets, how's it going? Good morning. Good morning, Pirate. Danny's over here throwing out haze. Kenny, good morning. All right, my glasses are just about clean. let's take a look at some of these numbers. We should have some interesting things to see. We should. I'm hoping. Glasses aren't fully clean, but good enough. All right, let me take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are ranking, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. We closed at 265 on Friday. I don't think anybody had that as a prediction. The closest person, actually persons, would be Twisty and TB, who were predicting a 246 to 306 close. So they're off a little bit. Not by much. Hold on a second here. Let me just make sure. Yeah, they were off by 11 cents. They were definitely the closest. So it's going to be a tie. There's no way to tell a difference between Twisty and TV for a winner for the week because they had the same exact price prediction. So let me give those guys their points, and they'll share the tie for the week. I guess there's no need to give them a bonus point for anything because they didn't really get any extra bonus points, so they just get the 1 point for getting the price prediction correct. And they've got to beat out. They got to show a point better than Apex. So hold on a second here. So we'll do that. Man, this is, I think, a first maybe. I think this is the first that we've ever seen anybody tie with price predictions for the week. So congratulations to Twisty and TB. Short exempt volume from Friday. What would we have for volume in total? In total, the volume for Friday was at 16.6 million shares. And that gave us a total amount of 276.6 in short exempt volume. A little bit up. Utilization, when I ran it this morning, I think was very close to what it's showing right now. 92.82 was the last number that we recorded. It's now 92.32. So a little bit down. We were down 5.36% on Friday. Max Payne. This week had moved, I believe, down to $3 last week. I would expect it to still be $3. Max Payne is $3. I'm gonna zoom out here. It was 517 was the next time that we see a Max Payne of 4. Let me kind of look out here and see. We got a 350 Max Payne for next week. The week ending 5-3 is back down to 3. The week ending 5-10 is 3. And the week ending 5-17 is 4. So we're still looking at a 517 Max Payne of 4. But this week is currently at a $3 strike. Volume that went through off exchange and EDGX by a normal end of a day, I would expect about 64% combined between the two. We got 55.82% going through off exchange, EDGX 6.3 for grand total 62.12%, or about 1.88% less than what I would expect it to be normally. So it was a little bit on the low side. CHX volume was 115,675 shares. That is 30. Anything over 30,000 is a massive number. That is quite a few shares more returned on Friday than there has been in a while. It's 2 spikes now that we saw. One spike I want to say it was at the beginning of the week last week or the week before, and now another spike on that CHX volume without seeing a price improvement. It's kind of unusual. Taking a look at GME's CHX volume for the day on Friday, it was coming in at 771 shares. Total amount of shares available to borrow according to IBKR, 70,000 shares. Over the weekend, there was a total of 900,000 at one point, so we're going to just call it 800. I know it's really close to, well, yeah, we'll call it 850,000 shares borrowed. So far, there was 800,000 shares borrowed last Friday, so this is a very similar number. Fees currently showing up at 1.55%. Institutional ownership was at 76.41 million shares owned by institutions last Friday, according to Fintel. Is now at 76.192. A little bit of a drop. Options. Let me see here. You're looking at the wrong options. Hold on a second. I got it. I was pulling up something else on the screen here over the weekend, and I wanted to check it. But let's check AMC's. Let's go back to AMC. Let's see here. Apply. All right. Highest amount of volume for call options coming in at $3 strike. We were 3.5 last week. There's 12.4 thousand contracts in call volume. On put side of things, highest amount of volumes also at a $3 strike. There were 7.4 thousand contracts at 3 last week. In total, this week there's 18.9 thousand contracts at 3. When we start seeing heavy volume at 3 this week is at a $3 put, then we'll probably be seeing price running up as they would be likely closing of positions going on there, since we are underneath 3. And let me take you guys over to the other page, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data here as soon as I move a couple screens around. All right, let's start with Ortex. Here's our utilization coming down just slightly day over day from 92.82 down to 92.32. The on-loan amount decreased from 86.98 million shares to 84.18. $2.8 million shares returned on Friday, showing up as a return today. Of that 2.8 million, Ortex usually estimates about a third of it is in short interest, so we're probably looking at like somewhere around 900,000 shares returned in short interest. Let's see here. Estimated short share interest of the free float dropped from 20.69 to 20.25. 0.44. That means Ortex is estimating about 1.15 million, or I'm going to call it 1.16 because it's close enough, returned in short interest. On-loan average age per day. Let's see if those were newer positions. This will be skyrocketing if it's newer positions that were closed out. This will, if it's not newer positions, older positions might not necessarily be skyrocketing. It's hard to say. Hard to say because it went from 34.14 days to 35.92, so it was a pretty big jump. I would suggest it was more than likely new to mid-age positions that were perhaps closed out on that 1.1 million. And the security lending volume moving up from 1.84 million to 3.26. SSR trigger price for the day today is $2.39. We have, let me refresh this one more time here. 63.6 thousand contracts out of the money today on calls. 1.6 thousand contracts are in the money. 19.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on puts versus 32.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. Man, these numbers are a little bit higher than I would have anticipated since the options chart looked a little bare in contrast to what I'm seeing right now. But let's see here. 63, 73, 83... 83,000 contracts. Last week we started with 69,000 contracts out of the money, ended up with 88. Looks like 83,000 contracts today, starting off the week. MMRI, when we closed out the week last week, was 296.8 or 0.97. MMRI, obviously, the 10-year bond drove up over the weekend on the announcement of potential war, and those rates driving up helped drive the MMRI above 300, which means extreme risk. We're at 301.04. The spread between the 2-year, 10-year bond rates when we started last week was 0.379. When we finished the week, it was 0.379. Go figure. Today, it's at 0.373. A little bit down. VIX is currently down 2.26%, showing up for a future of 1673. We closed out last week with VIX at 1731, so the futures are suggesting about a full point down from where we closed out last week, or about a full point down, and that should have the markets moving up. The markets are currently showing up anywhere between 0.35 and 0.59% for the day today, and the Nikkei is up 1.22, Hang Seng up 0.72, and the Nifty 50 down 1.06. Financial institutions this morning that are plus or minus 2.5% or greater will get a shout out. Right now, I don't see anything that meets that criteria. Nope, I take that back. There is one. Goldman Sachs is up 3.43. Gold is currently up 0.69% and trending up. Silver is up 2.34, trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 4.72, currently trending down. The US dollar is down 0.14 and did dip back down below 105 or 106 rather. Had hit a high last week at around 106.11 and is trending down since. Oil is up 0.78, has No, I'm sorry, that is not yet traded this morning. That's last Friday's numbers. SPY is up 0.58. It gapped up at pre-market open this morning, and I would say consolidating ever since then. It did do a little bit of a dip down and then a dip back up, or a rise back up, and pretty much trading where it opened up at on the gap up. Tesla is down in the pre-market 1.15 and trending down. Amazon is up 0.83. It gapped up at pre-market and is trending up. Cinemark is not yet traded. Doge is up 2.95 but trending down. Bitcoin is up 1.29 and trending down. GameStop is up 0.93 and is gapped up at pre-market open and is trending down. HYMC is up 2.07. It's getting rabbit pellets in here. It's hard to say. I'm going to say consolidating right now. NCMI down 0.85, and it's traded 100 shares so far. Not really a whole lot of data here to really kind of go off of. But it does appear to be trending or gapping down at pre-market open. Hood in the pre-market is breaking even. It did gap up. It was trending down at the end of market close on Friday and then gapped up and is consolidating where it closed at. AMC is down 1.13. At market open, I would suggest it was trending down this morning. We started to move down and are maybe consolidating a little bit right now where we're at, with 9,000 shares traded so far, which is somewhat decent volume considering a pre-market pokey stick amount of volume. It's not bad. It's pretty decent volume for the day. Inflow versus outflow from last Friday, we had approximately 1.25 million more in inflow than outflow. Volume 9,000, like I said, 9,830 shares so far traded. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 24.48, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of, let's see here, hold on a second. 30.0. This is pretty much signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator within the last hour and a half. RSI at 35.12, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 40.59, which is below average. Ichimoto. Lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. In order for this to turn into a buy signal, and I'm not really trusting this chart right now due to the dilution not being over yet. But if we were to see price rise above 290, that should cause a buy signal. It was 295 last Friday. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is below price line, conversion below base. In order to turn this into a buy signal, we're going to have to see something in the range of 305. That's where it was last week. No change. There's going to be a buy signal there at 305, but it's going to be a very short one because by the end of the day today, around 305 is where the cloud starts. So where we were at the last couple of trading days, we had room to be able to move up above conversion and base and potentially have a buy signal underneath the cloud. After today, I would say that kind of disappears a little bit. We would be moving above conversion and base and directly into a cloud. So what we're really doing is looking for, after today, what we're going to end up being looking for is a thinning of the cloud for a place for the price to break through. And I think that's it. I think that's all I got for you guys. 290 and 305 were the numbers for Ichimoto. And with that, Heading over to the back of the big tramp. That was a strong horn. Hayden says some of Hayden's friends came over to watch UFC 300 and they told me of their AMC purchases, so I showed them Casey's DD. Hope that went over well. I don't know what to say. I feel like there's a good chance that if somebody were to just stumble into this channel, never having been an owner of AMC before, and was wanting to familiarize, and I feel like this would be the case for any channel, anywhere. I mean, we've been through so much. There's a lot of catching up to do for sure, and it might, because there's so much catching up involved. It might be a little confusing at first. Sean says, do you believe we will ever see legit pricing again? It seems like we're trapped. Yeah, I do. I really do. What are we trapped? I mean, what's trapping us is, you need to ask yourself, what is it that's trapping us exactly? Because there's not really a trap here. This is more or less to keep AMC from raising money, raising capital. Once the raising of capital is completed, I'm pretty sure price will start rising back up again. But seeing as how Adam Aaron has said that he sees bankruptcy as inconceivable, I don't think that we're trapped anywhere. Jeff, good morning. Richard says, put an order in using ArcX exchange and was instantly canceled. Used XNMS exchange and it got filled. I think I'd have to go back and look at my notes. But I think the ArcX is only going to... I think it's only going to trade during market trading hours. I think. Let me just look at something real quick here. I'm trying to jog my memory as to whether that's the case. Let me look at something real fast. I feel like that's the case.
Yes, hi Casey, you're right. You can only direct trade it through that exchange during trading hours, regular trading hours.
Richard is saying, I usually purchase pre-market using ArcX. I don't know what to tell you.
Now I'm going to have to open mine just to check.
Good morning, Tammy, by the way.
Good morning.
Easter Beast says, I got to wait for my funds to clear because it's under $3. Yeah, some people's brokers are requiring your funds to clear at this current price point. I don't know if that's all brokers or not, but I definitely have been seeing that being reported more heftily than it was before. So a lot of people are finding out that, oh, hey, funds got to settle first before I can make any trades. Petro, good morning. Yukon, good morning. Yukon, I need help, man. Somebody's got to remind me to play the hard version on Fridays. Oh, speaking of which, guys, this Friday I'm not going to be able to stream. I wanted to remind you guys. I'll probably put out tomorrow's note, or the title for the day will probably be to let you guys know that I'm not going to be here streaming. And I have finally decided on Wednesday. I'm not going to stream on Wednesday, or if I do, it would be only for like the very beginning portion of the day, because I got some errands to run and I got to do some things before our big trip to DC. So I will be not live streaming more than likely Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Thursday, Friday for sure. Wednesday, whether or not I do like a morning portion, I could probably do the morning. I could probably do like a live stream for a little bit, but then I gotta run some errands. Last minute trips for the last minute errands for the trip. Things like I got to get my hair cut. I've purposely let it go. You guys wouldn't believe. Like I don't show you guys this kind of stuff very often, but I'll show you how wild my hair is right now. I let it. Normally, I get a haircut probably once every 3 to 4 weeks, which is for me is actually a really long time. I should probably be getting it every other week, but my hair does grow pretty fast. And because I wanted it, like the timing for my next haircut would have been, I don't know, like 3 weeks ago. And so I've let my hair go a little bit longer so that I could make sure that when I went and got a haircut, it would be fresh for the service. So I've held off for like an additional 3 weeks. You guys should see my hair right now. It is so like it's so unruly. I don't even. I got wings growing. It's craziness. It looks like I'm trying to grow my hair out. David says you should have took the entire week. Nah. Just Wednesday, Thursday. Well, I'll be out of town Thursday, Friday, so.
What are you going to DC about?
My
You
dad.
said service?
My dad passed away several years ago, and we're his service at Arlington National Cemetery is going to be this weekend or this Friday. So yeah, so we're going out there to do that. I'm gonna go protest in Washington D.C. No, that's not it.
You're gonna what?
Protest in Washington D.C. No.
I thought you were gonna go and plead your case, our case.
Right.
On Capitol Hill.
Yeah, that would be really. Maybe I'll wear some kind of like AMC shirt or something like that while we're going. I really want my kids. I think all kids should have an opportunity to tour Washington D.C. I grew up there part of my life, and probably take for granted some of the experiences and history that I got to see while living there. But I really would love for my kids to have the opportunity to be able to do that, and so.
I told them several years ago when our kids were younger. I think they were maybe 9 and 10 age range. My husband was sent up there for training at, I think it was train, but air people anyway. So we decided to tag along because his part of the trip was paid for and the hotel and everything was paid for. So all we had to pay was our, extra stuff, whatever.
Yeah.
So we went up there. We drove, which was quite interesting. So we quite enjoyed it, and I wish I would have paid more attention, but unfortunately, when we went, it wasn't long after the attack on the trade centers. So there was still so much stuff locked down, and we didn't get to go into a lot of stuff. It was sad. And then we were going to go up into the...
So is this like 2002 or right around that time frame?
It was not long after that. I'd have to do some brain crunching to try to figure out the
Yeah, I
exact
know.
time. But
Well,
they,
that's too
I mean,
bad.
there was so much stuff that they wouldn't let you tour because of the high security and
Right.
stuff.
Yeah.
And the funny story is, I was a protective mother, so we were going to go through one of those revolving doors. And being from the small town Alabama that I'm from, I guess I'd never been through one. And so I stepped in there with my daughter, and I was trying to push it, and all of a sudden there was resistance. The guard behind us had stuck his foot in the door, and he's like, one person at a time. It kind of, I guess, pissed me off a little bit because, that's my kid, and I wanted to go through it with her. She was like 8. So,
Yeah.
well, I said, what do y'all think this is, Vietnam? We're going to blow our kids up to, anyway, it's crazy.
Oh, you
Some of the
didn't.
stuff.
You say that? Did you really say that? You didn't say that.
No,
Okay.
no.
All right. All right.
Inside, yeah.
On the inside, you were saying.
No,
I gotcha.
right. You say stuff like that and you'll end up in prison.
Yeah, I know. I
So,
was like,
no,
dang, man,
no,
that's risky.
no. I just apologized. So it's like I stepped backwards and then waited my little cubicle turn there. So. Oh, but yeah, I was, also another time we were going to try to go up into the monument,
Mhm.
and it was a lightning storm, so they shut it down.
Oh
Wouldn't let us
man.
go up in there. And we did see the changing of the guard, which to me that was quite amazing and awesome to witness that.
Yeah. I've seen that on a handful of occasions, and it's I feel like there's like a somber feeling that kind of washes over you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so quiet, and
Mhm.
all you can hear is their shoes click, when they're clicking and stuff.
Yeah.
And you could actually, we were sitting like on the front, so you could actually hear them like snapping, whatever, all the stuff they were doing. I mean, you could hear it. It was pretty awesome thing to see. So much history up there.
Yep.
And if our kids were not so young, we would have probably done more. And honestly, I wish I could go back now. I'm more interested in history and the stuff like that, historical stuff now than I was then.
Right. Yeah, as kids, you don't really appreciate the history behind some things, and then when you're older, you're like, dang, I wish I would have appreciated that more. I had it right there at my fingertips.
Yeah. I mean, there's, especially with having so many family members now in military. My daughter's husband now, he's actually deployed now, so it's everything that headline and everything seems like it just kind of touches your life, especially now with this stuff that's going on in the attack over the weekend over there in Israel. It's really even more scary because even though he's not that close to that area, who knows what's going to happen, and could be at any time, I guess. You never know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you just had your pokey stick of volume.
Yeah, we sure did. We had 99,931 shares in the Pokey Stick, giving us about 110,000 shares in total. Now, this is much, much larger volume today in the pre-market than what we've seen in the past. Hopefully, we're going to see price moving upwards with larger quantities of volume. I think I would probably increase my my volume prediction. Lately, it's been 5 to 25 million. I feel like I want to go 15 to 35 on the volume prediction. If it was just a little bit more volume, even just 10,000 more shares would have, I probably would have gone 2040. So it's gonna be close. We'll see. I Which you said you didn't get a chance to see too many of the museums, right? So you didn't.
Well, we got to see some stuff, but stuff that was more like higher security stuff, like clearance or what, not clearance, but I guess the more important stuff, they wouldn't let you go in. Like you couldn't do a tour of the areas of the White House where they normally let people tour,
What about
stuff like
like
that.
the Natural Museum of Art or
Natural history, we went to that one.
Smithsonian? Did you do the Smithsonian?
Smithsonian, yeah. Yes,
Okay.
we did do that.
What
And
was your favorite museum out of them all?
that's the only one we went to, so I'd say
Oh,
that one.
okay.
Right.
Okay. Well, I'm sure you
I mean,
probably
we went,
did. You go to the Lincoln Memorial or the Jefferson Memorial? Either one of those?
yeah, yes, both of
Okay.
them.
Yeah. And
And then, of course, Robert E. Lee's house on the Arlington Cemetery land,
mhm.
which was belonged to him, I think, or his family or something at one time, before they made the cemetery.
I
Is that right?
I don't recall off
Remember
the top of
that?
my head, but it sounds familiar. It sounds correct. It sounds correct, but I don't remember having done that. So I
I just
probably
know
did and just don't
now,
remember.
um, like being so interested in like the artifacts and the rocks, which are historical too, but so interested in that stuff now, or in old houses and everything. When I go to places like that, it's like I can imagine what it was like back in those days, and I'm like, if these walls could talk, man, everything
Hmm.
stories they could tell.
When I go to the Lincoln and Jefferson Memorial, one of the things I think about when I see all the marble and everything that's there, I go like, there has literally been so many people throughout history who have gone through those memorials, and like you, I don't. I feel like that it's not just a symbol of what somebody stood for that they had of a memorial to honor them, but it's also like a place where everybody's been, right? Like it's that it's some place that people have gone to, and whether it be presidents or whether it be, I don't know, whoever, right? But there's been tons and tons of people who have walked the same place that you've gone and seen the same things you've seen, and there's, I don't know, there's kind of a cool factor about that. You go like, wow, I could be walking in the footsteps of hundreds of people that are famous before me, and it's just I don't know, it's kind of cool. We're gonna miss the cherry
Yeah.
blossoms. I found out we're gonna miss them, unfortunately.
Oh, that sucks because I bet they're beautiful.
Yeah, they are. That was one of the ones I was kind of hoping that we would catch, was the cherry blossoms, but I think we're gonna be about a week and a half too late. But that's all right though.
We didn't go to the, is it the Mint that's there?
Yes, they have a mint that's there.
Yes.
As a
We did
kid, that
not
was
go
one of my
there.
favorite ones growing up. I really enjoyed the mint a lot. I thought that was a cool one.
I mean, there's just so much there to see. There's no way that we could have seen it all in the short amount of time that we had. And with everything being on high alert also did not help.
Yeah. Tommy Small says, "Imagine how many people have
Oh,
touched
and
it." Yeah, that's the moon rock. I think he's in reference to the moon rock. It's craziness, right? Like there's tons and tons of people.
do you remember what year that, you remember that shooter that was up there in that area? That was
Mm-mm.
shooting people like at gas stations?
Oh, yeah, I remember who you're talking
I,
about. The DC. It was
sniper.
the duo, right? I don't remember when that was. I want to say maybe like
Well, that's,
2006.
we were actually there during the time when all that stuff was happening. Had started actually. We didn't know until then, but it was like we got gas at that station. So,
Let's see. It says
but yeah,
it
whatever.
says 2002. I thought it was 2006. It says October 2002 was those DC sniper attacks.
Okay, so it wasn't. It was around the time I was thinking then.
It was John Allen Muhammad and Lee Boyd Malvo were the two individuals
Oh yeah.
traveling in a blue 1990 Chevrolet Caprice sedan. Man, I remember
See,
that. It was craziness.
that, it's just you just don't never know when you go out if some crazy person is going to be out there doing stuff like that anywhere you go, especially if you go to an area where there's a large gathering of a crowd, like was it back when that concert was happening in Las Vegas or something? That time, you don't ever know.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is a mixed up world we live in.
Yeah, I remember the one that I remember the most. I think was the one where there was an older gentleman who was like pumping gas or something like that, and it just here one moment, gone the next, and it was just I remember thinking to myself like, man, there's nothing you can do in that situation. You're just you're either lucky or not, or you're unlucky. There's no way around it.
Yep, that's true. I just feel like we're just it's like drops of rainwater. You know, when they fall down, you don't never know when one's going to land directly on you and take you out. So
I found out that I was looking at the weather forecast. Oh yeah, by the way, we have some interesting anomalies happening around the U.S., which I kind of want to get into a little bit. But I was checking out the weather report. Yeah, it is tinfoil stuff. But I was checking out the weather report for Virginia, and we've got rain every single day that we're there, except for the day that well, it's a lighter chance, but it's not showing rain for Friday, the day of the service. So I'm really, really hoping that we're not going to have rain for the service, which would be nice. But what I was going to say is there's a lot of interesting anomalies that are happening around the U.S. where people are suffering from what seem to be either like server type faults or malware attacks potentially. So I know not everybody. It's not being talked about mainstream media yet, but I have a feeling that if enough more things happen, we could start to see some maybe reporting on it. But one of the things that I just saw this morning when I woke up is that like half of the total amount of reporting sites for weather radar are down this morning. There's been some other things that have occurred over the weekend as well that kind of hit my radar. Let me just check something real quick on Down Detector. I'm curious.
You know, it's funny you talk about that because it seems like every 2 weeks our phones are having a software update. So my husband said yesterday, and mine's waiting to do one this morning. He told me that, and I said, well, they're probably waiting, think they need to get it updated to protect us against any kind of attacks that might be coming on through our networks or whatever because of everything that's happened. And it's quite possible that someone discovered a patch that needed to be to, make things more secure.
H&R Block is having problems right now, but I would imagine a lot of that has to do with like people trying to log in to get their taxes done or whatever. But IRS is showing a little bit of a spike. USPS.com showing a little bit of a tiny spike in down events. TurboTax, another one. KeyBank also seeing a few outages. That's about it right now. Snapchat and QuickBooks. So a lot of it related to tax issues.
Well, that's understandable. You got 1 day. Well, 2 technically, I guess. Or is it today?
No.
Is it the 15th or 6th?
Shoot. What? Hold on a second here. I always forget the date. I never can remember what the date is. April 15th. Today is the last day.
Well, then that's understandable. They're about trying to get that last minute stuff.
Yep.
I was slow getting mine finished, but I elected to use in-person accountant this year instead of TurboTax.
Mm-hmm.
After they ripped me a new one last year with their fee, I went to a person that.
We weren't happy about the fees either. We were kind of jacked up.
Yeah, because of all of my trading and stuff, for some reason they thought they needed to charge me $800.
My, oh my.
Yeah, I probably won't ever use them again.
Somebody was mentioning Cassius says, interesting crypto moves over the weekend. That's the entire title for the day today, was the 42 billion drain from crypto to bolster the market on speculation of war. And that's, we kind of talked a little bit about that this morning. I kind of shared with you the total amount of money from the market that was drained over that Friday, Saturday time frame. Half of it, about half of it's since been pumping back into crypto again. So, but yeah, there's definitely some interesting moves that were occurring over the weekend. Apex, good morning. Trending Up says the Hope Diamond is exhibited in the Natural History Museum of the Smithsonian Institution in D.C. The Hope Diamond, is that I feel like when Melissa and I went last time, I think we saw it, if I'm not mistaken.
I think, if I remember, I said I think we saw that too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. I want to say it was like on the second or third floor on the right hand side. Maybe it was the first floor. I can't remember which floor it was.
If that's right, then you got better memory than you thought.
Well, I just remember it being.
I can't remember anything.
I'm pretty sure it was. There's the stone section, or the natural. I guess what they said there. The natural history portion. And I think they have like a whole stone section you can walk through, and there's some really. I remember as a kid that was like always my favorite section of the Smithsonian. I like the dinosaur area too, but I really like rocks. And some of the rocks that they've got in that is just absolutely amazing. That museum is pretty cool.
Could go see those now. I mean, I've always liked rocks, but never to the extent that I do now. So.
Apex has got his price prediction in for the day. He's going 240 to 3. Let me put you down. Tommy Small says, yeah, you're right, Casey. It's on the upper right of the entrance. Well, it's kind of funny because it's like I feel like the museum. I don't remember this being the case back in the day when I was a kid. I only remember there being one entrance when I was a kid, but maybe it was always this way. I feel like there's like two sides you can enter in on now for the museum, and or at least it seems that way. I just know that when we entered into the museum this last time, it was not it's not the normal entrance where you walk in and you see what is it, trying to remember the woolly mammoth that they have in the front, or I can't remember what's in the front. Whatever that. Let me see what's in the front here.
Casey is always talking about rocks. I like rocks, so Just to show you a sample, I put a picture in the Discord chat on the, I guess, the back of the big chat of what I'm surrounded by, and that's not even a drop in the bucket. This is right now.
Wait. I can't see. Hold on a second. Are you showing something?
No, I put it.
Oh.
I posted a picture.
Oh, okay. To the layman's eyes, this is not pretty. But once you see what she gets when she gets done with this, those rocks end up looking pretty nice.
It's a work in progress.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. So I'm going to put 2 in there right now.
Tommy, in the rotunda, is it the woolly? I can never remember if it's the woolly mammoth. I feel like last time we went, I always remember as a kid it being a woolly mammoth, and I feel like it was different when we went. We went with my wife, and I was like, "Oh, this is not what I was expecting," and it was something different. It was in that rotunda area, like kind of the central spot, and then it was really weird to me too because we had walked in from the other side of the building. When I always remember as a kid when we would walk into the place, it was always through one. There was only one entrance, and it was through that into that rotunda area, through the front. And the very first thing you would see is the. I feel like it was a woolly mammoth. Maybe it was. It could have been a dinosaur bones or something. I don't remember what it was, but it was something in the front. And when I went with Melissa this last time, I just feel like it was something different. I was expecting to see the woolly mammoth and saw something else, and I forget what it is.
I think I remember that being there too. Because of all the cables they use.
Tommy's saying it's a T-Rex. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I feel like it changes. Or maybe it's always been the same. I don't know. Mandela effect.
I just remember something.
Did you go through the handicap entrance? I don't. And that must have been what it was. I don't know, Tommy. All I know is when we entered into the building, it was not it was through the food court. Like somehow we managed to find our way into the building through the food court, and I don't know how we managed to do that, but.
So I put in two more pictures that gives you an idea of how interesting stuff can be with those rocks.
Oh, there it is. Andrew Morgan says, yes, Casey, as you enter the museum, there are 2 paths you can go by, but in the long run, there's still time to change the road you're on, or maybe that stairway to heaven. Yeah, it was the I remember that escalator. We rode up the escalator. As we were riding up, we saw the cafeteria like off to our right or something like that, and like some main long hallway that was off to our left where they had the whale. And we were riding up that escalator up to the top, and that was not the entrance that I'm used to remembering as a kid, where it was the rotunda. Like you walked in and you saw the rotunda and like the multiple floors leading up and everything. Let me just check on news. So I had checked last night before I went to bed. The news was that Israel had not yet decided whether or not they were going to retaliate. France joins Western allies in calling for Israel to avoid, and I'm assuming the rest of that says avoid retaliation of some sort or another. Iran-Israel latest Middle East conflict on the brink, warns UN Chief Antonio Guterres. Israel War Cabinet silent on next steps. So yeah, I think a lot of people are kind of just on edge, waiting to see what's going to happen. Most UN Security Council members condemn Iranian attack, urge restraint. Jay, thank you very much. Tommy, come and share it. I know there's a lot of, I think there's a lot hinging on in the market right now as to whether or not there is going to be like this like full blown out conflict that occurs. And I think that a lot of the reason why we saw crypto in general just seeing kind of a dump over the weekend was due to that. I think they were kind of anticipating big moves down in the marketplace, but things seemed to resolve themselves before the weekend was even over. And so you started seeing crypto pump back up again. Tommy, you'd have to send me a DM on either Twitter or Discord to get an invite, or Reddit. You can do Reddit too. I can get you a link to get in there and talk about it. Let's see here. We got about 4 more minutes here before I'm going to head off. But just remember, Tommy, I'm going to be, I probably won't be live streaming. I might do like a morning intro on Wednesday kind of a thing and just kind of update everybody on the numbers. But Thursday and Friday, I definitely will not be live streaming. You take care. You have a great day at work. Let me put up the message on the screen here real quick, and I'm going to take a break. Tammy, how was your weekend?
It was a good weekend. Did you see those other 2 pictures I put up?
I did.
That's kind of a before and what you find inside.
Let's see here. Hold on a second. This is the...
That's what it would be. Ugly outside.
That's the ugly outside of a rock, and then the insides that you got from that right here.
And I'm pretty sure that's a fossil.
The yellow portion?
Yes, I think it was some kind of fossil from, because, when all the organic stuff dies, it turns into whatever. It'll turn to rock, basically. Yeah, I've had that rock for a while, and I kept kicking it around thinking, man, that thing's ugly. And then the other picture, that was inside. I wasn't expecting that.
I wonder what it's a fossil of.
Oh, there's no telling. Which I wasn't. I guess I was stupid. They call it ignorant because you have lack of knowledge of, but I didn't realize that we were underwater at one time before the continents did all their changing and everything, and the sea moved. So much stuff was left behind, and that's why you find coral fossils and stuff in the mountains.
Well, I've always found it odd, like when you go to some place like New Mexico, and you dig around in the desert and you find like sea fossils in New Mexico. And I go like, okay,
Yeah.
well, obviously that wasn't always dry and barren desert land. Had to have
Oh
been
no.
underwater at some point or another. So I just think that's always kind of interesting and kind of cool. All right, I got to head off here, Tammy.
Enjoy.
I'll see you in a bit. I will see you guys at 8:15 for price predictions for the day, and see you in a bit.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
It's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Windows roll down, wind in my head, I embrace the gritty grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. AMC ticker keeps on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a world that I'm all inside. Our ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Betting fair, living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beer, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
All right, guys. So here's what I'm seeing right now for the day-to-day. We've been following what appears to be about a 3-day descending parallel channel. And this is on a 30-minute time interval that I'm on right now. And most of our data during that period of time is kind of pointing towards perhaps maybe a close. I'm looking at some of the closes we've had in contrast to some of these, some up, some down a little bit. From the center line here. So we've got down, up, down. Maybe today's an up finish, so maybe like a 265 close, so almost an even day. That's provided that we don't hit some kind of level of buying pressure that causes price to move outside of this descending parallel channel. We are expecting higher amounts of volume for the day-to-day. Based off of our pre-market morning volume movement. I do expect the market to be bolstered a little bit from some of the funds that were siphoned off of crypto. So expect some upwards momentum. I'd like to see price kind of closing around like maybe like a 272 close for the day. Giving us like a real possibility at like a breakout tomorrow for above this descending parallel channel. So I'm going to go with a 2. I'm going to go with 270 for a close. So 240 to $3 is going to be my price range. Twisty sent me a message saying he was going with the same numbers that he had from yesterday, which was, or Friday, I should say. He had 246 to 306, so he's going to stick with that one. And then let me look at what TB has here. TB's got 233 to 293. So Apex and I have the same exact price prediction. Twisty 246 to 306 and TB 233 to 293. We have a 13-cent spread between us. Nobody is eligible for an extra bonus point unless they get price predictions right on. SSR for the day-to-day is, let's see here, 239. Day of Reckoning says, I thought you were off this week. I am, but we usually still do the price predictions anyways. I'm off on Thursday, Friday for sure. Wednesday, I know I'm taking off Wednesday. I'm just not sure if I'm going to start the live stream in the very beginning portion of the morning and give you numbers. I probably will. I'm thinking about doing that, but I have some errands I need to run before the trip is on. So Wednesday is going to be a good day for me to do that on. Ice Cream says, Ice Cream, what is that? I'm looking at what that is. What is that? BUSD? 48.039 billion. 10.55%. 42. What are those numbers from? Okay, reverse repo. I can't imagine that we'll see the reverse repo suddenly drop. Hold on a second here. Let me pull up the data. Well, it's time to get this market started. I'll look at this in a minute, but let's get the day started here on the market. So I'll see you guys in just a bit.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
progress of the shuttles have reached their south area. Discovery already operating at miles an altitude, 1.5 miles downrange, traveling at 750 miles an hour. Everything looking good on the road. 7 seconds into the flight. Going off. Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then. You sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Goddamn, I love too hard, I love too hot, my love's a fire. Everything I claim to love's going up in flames and I burn alive. I gotta lay back in a straight jacket after sex, I'm still inspired. And my friends will ask when I will relax, and I say, when I die, I'll let go. But in my life, I'll hold on until there's nothing left to hold, and then you know I just explode. I'll explode. Goddamn, I run too fast towards the things that I adore. Everything I'm running for starts running from me like I'm a zombie. I gotta lay back, gotta get static. After Xanax, I'm still wired. And my friends will ask when I will relax, and I say, when I die, I'll let go. But in my life, I'll hold on until there's nothing left to hold, and then you know I'll just explode. I'll explode. I'll just explode. I'll explode until there's nothing left to blow. When I die, I'll let go. But in my life, I'll hold on until there's nothing left to hold. When I die, I'll let go. But in my life, I'll hold on until there's nothing left to hold, and then you know I just explode. I'll explode. But in my life, I'll hold on until there's nothing left to hold, and then you know I just explode.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Well, good morning, guys. $42 billion drained from crypto to bolster the market on speculation of war. Let me pull it up on the screen here so you guys can see it. This is the market cap of the total market cap of the entire market in crypto at a peak starting at around 10:15 on the 13th of April. And I think that's 10:15 my time. The market cap was around Actually, hold on a second here. I got to go back a little bit further. I'm already on 1 week. Okay. It's already off my chart here, and I'm trying to go back to. Now it seems like I have to go back a little bit further. So 13th of April is right here. All right, here we go. 2.5. There it is, right there. The 12th of April at around 1 o'clock in the morning, crypto had a market cap at around $2.55 trillion. By the time the announcement of the news came through and that crypto had finally found a bottom, it was around $2.13 trillion in a market cap. And we basically saw about $42 billion exit out of crypto. I'm a firm believer in the fact that that's going to be used. That money is going to be used to try and prop up today in the marketplace to keep the market from failing. Now, obviously, since the whole Iran and Israel thing started going down over the weekend, Israel has not yet determined what it is that they're going to do for retaliatory action. So we don't know if this is going to blow up any further, no pun intended. But we have seen some pumping back up in the crypto markets since that has happened. So I don't think that there's as much risk. Earlier this weekend, I put out a tweet saying I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of a market dump right off the beginning portion of the day, starting off today, followed by potential move up in the marketplace. And I think some of that money is going to come from that market cap that was siphoned off on crypto. So I do think that we're going to see a little bit of downwards momentum. I still maintain that I think that's going to be the case. As it stands right now, it looks like the market's pretty much up 0.71, so it's not quite turning out like I thought it would. Not seeing a big, huge pump just yet to the downside. Well, that's not true, because it was at 515. It does seem like it's taking a little bit of a dump right now, but it's not anywhere near as what I was expecting. I was kind of expecting to see maybe a retest of somewhere right around like 509 in the market, but we're not seeing that as of right now. In the pre-market this morning, it did jump up, gapped up on the pre-market and started trending up just before market open. I feel like we're going to see a little bit of a push down and then followed by ultimately a closing positive for the day-to-day. That is until we find out what the ultimate decision is on Israel to retaliate or not. So still a little bit of what ifs. This guy came up on my feed. I don't know who he is. I don't really care. He's got like a crap ton of subscribers. I do know that. But I wanted to show you guys something I've mentioned on several occasions in the past on synthetic price failures that they can be seen in crypto as well. Now, remember, in securities in the marketplace, it's usually 20, 40, 60 are the numbers. They're a little bit different on crypto, but I have mentioned that you can find them, and if you look carefully enough, you'll see them. This guy, I just happened to come across him this morning, and I saw it, and I just wanted to play this for you guys so you can see. I'm not the only one who sees these synthetic price, what I've coined as a term as a synthetic price failure. But listen to this man's word here himself.
It's going to go at this stage, and especially if it's going to create a 20% correction, which I really want to be seeing getting created, because yes, every single time once Bitcoin creates a 20% correction, and just like last time it was a 17% correction, we bounce towards the upside with more than an approximately 22%. Of course, I want to be catching up next straight here.
So all I'm strictly trying to express to you guys is that he sees it too. There happen to be these very, very common numbers that get hit over and over and over, and every time it does, it's to elicit a reaction out of the marketplace to get people to sell their positions, and then that way they can buy. Institutions can buy back in at a lower price and then sell them as the price is going back up, and it gets pumped back up more and more and more. So synthetic price failures happen in crypto, and if you want to look for signs of manipulation in price in crypto, I don't know what would do a better job than this right here. This is not normal price movement activity. This is somebody siphoning off money out of crypto, and they keep pumping and dumping it, and they keep doing it over and over and over, and they keep trying to extract value. So it's not just me who recognizes that that's happening. Oh, sorry, you could not hear? Sorry, let me go back one more time. Let me do that. Let me redo that one more time for you.
At this stage, and especially if it's going to create a 20% correction, which I really want to be seen getting created, because yes, every single time once Bitcoin creates a 20% correction, and just like last time it was a 17% correction, we bounce towards the upside with more than an approximately 22%. Of course, I want to be catching up next trade here, and I'm going to be doing so. And
There, yeah, that's all. I just wanted to point it out that it happens, because I know I've mentioned it to you before. It's there. Let me head over to the back of the Big Tramp. Censored Content, good morning to you. Nice song choice, by the way. I liked it. I had never heard of Mother Mother before. Andrew Morgan says he looks like he's a member of the Lost Boys. Stay golden, Pony Boy.
Yes, good morning, Casey. That's another Canadian bound for you.
So somebody was saying Euro back today, and I was like, I don't know if they are. I kind of figured they were Canadian, but I didn't know for sure, and so thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, you've probably heard other songs of theirs, but you don't recognize it. You know what I mean?
Yes, and when I was listening to it, I was like, why do they sound familiar? I'm like, I feel like I've heard them sing something before.
They do this song. That song's called Hayloft.
Okay, I'm not aware. They sounded familiar, but I wasn't sure if, I mean, sometimes studios can tend to make certain groups sound kind of alike. This is the second person who's asked me if I can touch on the OBV charts this morning. We've had two different people who've come in and asked about the OBV charts, and let me explain something to you. When shares are sold by the company, it's going to look like selling pressure, right? That's exactly how OBV works. Market, whenever the volume moves in one direction or the other, and you see price movement in that direction, it's going to cause OBV to look or move in a certain direction that matches that. When dilution is occurring, OBV is going to end up getting trashed for any kind of reason whatsoever. So I'm not going to pull up OBV. It is absolutely ridiculous during a period of time where you have dilution occurring that you would want to look at OBV as an indicator. Because all it's going to tell you is OBV is going to suggest that there's shares being sold in the marketplace, and we already know that to be the case. We know AMC is selling shares in the marketplace ever since the conversion, especially with the conversion happening and a bunch of new shares showing up from Ape turning into AMC shares. That's going to make OBV look even worse. So, and I'm not sure who's bringing this up. I'm not going to suggest it's just you two who want to look at OBV. There might be somebody out there who's trying to prove a point with OBV looking bad. If somebody's trying to use OBV to suggest that retail's selling their positions, I would not look at that. That is not a good accurate indication of as what's happening here, because we know AMC is selling shares in the marketplace, and that's what's going to cause OBV to look bad. So I'm not going to pull up OBV. It's not going to show me anything else other than what I already know.
Even long term, it's a terrible indicator, I think.
It can give you a really good representation as to whether or not there's buying or selling support. And I think that's what, and for a long time we were using that for that reference point of saying, like, look, is retail buying or holding? Buying and holding, or are they buying, holding, and selling? And the overall premise was that, yes, retail is definitely holding right now. And you could see the great part about it was before the dilution, every time there was a sell-off, you could see it happening, and you could take that information, you could correlate it to retail buy and sell orders, right? And every single time we saw those dips, we saw nothing but buy orders going through on Fidelity, right? Fidelity was always saying there was way more buying going on than selling, and so that tells you one thing. if there truly indeed is selling going on during those periods of time, then it has to be coming from not retail, but from institutions. So institutions are selling out their positions at that point, and you go like, okay, but people are still buying. So, that's but now unfortunately you can't use OBV. Dilution's occurring, so you can't. There's no way for you to be able to know whether or not that buying or selling pressure who it's coming from. Shares borrowed versus shares returned. If you get a chance today, Casey, no hurry, no worries. All right. But I'm sure there are people out there who are probably trying to use some of the tactics that we had for being able to prove a point about holding of a position are going to be used against us whenever they can, right? So if you know that there's dilution occurring, anybody out there who wants to try and make some kind of negative case or statement, they're going to use the tactic of, oh, look, they used to use OBV as an indicator as to whether or not there's, holding going on. And so now we can prove that there's no more holding going on because, look, OBV looks like crap. And it's like, yeah, well, but that's not because there's retail shareholders are selling. It's because there's dilution occurring. You can't make that, especially when you know that there's dilution occurring. You can't make that inference that because the OBV chart looks crap, that's what's happening is that retail is selling. That doesn't mean that at all. Pirateborn says someone must have handed out a talking point today that focuses on OBV. Y'all don't believe 2 new people just happened to arrive and have had the same obscure request. I know. I mean, that's why I'm going to err on the side of we'll just assume that you're being told someplace that OBV is really bad. Hey, go take a look at it, and that's why I'm just gonna assume or err on that side of it. But I'll tell you what, though. Whoever's telling you to look at OBV right now, they're not on your side. And I'm not telling you what to do, but that's whenever I see that kind of stuff. When I know that there's people who are acting nefariously in response to my investment, I block them immediately. And I never listen to them again because I don't want to give them the ability to be able to have that voice that's heard that's a bad voice. I don't want to be a part of that. No, thank you. Take your BS and go run with it somewhere else because you're not a part of this group. Yeah, that would be my question too, Moonlit Rose. That's probably actually the best thing to ask you is where I should have asked it up front first. I should have said, where are you hearing it from? But, who's asking you about OBV? Because it's too odd that there would be multiple people that would be coming in asking about OBV. So who is your source? Who's putting it out there? Somebody has to be talking about it. And protecting the source isn't going to help any. Yeah, Pirate's saying always in Paris. Yep, it always is in Paris. Always. Every single time.
Don't have to worry about the Paris.
Will saying, did the chart freeze? No, I've got on a 30-minute time interval, unfortunately. Sorry. There you go. I still had it in a 30-minute time interval from when I was, I think, looking at the numbers earlier. Maria, we don't typically do price predictions for the entire week. Not very often, anyways. I don't. I don't certainly ask that of anybody else either. Part of the reason for that is that I feel like options are really, really bad for AMC, and so I'm not going to do anything that would encourage people to try and make some kind of position based off of a prediction on price, especially when I'm not keen to giving anybody financial advice on here at all. So it's very, very rare. I have done it on a few occasions, but not. I won't. It's not common. Price predictions for the day today, and obviously not meant as financial advice. The low end of the stick, we've got TB with 233 to 293. Apex and myself have 240 to $3, and Twisty has 246 to 306. Will says, will the war in the Middle East affect Saudi AMC theaters? Can't imagine that it would.
That won't affect financials at all. 100% won't affect it. They don't get money from the Saudi theaters besides the rights to use their name.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to hurt AMC. If anything, I'm trying to think. I feel like sometimes people go to the movies more often. At least it used to be that way. I feel like back in the day when war used to break out, that movie theaters were more heavily utilized. But I don't know if that's necessarily the case. And it'd be an interesting study to kind of pull up or see if there's any kind of indication as to whether or not wartime does cause people to inherently go and see more movies. Sometimes people just like to get away from the noise and think about something other than what's happening in the real world around them. And movies are a great way to kind of escape reality a little bit.
You're pushing a button now. Because the whole Hollywood industry is a sell-off anyway. So the government uses Hollywood to put out an underlying narrative.
Right. Have you seen, like, with Civil War that's coming out, like, what are the chances that we would...
Exactly.
I do feel that way. I do feel like there's a little bit of a propaganda kind of... Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I feel like there would be... I think it would be a mistake to undervalue the idea that there's narratives that are being created in Hollywood.
There is always a big resurgence of movies during bad times.
We got about 7 more minutes here before we take a look at the numbers. Tom D says my company is getting Tom says my company is getting cyber attacked. Many of the systems we use are down. So I mentioned this earlier this morning. I think there's actually nationwide, there's been a lot of cyber attacks over the weekend, and not very many people are talking about it. And I think that maybe sometime later this week we'll probably find out. More about that. So, Tom, I'll just say that your company is not the only company. I've been hearing a lot of talks about different companies that are having problems right now with software glitches, we'll say. So, you're not the only one. And I don't want to go into too much detail about it because it's probably information that I know that I shouldn't know. Or I shouldn't be advertising how I got it. That's probably the best way to say it. Let me see here. I'm going to pull up Down Detector real quick because I just wanted to look at it earlier. I mean, today is the last day to submit tax, your tax, unless you have an extension, of course. But so we're going to see things like H&R Block is down, reporting some down detections. Roblox is starting to spike a little bit, and we've got things like TurboTax. Bing's getting some hits right now. KeyBank, Peacock, FedEx. QuickBooks. Everybody's hopping on to QuickBooks to do their last minute edits. Day of Reckoning said 60 Minutes last night had a segment on it. Radar issues. Yep. Yes. Yep. That's another one of them. Radar issues is one. I'm glad you saw that. That was another one of the ones that caused me to go like something's kind of go because if you just watch the news and you look for trends, and I start seeing all these trends of like different systems going down like all over the place, and it's just like many of those wouldn't just normally go down. Like something's, and when you start seeing a lot of them, you go like, wait a minute, what? Oh, by the way, FBI just opened up a criminal investigation into the Key West, or not Key West. Dang it, I just forgot the name of the bridge. The bridge and barge incident. So apparently, it's they're suggesting or thinking that there might be a little bit something more involved than just an accident.
Really?
Francis Scott Key, thank you. Whale says in Vietnam real estate scams, they get the death sentence. In North America, the scammers get hospitalized or cancer. Weird. I hadn't heard about that. Currently, AMC is down 1.13. 0.94 2.625. 2.61 is, I think, our 52-week low. Yeah, 2.61, so we're right at it right now. And by the way, the 62.1 is approximately, hold on a second here, I've got the numbers. 49.3% down from the $5.15 that we saw back in February. Okay, Nicholas, come on. Come on. Come on, man. Come on. Odds that I think a reverse stock split will be announced between now and earnings on 5/3. I'm going to say a 0% chance. Why do I think they would do a reverse split? They've already done one. You have to remember, and actually, and I love the fact that Censor Content brought this up. The reason the reverse split was done last time was because they had to. The stock can only have 550 million shares outstanding according to the rules. I'm forgetting what they're called. governance of the. Somebody help me out here. I can't think of what it's called right now off the top of my head.
Market dynamics.
No. It's the governance of the charter. I can't think of what the name is. Anyways, there's rules set in place on what the company can and cannot do. When the company has regulations on how many shares can be outstanding of AMC, and in those regulations, it's 550 million. So the reason that they did a reverse split last time was because they had to. They were converting Ape into AMC, and that would have caused there to be over 550 million shares in existence. So they had to do a reverse split. Otherwise, they would have been in non-compliance with their own charters. And right now, as it stands, even if they sell the maximum amount of shares of that they were anticipating that they may need to sell in this current raising of capital, we're still not even going to be close to that 550 million. Glenn says, do you or anyone think that AMC will need to do another capital raise this year? Of course. I would not expect them to stop doing them until they've raised enough money to reduce their debt significantly. Moonlit Rift, it's always been in place. It's never going to go away. It's part of the charter rules for AMC as a business. Unless they choose to amend the charter rules, then those will stay in place. And we would know about it if that was going to happen. Alrighty, let me take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Since this is the first time we're doing this since market open, we'll go through a full rundown of what's happening here. Living in 3D says, wow, Casey, the shills are making you work hard before your trip. Yeah, it happens. Price prediction tally points. We had TB and Twisty who had the exact same price prediction, and they were going into the week with a tie. Ended up getting the price predictions closest. I think they were off by about 11 pennies. So they got the extra bonus point to win out the week. Nobody missed any days on price predictions last week there, but you can see I was definitely in the last place with 5 points. And but TB and Twisty coming through nicely. Price predictions for the day today. We actually have two people who have the same price prediction again. There's only a 13 cent, I think 13 cents spread between us this morning. TB's got 233 to 293. Twisty, or actually Apex and I have 240 to 3. And Twisty's got 246 to 306. Remember, that's not financial advice. It's just simply 4 apes trying to figure out what we think price is going to close at within a 60 cent range. Short exempt volume is from Friday was 276.6 thousand shares. We did have about 16.6 million shares traded in total, and that number is a little bit high for what I would think that we would have had for short exempt volume, but not over the 300K that really gets me excited. So, but it was still high. Utilization did drop a little bit to 92.32%. Day-over-day price on Friday dropped from was down 5.36%. Max pain for this week is still $3. It did not change. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange and about 10 to 11% on EDGX. We've got 54.14% going through off exchange, EDGX at 8.86 for a combined total 63% going through those exchanges. That's higher by about 9% than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 800 shares. On Friday, we had over 100,000 shares going through CHX. That was the second day spike that we've seen going through there. It was quite a big number. GME CHX volume was 50 for the day today so far. IBKR currently reporting about 70,000 shares available to borrow. They did return some shares earlier this morning and then borrowed out another 30,000 with a fee at 1.55. That's not quite enough for me to really report anything because I only do increments of 50,000 shares, but it's getting close. So far, we've seen about 850,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today, and last Friday, IBKR reported about 800,000, so we're really close to the same number already. Taking you guys over the other screen. Oh, institutional ownership. I forgot that one. Hold on a second here. Earlier this morning, institutional ownership dropped a little bit by about probably a little less than 300K. It's at 76,192,000. So, and holding. Give me 1 second here. I forgot to log into my account. Let's take a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is at a $3 strike. That's where it was last week. We have about 3.3 thousand contracts so far for the day today. That's actually pretty normal. It's a normal amount of volume. For puts, very, very low put volume. Highest amount so far is at a $2.50 strike. That's 50 cents lower than where we ended the week last week on put volume. 763 shares so far. Or not shares, sorry, contracts so far at 2.5. So pretty low volume on those puts. Not a whole lot of enthusiasm on potential price movement downwards. I'll take you guys over to the other page here, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Starting with Ortex. Ortex is reporting about 2.68 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 20.67%. Cost to borrow ends at 1.04, average is 3.36, and max is 4.33. Let's take a look at what some of our numbers did here. Here's our utilization dropping just ever so slightly day over day from 92.82% to 92.32%. The on-loan amount dipping as well from 86.98 million shares to 84.18. So we're seeing about a dip of about 2.8 million shares on loan being returned. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop from 20.69 to 20.25, or Ortex estimating about 1.16 million shares returned yesterday or on Friday. And then on loan average age per day is not really shooting up as high as I would expect it. So maybe some like medium. There might have been some medium aged loan shares that were returned on Friday, as well as new ones. As that number drove up from 34.14 on loan average age per day to 35.92. Security lending volume increased a little bit from 1.84 million to 3.26. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $2.39. Shares available to borrow at, or we already talked about that. We don't talk about that on here because they screw it up. 63.6 million share, what am I saying? 63.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 1.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 19.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 32.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. We have approximately, when we started out this morning, 83,000 contracts that were out of the money. We now have still 80. No, we have 83. You know, we have 83. We still have 83,000 contracts out of the money at this time. Shallow option weeks coming up. Anywhere from 510 to 531. Whole month of almost the entire month of April look kind of empty on especially the put contracts. MMRI this morning, when we first looked at it today, was 301.04. Anything over 300 is extreme risk, and is now currently at 306.62. And rocketing up. The spread between the 2-year, 10-year bond rates earlier this morning was 0.373, and now currently at 0.34. So we're starting to see a tightening of those rates. A normalization. Oh, you know what I forgot to show you guys? This one. Let's give this a quick refresh. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on here. Looks like there's some buying and some selling going on in retail right now. Mixed numbers. NASDAQ is up 0.23, Dow Jones is up 0.42, and the S&P 500 is up 0.35. We have 2,969 decliners to 2,734 advancers. The market is more declining right now than it is advancing. Sectors that are doing poorly this morning are real estate, followed by utilities. Sectors that are outperforming the market right now would be healthcare, followed by financials. Of the Mag 7, 5 out of the 7 are in the green. The 2 that are in the red are 1% or more down. Financial institutions that are plus or minus 2.5% or more of a change since last Friday will get a shout out. NYCB is up 2.64. Charles Schwab up 3.57. Goldman Sachs up 4.1. Gold is currently down 0.68 and trending down. Silver is up 0.99 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 3.01, trending down. The US dollar is up 0.05. Looks like it at market open it started to boost up a little bit and retraced itself and then is starting to boost back up once again. We're still above 106 at this point. I'm waiting for that 106.78 number to be kind of like that final number for us to retest and potentially break through on the US dollar. Oil is down 1.92 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.99 to 1.01 and trending down. And SPY is up 0.36 and trending down. Oof. We are getting crushed on the VIX right now. VIX is been crushed down to 16.28, down 5.95%. Let me just check something real quick here. Futures on VIX 1703, so it's not going to stay that way. It should be jettisoning back up here. I did have a box drawn out for a potential breakout going into when does this box start? 4:15 today. It was a potential break above 19 was when I had this signaled for. But you can see here we very clearly broke past this level of support. Gap down at market open, and it is the futures are suggesting 1708 and rising. So we should start seeing this reverse back the other direction. We'll see if we get a breakout here. This might be like a false break to the bottom side. VTI is up 0.27 and trending down. VB is down 0.17, trending down. Tesla is down 3.5, trending down. Amazon is up 0.63 and is consolidating. Cinemark is up 1.91 and trending up. It looks like it's trying to break that trend currently. Doge is up 0.38 and is trending down. Bitcoin is up 0.08, trending down. GME is down 2.8, trending down. HYMC is up 5.44 and it's consolidating after trend up. NCMI is down 0.95 and starting to trend down. Hood is down 0.28, trending down, and AMC is down 0.38 and is consolidating after a trend down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, there's approximately $900,000 more outflow than inflow. 2.83 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 45 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 24.52 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 15 and 35 million shares traded, as we were seeing some exceptional larger quantities of volume showing up in the pre-market this morning. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more. Let's see, it's hard to say. It looks like equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 28.85, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 36.77, below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.76, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.27, which is just slightly below average. We are starting to see a reversal in price movement on AMC as everything else is starting to move down. Have you heard about the donut holes? I don't know why that just popped into my head, but it did. Good morning, Funky.
Morning. Are the donut holes a real thing?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably not. I don't know anymore. What's real, what's not real? I don't know. I don't know, man. Stop saying. Yeah, I can't tell what's real and what's not real. Let me see here. Hold on a second. Yeah. Hold on. Let me see. I feel like I saw you know, because you're right. Somebody posted up someplace that it was kind of a joke. And I
thought it was Sal the meme lord.
Yeah, I think Sal was joking around.
That would be pretty sweet, though.
Yeah, it would be sweet, but I have not seen anything official from AMC yet on the donut holes. But everybody sure jumped on board with it, though. Me included. I'm down. I don't know how. I don't know if donut holes fried in the same grease that you had your French fries frying in would be all that great, but it could be. I don't know. Never tried it. It was a whole troll. It worked. I've got a message here from Tendies about bacon popcorn. Some of you guys, a bunch of you guys sent me the Beavis and Butthead A&L, or Saturday Night Live, I said A&L. Saturday Night Live SNL that they had, I guess, I don't know if it was a new one. It seems like it might have been. But a bunch of y'all sent me that, and I had seen it already, and I was like, yeah, that's pretty funny. What was the other one that was sent to me? There was another one. It was... Hold on a second here. I gotta look. There was another funny that came through, and I'm trying to remember which one it was. I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it. There was a second one. I don't remember what it was that you guys sent to me, but I was like, yeah, I had seen both of those, and they were really funny. Ariel says, we calls them Timbits up in Canada. Why Timbits? Any two will do says, for some reason when I heard you talk about donut holes and AMC, my mind went to the company adding those hemorrhoid type cushion things with the middle cut out to each seat. Wrong donut hole.
They're called Timbits up in Canada because the big donut shop up here is Tim Hortons.
Ah, okay. Are they any good? I would assume they must be good, if that's your...
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's considered a food group, I think.
Have you ever had a Dunkin' Donuts donut before?
Yeah.
Who's better? Tim's or Dunkin'?
Tim Hortons. Tim Hortons.
Okay, what about, have you ever had Krispy Kreme?
No.
Okay. Have you ever had Shipley's? I don't know if that's local or not. So you've had a Dunkin', so it's better than Dunkin' Donuts. That's a start. At least I know that much. That's not saying a lot, quite frankly. I think there's way better donuts than Dunkin' Donuts, but that's just me. And based on me saying that and having been to Florida more recently and seeing how many Dunkin' Donuts there are, I swear to God, you guys have a Dunkin' Donuts on like 2 on every corner that you drive past in Florida. I have no idea what your obsession is in Florida with Dunkin' Donuts, but I've never seen so many Dunkin' Donuts in my life. So it's probably heresy for me to sit here and say like pretty much any donut's better than a Dunkin' Donut. Somebody Spaghetti saying Voodoo Donuts. We have that down here in Austin. You must be an Austinite. Spaghetti Masta. I've been, unless that's a chain. Maybe that is a chain. I know I went downtown Austin with my family one time. We went there to go have one of those. If you don't know what Voodoo Donuts are, they're like gourmet donuts that are monstrous atrocities of a donut. And I've never seen anything quite like it. They'll have like a Trix donut, and the thing is like decked out in like Trix shavings, and I mean it's just. Let me just show you an example here real quick. Hold on a second. We have one of those Voodoo Donuts though here in Austin. I didn't realize that it was a chain. Let me see if I can give you guys a good example of what one of these look like. Give me 1 second. I mean, this is good enough. This is probably good enough. This is their current donut right now. Hold on, their featured donut. It's insane. Our featured donut, cereal milk. Creamy banana frosting, which is right here. You can see the banana frosting covered in a spectacular spectrum of crispy crunch rainbow cereal and drizzled with strawberry frosting. We went, and I think when we went, we ordered, I don't remember if it was a half dozen or I think it was like a half dozen or something like that for like 2 or 3 people. So we each were getting 2 donuts essentially. You don't ever expect to eat more than one. Just get one. You'll be fine. And don't get one and then say I'll eat the other one later, because more than likely after you eat the first one, you'll probably not want to eat the other one for a while, long enough to where it won't be as good as it would have been if you'd have ordered it fresh.
Looks like your kid threw up on, your donut.
Yeah.
After breakfast.
Yeah.
Sounds like diabetes.
Yeah, it kind of is. Hold on a second. Somebody's asking about the bacon donut. Hold on a second here. Here we go. I think this might have been one of the ones I might have had. Was it the bacon maple bar? Hold on a second here. Oops. The bacon maple bar. Pretty sure that's one of the ones I had. I'm trying to remember the other one I had. I think it might have been the... I don't know anymore. It's been far too long. I think I might have gotten something like blueberry cake. I feel like if they can't get a blueberry cake donut right, then there's no point in even trying anything else. So I try like the the basic stuff, and I go like, okay, either you know how to make a good donut or you don't. And I don't think I was very satisfied with their blueberry cake donut, but I did order that bacon maple. It was good, but not something I would probably order again. Look at this, a butter fingering donut. Or who do we have? Who's not in the back of his tramp that would normally be here? Let's see. Hold on a second. Or Pirate's favorite donut. Good old cock and balls. Don't lie. Don't lie. I know it's your favorite, Pirate. I know it is. Don't lie. All right, fine. It was Trey's favorite donut. I lied. Tendy says fresh, hot glazed Krispy Kremes are the best donuts in the world. I mean, I'm gonna say I veto that. I can think of better ones.
I just sent you a link and on Discord private message. That's you talking about super sweet stuff. It kind of brought that to mind. So you have to go pull it up.
It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia boba tea. Dennis orders a boba tea scene. Oh. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever had boba tea?
Yes.
I can't get past that these like gelatin balls keep entering into your mouth as you're trying to enjoy the liquid that's there. And I find that incredibly gross. And I tried it one time and I was like, I will never go back to that place again. I cannot imagine drinking something like that ever again. It was so gross.
Loves that stuff.
I feel like if you like eating snot, that's probably the perfect drink for you. Because that's essentially what it feels like.
But that skit isn't really funny. Or a scene. It's a scene.
No, Real Rugged, I don't like that. That's why I will never ever go back. I can't think of anything worse to sit there and like try to drink. The sensation was horrible.
It's really funny when you're not expecting it and it hits the back of your throat and you're like choking.
You
And
don't
I'll leave
say.
that one
You don't say. I wouldn't know what that's like, but I'll take your word for it. Okay, well, we're clipping that one for sure. Tammy's like, damn you, I will never come back again. Yeah, I'm so glad I wasn't taking a drink or something when you said that. I would have probably I would have had to shut down the live stream. Like, guys, I got to clean off my screens. I just spit all over them.
Oh, man.
But I'm with you, though. I don't like those drinks very much. There might be other reasons. There might be other reasons why you might not like that drink.
I gotta rewind the stream and listen to that again. I'll be back.
Yeah, that's.
Well, okay then.
I know. I want to go straight to numbers, but I still got like a half hour more to go here. I can't. That's too far away.
Alrighty then.
Yeah. Well, so
Anyway,
about that
so-
VIX.
Can you play that clip?
I'm not gonna play it. I won't. I'll tell you what, Tammy. I'm not gonna cut it, but I can't control everybody else. I won't do it to you, but.
No. I mean, can you play the clip?
Oh, I unfortunately I try to stay away from like clips from like anything that's been posted or publicized by another form of media is usually something I need to stay away from playing. So if it's a clip from something that you've seen on TV or a movie or something like that, I try to stay away from it because that's how I get the movie or the today's live stream redacted.
Oh yeah, redacted.
Mm-hmm.
That is such a scary sounding word. You've been redacted.
Yeah, every once in a while they do it. Sometimes it's just for certain regions, but yeah. And I can never seem to understand like why some things but not others. Like you would think, not all music gets hit. Only some artists or their
I want to listen to it again.
Or their
Oh my God.
who is that? Who is that?
You'd be able to play just the audio from it and not get in trouble.
Well, it's the audio that they catch, right? That's what they're not catching the video, they're catching the audio that causes it. That's what they're looking for.
Well, that's crazy because they're not. How can they
It's
tell
not
who it is then?
It's the audio. That's the part that's easily tracked, right? They can't. If I put just a picture up here of something playing, that's not going to get caught. But it's the audio sound that they have a handle on. That's what they have the grip on.
That's a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
But they're so anal about it. You know, it's not like. I mean, how can they even tell? It's not like it's a song that's playing or names.
Even when I
So
pull
how can
like media, if I pull up something that if I have like maybe it's like and I don't want to use this as an example, but it's just use this as an example. I'm not saying this happened, but like if I were to pull up like a Charles Payne 2-minute talk about I don't know whatever you name it, that right there alone could be potential problems where I would get it taken down.
Well, I can understand that Main Street media is anal about everything, so
Yeah.
that's different than a TV show.
And it may make a difference
Yeah,
too, like
yeah.
on how old it is. Maybe like really old stuff, less likely to get hit for it. Which is probably why you notice I didn't play the Beavis and Butthead skit that was SNL. That's part of the reason why I didn't play that.
Well, he's talking about ordering his tea, and he's at the counter and tries to order his tea, but he just wants tea, and it's very complicated because they can't give him just tea. He said, "Yes, you can, because it's right over there. Just don't put the boba in it." Anyway, it's just funny, And he calls it a covert diabetes delivery mechanism or something like that.
You know, they add it in there, so I mean, it's like they you can choose to get without it, right? I mean, that's like if you decided you
You
wanted
would
a chai
think.
tea without the boba in it, you could get it that way. I would assume, maybe. No, I don't
Yeah,
know. I
you would
don't know.
think so. And then he decides to just go ahead and take it just because he wants tea. And she said that they don't take cash because all he's got is cash. So it's funny.
No, it's one
I
of
mean,
those kind
most
of
places
places,
are
huh?
like, I don't take cash. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I've heard a lot of businesses really want change. I had no idea that change was such a commodity these days.
Well, there was a shortage during COVID, apparently,
I've got like
especially on.
I've got a big old bowl full of change that over the years that I've just kept on putting my pocket change into, and whenever somebody, have you ever played the dime game before, or the
Oh
quarter?
no.
There's a couple different card games out there for like quarters and dimes and stuff, and so whenever we go to somebody's house to do that, that's everybody dives into my stash for their coins.
I cashed all my coins that I had been collecting for quite some time in, and I had like $250 worth of quarters, dimes, and nickels. It adds up.
I collect my birth year quarter because it's the bicentennial, and it's getting harder and harder to find those anymore. And I don't think I haven't seen one in quite a few years, but I've got a couple of different rolls of those.
You could probably go into the bank and ask them for some, and they would reach into their handy dandy little drawer and probably find them.
Really? Wow.
I mean, I assume so. I don't know.
I'll have to try that sometime.
I mean, if they've got them, then they have them. What do you got to lose? It's like, you never know. Ask, right? So anytime we go to places and shop, if I find anything that's got a scratch, nick, or the plant looks like it hadn't been watered in a week, I'll ask, hey, can you get a markdown on this? And most of the time, they do. So my family says I'm magic or something because I got this a gift that you don't ever know till you ask, and what are they going to do? Say no, and then put your head on a chopping block and behead you or something? Hey, you have nothing to lose.
I saw Rugged saying bicentennials have silver, and I did not know that, but I went and looked it up. It says here bicentennial quarters are not all of them have silver. Only the special collector's edition bicentennial quarters contain 40% silver. So I think it's only certain ones. Out of all the bicentennials that I've collected in circulation, I don't think I've ever run across one that's got 40% silver. I think I would have noticed the difference in between that and like just the normal circulated ones. But I have not seen. I don't think I've seen one with the. Although that would be really cool to have. I know I have a sealed set of my birth year coins somewhere, and maybe that one might be silver. Because I think it's like a mint condition collector's, so it might be that silver kind. I've never opened it, so I wouldn't know.
hmm I love talking about coins.
Do you?
I do. I was actually. It's funny that you bring this up. I literally right around market open, I was in my closet sorting some coins this morning, including a stack that I started for bicentennials.
Nice.
It's like, what a odds that Casey's going to talk about that.
I used to collect the wheat pennies, the bicentennial quarters, and I think that those were like the two. Oh, and I was always on the lookout for a 1964 quarter. Is it 64 or 65? When they stopped, when
What kind of quarter?
The quarters that were made with silver. I think it was 64.
No.
Was it 64? I think it was
Are you
64.
talking about quarters or half dollars? I think you're talking half dollars.
Quarter.
1964. The 1964 Kennedy's half dollars do have silver in them, I believe.
Between 1796 and 1964, the coins were made with 90% silver. However, Washington quarters were made with 90% silver beginning in 1932. After 1964, the coins were minted with a copper-nickel alloy. So you want 1964 or newer on the quarters, and they're silver. And if you look at them, it's great. If you ever find one, and I have a couple, I think, but if you ever find them, they're noticeably lighter, and lighter in color, both color and weight.
You can clang them; they make a different sound.
They do.
Tap them together.
Yep, much different.
Mm-hmm.
So I was always on a lookout for the 64 silver quarters because I wanted to collect those too.
Yes, boy. I have an app on my phone called Coinflation. Coinflation, and what it does is it has the current spot prices for gold and silver, but then you can also go to basically it's U.S. silver coins and U.S. base metal coins, and you can actually plug in the face value. For instance, if you have $100, $100. Let's say you have $100 worth of 1909 to 1982 Lincoln pennies, all the way up through 1982, meaning those are 95% copper. How much is it? How much is $100 worth of those worth?
150.
$281.
Oh my goodness, that's way more.
Okay, so now that's my guidance to everybody here. Okay, when you go and get change, I don't care where it's, you get a self checkout or from a cashier, check those pennies. Anything 1982 and older, you want to put those away. Okay, I guarantee they are pulling those out of circulation.
Good morning, by the way.
Good morning to you.
I like how you said, okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay. So,
1982 or younger. Okay.
Okay. Okay, and there's one
You'll
other.
be rich in no time.
Okay. Well, you could be. It's illegal to melt them down, but so here's another thing. How much are not nearly as worth as much, but how much are nickels worth? 1946 2020 nickels.
1946?
Yeah.
Or older?
I'll just tell you. Basically, $100 worth of nickels is worth about $115.
Well, it's
so
hardly worth it.
In terms of, it's not worth it. But here's the thing: when you think about, in contrast, if you were to look at dimes, how much is $100 worth of dimes worth? This will kind of rock your world. $22.
But that's from a certain date, though.
No, it's just 1965, like the Roosevelt dimes, non-silver. The thing is that the standard quarters and dimes, for whatever reason, standard quarters and dimes, their melt value is garbage compared to their face value. Okay. Whereas nickels and pennies, and even zinc pennies are still worth 70 cents on the dollar in contrast. So it's even better to collect zinc pennies than it is to collect penny or dimes and quarters. Because melt value wise, they actually from a commodity perspective, they actually have some actual value there. And so it's a weird thing to wrap your head around a little bit, but that's just when you think about melt value, that's what it is. Not that we advocate that.
I mean, it seems like that would be kind of painful
If you
of a
get
process.
it would be, but you know, I think it's also a fun thing for kids to do, or you know.
Oh, to collect coins? Yeah.
I
Back
think it
back
is.
when we were
Yeah.
kids, it was fun to do. You try to get a kid to do that now. When was the last time you actually got coin from somebody for change on anything? It doesn't happen very often for me. I don't pay in cash very much anymore.
Yeah. I mean, some people are super religious about paying only cash or only debit, and they don't use any credit. But I don't know.
Pro Driller says J.P. Morgan will buy a big bag of rocks painted silver, by the way, and not financial advice. So I've heard.
J.P. Morgan, they're the biggest metal manipulators. But don't you think that do you think that with BRICS, you know, with the whole BRICS currency thing, with them buying up gold to back it, supposedly that could be creating a drain on gold supply?
That's what
And
everybody's
causing-
suggesting right now. I've
Right.
been reading a lot about it. Yeah.
I would think so. I mean, so
They're saying the
to some
Japan carry
extent,
trade is going to
they're-
get screwed up here in a little bit. It's going to cause a lot of negative things to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that's, hey, you know, gold standard's not too bad of an idea, you know. Can you really, I don't want to start a little political thing, but can you really blame anybody for saying, hey, we want to back a currency with gold, or, you know, as opposed to promises?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, not really. I can't blame anybody.
I mean, I personally don't like the idea that the dollar would be you know, underseated or whatever. Of course, that's just my own bias. You know, we all are used to the dollar being the world currency standard. Okay, so there's some thought there. Mm-hmm. But look at cocoa. Holy shnikes.
Yeah, and coffee
Talking
too,
about
apparently.
commodity. Oh my goodness. Ah, man. I was just looking at the charts on cocoa futures. Oh, just vertical completely.
Do I still have that
You
saved?
need
Let me see if I still have that saved. I don't know if I have that saved or not.
We need to get into the cocoa business, okay?
Yeah, and it does seem that way.
Mm-hmm. I'm in love with the cocoa. You know what I mean?
The price. Yeah.
Yes.
Hold on a second here. I'm trying to pull up another screen. I'll just do this one. Let's see.
Hazelnuts. Mm-hmm. Interesting stat there from Yale. Historically, non-gold backed currency lasts about 50 years. Wow. Sugar. I mean, these people, everybody in this chat, they know what they're talking about here. This is smart people in here. They know the commodities are often manipulated. You know.
This is cocoa
And,
versus the U.S. dollar here.
Just look at it. Just look at it. Look at it.
Yeah.
Just look at it.
Let me see here. Let me pull up the other
Look
one.
at this. Look at that. Look at this.
Let's try.
Well, that cocoa, you mean I'm going to start packing fudge, you know what I mean?
This is coffee. Both of these charts were in 4-hour time intervals, by the way. That's coffee versus the U.S. dollar.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Does this mean people are burning the midnight oil? What does it mean?
I don't know. Boston Tea Party. They're dumping it out of a boat or something.
Mm-hmm. Let's try it. Let's try the good old sugar. Honey,
Yeah,
honey.
come on. Yeah.
Let's see. Sugar. Oh, hey, I had a chart on sugar here. I had a chart.
chart?
Yeah, I had a chart. Sugar price is just absolutely getting crushed right now, and I had a breakout box already drawn up for this that was supposed to get a breakout occurring somewhere in this time frame. There was a false breakout to the top side here, and very quickly got crushed down and is falling through this somewhat of a wide. It's really. Let's see how far back this goes here. This chart kind of starts from like the late December.
That needs to go somewhere.
Yeah, and on wedges, it's very difficult to figure out which direction it's going to break to. But sugar price is falling pretty quickly. But we know cocoa and coffee are rising. We could throw in an additional chart on top of this to see how that compares to the past. But yeah, sugar.
Go to a daily on that. See if that looks like it.
Yeah, daily.
Could it be a false breakdown and then pop back up over at that intersection point?
It could. But let's pull up something real quick here. We'll say.
See, that would fake me out. Like, it's dropping at this intersection, but is it, or is it about to go?
Actually, let's do.
Hey,
let's add SPX in there. We're gonna go to instead of just a daily, we're gonna go out to a 1 week on this just to see.
Mm-hmm. It looks like about do something right around there. Mm-hmm.
I can only track the sugar back to about April of 2019, but you can definitely see that it seems like sugar and the market fall the same direction. Kind of follow each other a little bit, and right now there's a little bit of a divergence on the directions right now because the SPY is moving up. The SPY is moving up as sugar prices are falling, so it's not reacting the same way that it has from the last 5 years.
Diabetes. Rufus.
There's something definitely unusual going on here. Let's add in coffee real quick. Yeah.
Coffee in the big time, yeah. Yeah, macho madness.
Let's put in.
Yeah.
And we'll also put in cocoa.
Just put it in real good, Casey.
So we've got coffee and cocoa driving up with the market. Sugar's running the wrong direction.
Mm-hmm.
Can we make coffee a brown color? Or cocoa?
Wow, yeah.
You're killing me.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there it is. Where's coffee harvest? That's good intel. Okay. Yeah.
In America, first you get the sugar, then you get the power, then you get the women.
Yes. Yeah.
Why is brown not an option?
I think that's part of it, but I think no sugar in my coffee. Interesting. I mean, put yourself in the position of the biggest producers. Okay, if you wanted to drive up the price, you know, if you kind of curtail output, just like they do with oil, you know, you could do that.
Yeah, 42 billion was pulled out of crypto over the weekend. Just about half of it returned. So this is your market cap right here, and it's dropping again. So just before the announcement of the attacks,
Are you showing that right now?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, just before the attacks, the market cap was sitting around 2.55 trillion. By the end of the attacks and the announcement of Iran being done, it hit a bottom around 2.13. And then just before market open this morning, it was back up to 2.37. So it gained almost half of it back, but it's on the drop again. And definitely breaking levels of support.
Yeah, we're announcing that they're done now. Like, how do you know when somebody's
Hot mic.
Real hot mic, yeah. Magic mic.
All right. Almost time to take a look at the numbers here.
Thank you for going down the commodities lane, Casey. I like it.
Yeah, no problem. I do want to mention real quickly that Pro Driller, you had asked for the difference in shares borrowed versus returned. What I'll do is I'll pull that up when I go on my next break. When I go then, I will pull the information up. I'll run it through an Excel spreadsheet real fast, and then I can present the data to you when I get back from my break later this afternoon. Ariel says, so they're using crypto as a cushion. Yes, I believe so. This is why I've maintained for a long time that in order for AMC price to really start ripping, you got to see cryptocurrencies dumping.
For the push.
To date, any funds that are held by financial institutions in crypto is not allowed to be used as a collateral. So that's why anytime you see like what we had happen over the weekend, my thought process on this was that was essentially financial institutions, pulling a lot of money out of the cryptocurrency sector in order for them to be able to reinvest that money into the market as as price was falling. So I'm kind of expecting a little bit of a push up today, ultimately, but as it stands, my prediction for the day is kind of a push down in the beginning morning of the portion of the day, followed by a return or a bounce back in the later half as they're buying into that. So as it stands right now, definitely that push down since market open. On SPY, it's down to 511 and some change. I was kind of figuring 509 is where I felt like the bottom would kind of hit, somewhere right around 509, and we'd see it bouncing back up. And maybe it closes out breaking even. Yeah.
Yeah, ever have your shit pushed in?
Moonlit Rift says, when doing numbers, can you cover support on GME? What is the news on GME?
I don't see any new news on GME except for insiders buying GameStop. That was on April 10th, though.
So, just looking at it from a daily perspective, there was a level of support in here that was broken right around March 27th, and price has been kind of hovering right around that level of resistance. I'm sorry. Well, it kind of acted like a level of support as it was going down here, and it's just been kind of following that level. It's seeing it as level of resistance and support as it's been traveling down. And now that it's finally breaking underneath it, price does seem to be trending down a little bit harder. Give me just a little, if you give me a minute here, I can take a look at it and see what I'm seeing. We did get that break right here above that, but I'm surprised. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure where I'm going to draw this at. I have no... Let me try something different. Let's see here.
What's up, everyone? Hey, Casey.
How's it going, man?
Doing well, doing well.
How was your weekend? Did you see any movies?
I did not. I went to a Miami Marlins baseball game. And my dad was in town. I played some cornhole with him, and thank God Yucca's not in here to make a cornhole joke.
Oh, you know he would.
What? He'd probably tell me to keep it tight. But yeah, that's about it. Hung out with some family, watch a ball game. Went to a baby shower. That's always fun. What are you up to?
Well, I'm being asked to take a look at where support levels are for GME, and I'm kind of just trying to check it out real quick here and see what I'm seeing. Trying to make some sense of it.
Are you doing? How far back are you going? Support level? Are you doing monthly, daily?
I'm on a daily right now to just kind of check that out, and I think
you're gonna have to go back 5 years to find your support level at about $6.
I don't want to go back that far.
Yeah, nobody does.
There's been things that have happened since that far back, so you don't really want to chart based off of that. So
yeah, but it's not. Then it's just at an all-time low, and it can free fall to whatever. Just be honest.
Well, it's not an honesty thing, but
Honestly, who throws a shoe?
Honestly, there's no level of support where it's at right now.
well, there is one here, but
Besides,
it's a falling level of support though. It's possible. It's very, very possible that this is in a descending parallel channel. Because I've got like 1, 2, 3 touch points on the top, almost a 4th touch point. I've got 4 touch points on the bottom side. I feel like this is in a descending parallel channel. So you have kind of a little bit of a falling. You have a falling. The falling levels of support in here are probably going to be based off of whatever price movements we've had from these 2 points in time. But when I draw Fibonacci retracement from those, then you see support levels are going to be in kind of these ranges, 783 as a possibility. I'm sure there's going to be something in here somewhere in between the 783 and the 1191. There's going to be a level of support in there somewhere, but I'm not sure where that's going to be exactly. But you could see price coming down to 783 as a possibility inside this descending parallel channel. The question is where is that going to start to find support? Wherever it does find support, where's the breakthrough going to be? So
on the other side.
Potential breakout points would be any one of these places where a level of support would exist.
Yeah, if you go back on the daily, sort of like a falling wedge, descending wedge.
I think your Fibonacci thing is the only thing that's going to work. It's like you're going to have to hit a synthetic price failure. The same as it's in the same boat as AMC right now.
What did they have here? Let's track the synthetic price failures on this. We found a low, it looks like here. So let me track this. 1183. Found a new high at 1859. And then now it's at 1013. That's a 45.5% drop. That is very similar. AMC is at a 49. Well, actually, we're lower than that. I think. No, we're at that. AMC is at a 49.3% drop from our last high of 515. GME is at a 45.5% drop. So we're very, very close in matching to a synthetic price failure. The problem is that usually the synthetic price failure turnaround points are 20, 40, 60. So, and getting too much farther beyond 45, really 60% starts to become the possibility. So when you start throwing in a 60% amount, let's see if that 783 number comes out to be the right number. That's a 57.9% drop in price. Yeah, that's probably going to be your level of support, 783.
That person's happy they asked the question.
And it's 10:08. What's up?
No, I was gonna say not too far before the run up. It was about $8. Trying to see. So no, it was about 753. No.
So you're talking about back in 2021?
Yeah.
Those numbers are going to be altered.
No, I know.
Yeah, multiply that by, what did they do? What was the reverse split? I can't remember. Or not reverse. They did a forward split. So multiply that by, what did they do? Hold on, let me go back. I'm trying to remember. It was a 5-1?
Yeah, but what
it was 4-1. 4-1. Multiply that number by 4. That's the actual value. 20.
No, but since they reverse split it,
they forward split. They forward split, so you would want to wait, hold on a second here. Is that right? Multiply or divide? What date were you looking at again?
Like around between 1 114 and
maybe multiply
120, 121.
121.
It was that. Yeah, it was like. Let me see. All right. Zoom in.
So 113 was a big
yeah. The
day.
lows were like 826, and then we were in the nines.
Yeah.
So I was looking at like 114 ish.
501 was a big one right there, and that was on the 13th of 2021, January the 13th, and and you would have to multiply that by 4, so that means that the price was right around $20.
Okay.
Yep. And do you know why I knew AMC was going to start taking off in May of 2021? It was the official. What? It was the exact days that I knew that AMC was going to start taking off was because it was right around that $20 mark. It's a very, very significant point, and where it becomes kind of uncontrollable in price when it breaks that threshold. Mm-hmm. So I knew a big run for a fact was coming on AMC when we broke 20 back in 2021 in May. I can't remember the exact dates off the top of my head. I want to say it was like May 24th. Let's go back to AMC and see. It was May, because we have to divide ours by 10. And I think it was May 24th. It might have been the 25th. Let's see here. High was 90. 90 divided by 10, that's $10. That's not quite right. What day was that?
You don't divide by 10.
Huh? What do you mean?
You divide by 5.
Oh, wait. 5?
Yeah, because we combined and then did it only works out to basically a 5 factor. 4 point.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense then, the 24th. Because that would be really, really darn close to $20. Yep, you're right. Absolutely right. It was like it was basically the 24th or the 25th was the days that I know. I'll never forget it. It was one of my last days of work, and I was trying to decide whether I was going to go back in or not.
Yeah, I think it was the 25th because the 24th, I have the 122, and then it jumps to 125, right?
If we go back, I went the wrong way. If we go back to 2021.
Yeah, it's 122, and then it jumps to 125. So it had to be the 25th.
Yep, it was the 25th because that was my last day of work. Well, it wasn't my last day. My last day was actually the following Saturday? I don't know. It was the last day where I knew I wasn't going to be going into work, and I was contemplating whether I would finish out the week that week or if I would wait until the end. And yep, here it is right here. It was the last day of my work was the 30th. It was a Sunday because the next day they walked me, and then they said that my final quit day was the 31st of May. So yeah, it was basically when AMC hit $20. I knew that it was a done deal. It was a very significant point where GME started taking off. And I knew that if GME was taking off at 20, then probably the same factors that they use for maintaining margin amounts were probably going to get destroyed at the same exact value on AMC. And sure enough, $20 hit and we were off to the races. So that's why my price has always maintained that 20 is a specific number that they got to get price underneath and keep it underneath that. And then once you hit $90, things it's inevitable for things to turn back around until it's all said and done. If you go back and you look historically at GME, it was $90, and that does not matter whether or not you have a reverse split or not. It's still $90. $90 share is a $90 share. Somebody has to pay $90 for a share. That's going to ruin them.
Once you shave the beard, there's no going back.
Yep, it's $90. Reverse split or not. All right, numbers.
All right.
Market dynamics.
I mean, you got to figure, like, if you're going to maintain margins, and you know that certain prices are going to upset you, or certain amounts of activity and price movement is going to affect you a certain kind of way, you would probably set everything up the same way, right? Like you wouldn't want to have any kind of deviations in how much money you can manage in the marketplace. In different, whether you're pulling it from one place or adding it in another, you're always going to want to have the same amount of liquidity to be able to just move around from one spot to another. And so if a breaking point is going to be 20 for GME, then the breaking point is going to be for AMC the same exact point. It's just a matter of knowing what you're capable of dealing with. And $20 is that magic number. So is 90. All right, let's do these numbers. I'm going to take you guys over the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Give me 1 second while I move some screens around. Gosh darn it. I logged in. I thought it was logged in. It wasn't. Darn it. Give me a second. Working on it.
Censored. I'm sure you got the Jeopardy sound clip.
No, it's much better. If you keep doing it, that's good.
All right, starting with off exchange.
All right, go.
By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got 60.21% in off exchange alone. EDGX, we have 6.17, so we're about 6.38% higher than where we should be, with the combined total between the two being 66.38.
Billy.
The amount of shares having been borrowed. Well, actually, hold on a second here. CHX volume for you threw me off. CHX volume for AMC is at 800 shares. Nothing unusual about that. GME CHX volume for the day is 550. Nothing unusual about that one. IBKR is showing that about 130,000 shares returned in the last hour. Fees are currently at 1.89%. According to Ortex, there's been 3.51 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 20.8%. Cost to borrow mins at 1.04, average is 3.37, and max 4.33. Shares on loan for the day today is 84.18 million shares on loan. That's 2.8 million shares less than what we had on Friday on loan, and 1.16 million of it is being reported as returned short interest. Taking a look at, let's see, what do we got going on here? Options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was coming in at a $3 strike with 3.3 thousand contracts. It's now 5.1 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts coming in at a $2.50 strike. There was 763 contracts an hour ago, now 1.5. Market's suggesting a closing price between $2.50 and $3 by the end of the day. Orders by Fidelity customers, and I'm not expecting AMC or GME to be on this list, but I do want you to see whether there's a lot of buying or selling pressure in the marketplace. And as it stands right now, as I scroll through this, it looks like there's more buying going on than there is selling by retail. MMRI an hour ago was at 306.62. It is now 305.26. The spread between the 2-year, 10-year bond rates was 0.34 and is now currently at 0.32. We are starting to see the normalization of the 2-year, 10-year bond rates, which is where the 10-year should be higher than the 2-year. 10-year being in gold, 2-year being in blue. I think when we see that happen, if the rates are falling, especially when that happens, that's very, very close to when I would expect to see some extremely elevated amounts of tanking going on in the marketplace. NASDAQ is down 0.12, Dow Jones is up 0.22, S&P 500 is up 0.09. We have 3,739 decliners to 2,057 advancers. The market's more declining this hour than it was an hour ago and almost on fire. We'll see if we get that second half push that I was looking for. Taking a look at the sectors for the day today, the worst performing sectors happen to be real estate, followed by utilities. The top performing sectors are healthcare, followed by financials. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. We lost one in the last hour. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since last Friday's closing will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 3.05. Silvergate's up 2.7. Bank of California down 2.4. Close enough, I'll read it off. And let's see here. Charles Schwab is up 3.21. And Goldman Sachs up 3.12. Definitely some down, some up today. It's mixed. Gold is now up 0.07. It looks like it may have found a little bit of a bottom and has had a reversal from that downtrend into an uptrend. Silver's up 2.2, same thing. It was in a downtrend, found a reversal, and is starting to head back up. Ethereum Classic is up 1.21 and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.1 and trending up. Oil is up 0.38 and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.81 to 0.83 and starting to trend up. SPY is up 0.04 and still trending down. VIX is up 1.33% and trending back up. It's currently at 17.54. The futures are suggesting VIX at 17.18, so we may see VIX cooling off a little bit here. VTI is down 0.05 and trending down. VB is down 0.58, trending down. Tesla is down 3.22 and consolidating after a trend down. Amazon is up 0.3, trending down. Cinemark is up 1.32 and starting to trend down. Doge is down 1.59 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.79, trending down. GME is down 4.69 and trending down. HYMC is down 1.04, trending down. NCMI is down 2.64, trending down. Hood is down 1.45, trending down. And AMC is down 1.13 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today on AMC, about $1.2 million more outflow than inflow. 4.47 million shares having been traded so far after 113 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for about 15.42 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I suggested that we would see volume somewhere in the range of 15 to 35 million shares. So we're dangerously close for my prediction on volume to be really, really wrong. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 27.15. Which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 32.08, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 36.39, which is below average. And on a 5-minute chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 44.07, which is slightly below. Nope, it's changed. Nope, it's back. That's slightly below average. And we're starting to get that barcoding. Reduce demand by barcoding. Glenn is saying AMC has hit 461 6 times in the last few days. Oftentimes that means that you're putting in a bottom, and if there's a sloping well, here, let's just pull it up. On a 5-minute interval, if we were to kind of take a look at that and suggest that one could suggest that there would be and if I just put up the line right here at 261, one could suggest that there's a little bit of a triangle, bearish triangle being formed, but I think there's actually a bigger, over a longer period of time, a different indicator here, which is a descending parallel channel. And it's possible to have both. You could have something along the lines of this going on. Inside of that descending parallel channel, to where you see a break one direction or the other, and price will drive and retest either the bottom side or the top side of the descending parallel channel. Usually, like 95% of the time, descending parallel channels seem to break in the opposite direction where they're heading. So price should break to the top side of this. But we may get a retest of the bottom of the descending parallel channel. Have we had any other news on Iran? What's the situation on that? Let me see here. Four hours ago, we have mainly world leaders urging Israel to not retaliate. Israel's war cabinet reconvenes at 2 p.m., 11 o'clock GMT, as it debates on how to respond to Iran's first ever direct attack on its archenemy. Israel forces again bomb the Nasriyat refugee camp in central Gaza, killing 5 and wounding dozens. As UN Security Council met to discuss Iran's retaliatory strikes against Israel. Iraq urges Iran and Israel to show restraint. Yep. Danny, good morning to you. I don't think I said good morning earlier.
Good morning, Casey.
Pirate, also good morning.
Hey, Pirate.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Pirate. I didn't know if you were still doing numbers. I was.
Good morning.
No, I'm sorry.
Casey.
I'm finished, yeah.
There's few things I love to hear in life. One has to be when I come home from work and my kid runs up to me, "Hey, Daddy's home." The other one might be my wife saying, "I love you." And the last is when you say the word both or the word screw 'em in the morning. Those are it. That's it.
Those bring you smiles to your face. Huh?
It brings me joy. Yes.
That's nice.
Little things in life.
Yeah. I enjoy both, all of those as well.
Now I'm saying both. Every time I say both, I always use both now.
Doesn't both just
You
sound
look at-
weird though? I mean, both to me doesn't
Yeah.
sound. It does. It's so. I don't know why, but both sounds like a planet name for a Star Wars movie. Both. Hoth. Both. You know, saying both just seems so weird to me. It just seems natural to put an L in there somewhere. I don't know why I do that. I'm starting to think it's an Eastern thing. I feel there's been a couple other people that I've caught that are doing it, and every time I look up to see like what region they're from, it's always East Coast. John Wilkes Booth.
When you said Hotch, it reminded me of Hawk.
Hawk Koch.
I missed that guy.
Yeah. Man, we have not talked a hot minute. So we have the vote that's coming up. I had some people that had asked me to go over the information for the vote. The thing is that I find that when you go over the information like way too far in advance, like it doesn't set. People they forget. We forget. I mean, we're all smooth brained here.
Mm-hmm.
I forget. You forget. We all forget. And what I want to do is
I forgot to pay my taxes. I gotta file an extension.
You're one of the people causing it to be down right now. One of the things that I find is that that sometimes it kind of sinks in a little bit more if I do it like the very first Monday before the vote occurs. So I'll probably be thinking about doing it then. That way it's fresh in your mind as to what's there, and if you've already voted, it's okay. You can always go back and change your votes. So don't worry about that. Don't worry about like voting too early and then deciding later that you can vote whenever. It's fine. And you can always go back and change it again.
And I know you just said it, but I was like zoned out. When's the deadline?
For buying to be counted for, it's done. It's gone and passed. It's already passed.
No, for the vote. For the vote.
Okay, to vote. Hold on a second here. You're gonna make me pull up. Let's see here. You're gonna make me pull up the filings. Oh, do they have additional proxy material? Hold on a second here. April 8th, when was that? No, I guess that was when we... Come on. Oh no, this is new. They filed an attachment, an amendment to the original filing. And the reason is Adam Aaron tweeted out some of the things that he had to say about how much he makes and whatnot, and they included that as part of the proxy statement. All right, let me see here. Let's see here. It's going to be held on June 5th, 2024 at 1 o'clock p.m., so I would assume that most of your votes probably have to be in by the end of the 4th. That's usually how it works. And I'm just looking for confirmation of that in the actual materials here. I'm pretty sure that that's going to be the day, the final day for you to be able to vote. But I just want to make sure I find that confirmation, because actually I don't know what day that is. Let's see here. Yeah, see, because the 4th is a... Wait a minute. Oh, this is June. Hold on a second here. Yeah, the 4th would be a Tuesday, the 5th is a Wednesday, so more than likely it'll be the 4th here. Let's see. I should just type in June 4. It'll be a lot easier to just find it that way. So by internet access to our internet voting site, which they include in there, it says notice on your proxy card and follow the instructions on the screen prior to 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on June 4th, 2024. You can do it by telephone by the same exact time and date. Either one of those will suffice. Where's the other one? It's linking me to another June 4th date on the page here, and I don't see it. It's weird.
John, when did you get here?
I'd say about 10:45, maybe 10:11.
I highly suggest you go back in the stream approximately an hour and 7 minutes and just listen to Tammy talking.
Okay.
It is
Good
perhaps
morning,
one of
everybody.
the best moments in internet history.
Did she do another pirate coin?
Better.
Oh man.
It was
Yeah.
I'm still real thick.
Oh no.
Poor Tammy. You
Yeah,
guys,
I heard her.
You guys are
I
mean.
heard her on the stream when I was pulling into work, and I'm like, oh man, I wanted to hear Tammy talk. She's funny.
John, good morning.
Good morning, all. Good morning.
Good morning, John.
Hi, Danny.
How's it going? All right, I'll go back. I'll go back. When Casey goes on break, I'll go back and listen.
Glenn, if you remember last time, that vote isn't for you need to reread that section. It's for people who are not already provided the exemptions that you're talking about. Go back and reread it on who it applies to. It's not exactly who you think it is. You're right. It is standard practice for C-suite and other execs to carry liability insurance paid for by the company. And so number 5, if I'm not mistaken, is simply an extension of that to people other than C-suite as well. So if I just shut down the website. Hold on a second here. Reopen close tab. I'll just read it out loud here. But this is part again why I don't want to go over this right now, is because I know that in the future people are gonna have questions and everybody's gonna want to comment on a certain section of it. It's like I'd rather just hold all of that until about a week or less, the Monday before we have to start voting, before those votes have to be in on Tuesday. Let me see here. Amendment of our certificate of incorporation to expand the exculpation provision to limit the liability of certain officers requires approval of a majority of the outstanding shares of common stock. Our board recommends to vote for this proposal. Let me see if I can scroll down to Proposal 5's page, because that's where when you read it more in depth into who that involves, that's where you start to realize that it's not. It's extending to other employees. Which, I have no idea which page is, say, Proposal 5. So this is it right here, and I'm gonna have to copy and paste this so you can see it. So this is where you're talking about the personal liability of directors, and of course this is the part right here where you're saying it's normally given, and it's saying like, yes, we recognize that we already give this to directors, right? That's already in there. What they want to add in is and officers. So that's the part that they're adding in here. It's already been given to directors. They want to include officers as well. And you're right. It is common practice, and the company noted that was the case. That it is common practice for that to be typical, and so as a result, they want to try and bring AMC back into alignment with what common practices are for other companies. I mean, if you think about it, like if you were going to hire somebody, you would want to be under the same protections that majority of industries protect people by, right? Like that's like going to sign up for a company and you find out like maybe they're instead of having a 2-week vacation program, they only have a 1-week vacation program, and you're like, screw that! I'm not going to go work for a company that I only get 1 week of vacation a year. You know, why would you want to go get hired at a company where they don't protect the officers of the company when that tends to be a normal standard for other companies? So they want to bring AMC into alignment with what other companies are doing. And so that's why they're recommending that, like, hey, look, if we want to hire more people, some good people for this company, we need to make sure we have and offer the same protections that most companies provide, or benefits. If you want to call it a benefit, call it a benefit. One speed go. I've been trying really, really, really hard ever since 2021. Anything we voted on past 2021, I've felt like I've had a lot of weight on my shoulders into people looking to me to make a decision. And I'm just going to say that you can make your own informed decision. I don't want to influence you one way or the other. I do want to tell you what kind of benefits or drawbacks there might be. So when I do cover this information down the road, I'll try to be as fair and impartial as possible, without, trying to influence you on your vote. So I'll probably only tell you what the board suggests. And I would suggest that if your board wants the company to be successful, then you should probably want the company to be successful. So I will throw that out there.
Johnny.
What's up, CC?
I clipped it for you. It's in the bubble.
Perfect. I can't wait.
And anybody else, it's in the bubble. And it's about bubbles.
Tammy, if you're listening, these guys love you. It's not a bad thing. They're like a bunch of children, these boys.
So they were zinging me. Is that what it is?
No. I said Tammy, not Danny.
Oh.
Yeah. But we should zing you. We should zing you now that you said that.
No, come on.
Oh yeah. She was talking directly to you when she said this, Danny.
You son of.
I bet you like boba tea, huh?
Oh yeah.
I bet you're a big
I like
fan.
balls in my mouth. Wait a second.
Ugh.
Dirty cold loofah. Ugh.
Danny, you say axe? Really?
Yeah. Like I gotta ask him a question. I don't know. Sometimes it comes out.
It just slips out
My
as
wife
axe?
makes fun of me for it.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Or axed. Like I asked him a question.
Your wife makes fun of
Instead
you
of
for how
asked.
you say it. Like she doesn't say anything wrong at all. Like there's
Oh,
nothing.
she's Spanish, so she does all the like her the B that it sounds like a V.
Uh-huh.
So yeah.
Does she say
Yeah, she-
little baby cheeses?
Cheese. No, I don't know.
Have you ever seen it? Well, I forget what the name of that show is. Little baby cheeses.
I don't know what that's from.
Oh man, it's fun. It's
What is that, Steve
Talladega
Urkel?
Nights.
no, it's what's the Al Bundy? What he's starring in a sitcom with it's a family sitcom, and I can't think of his wife's name, the actress.
Oh, that's Modern Family.
Modern Family, yes.
Sophia Vergara's or
And she wants to pick him up.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
wants to get Jay, which is Al Bundy or whatever that guy actor's name is. I don't even know what his real name is. She gets she wants to get Jay, her husband, a bunch of baby cheeses because he really likes those little tiny baby cheeses. And so she goes on, or she talks to somebody on the phone and is ordering from a catalog or something, and she orders up a bunch of baby cheeses to come in for Christmas for him, and it ends up being a little bunch of baby Jesuses on like a cross or something like that. So she gets these baby Jesuses, and it's just like she can't say cheese. It sounds like Jesus. Little baby Jesuses. It's funny.
Pirate's right. That is from Talladega Nights, though.
Oh really? Oh no! When he's praying
When
at
they
the dinner
pray-
table, yeah. I know
Yeah.
you're talking- yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
but instead of like boba tea, she might say like boba tea.
She says Vova.
Sounds like a V. Yeah.
That's even better.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Is that Tech I hear?
Good morning.
Or Brandon?
Yep,
Tech, good morning.
it's Brandon.
Liar. I can't tell Tech and Brandon. For those of you who are listening right now, I can't tell the difference between Tech and Brandon. Like they sound very eerily similar to me.
Yeah, it's Tech.
And then it wasn't until just recently that you guys showed up at the same time, and I made you guys like say something back, like a phrase together, and it was so close. It was kind of creepy.
Yeah.
What you got for us?
Yeah.
Yeah, for my childhood, it reminds me of Thomas the Train Engine. They had like twins.
Yeah.
Like puppy.
Silly stuff like that.
Who had twins? Who
what?
had twins? The
Oh,
Thomas
just
the
like,
Engine had twins.
Yeah. There was like twin trains, and they would play games on each other, like something like that. So let's see. So Casey, so you're saying the week before, like, what is that, like May 20th or something, or?
No, I'll probably do it since June. Since June is when the meeting is. I'll probably do it like because our last day to vote is the 4th, so maybe I'll either do it the 3rd or the 31st of May. One or the other.
Okay. Wait. So, where does it say the last day?
The last day to vote's the 4th, and that's in the filing. The 5th is the meeting. They always
Okay, 4th.
You have until 11:59 on the 4th, but the problem is I've always found that they shut down. Like if you try to go in and make changes at like I don't know, say like 9 o'clock at night, that's about the latest you can make your changes because by 9 o'clock at night it shuts down. Even though it says you can make it right up until 11:59, I've made changes before or tried to make a change, and it did not go through when I tried to make it at 9 o'clock. So the earlier in the day, the better to make it if you're going to do it on the 4th.
Okay.
Don't wait to place your votes in at 11 o'clock a.m. or 11 o'clock p.m. on the 4th because you'll probably not get your vote registered.
So the week before we could talk about it. Like
I'll do it the 31st. I won't commit to anything sooner than that or later than that. How's that?
Okay.
May the 31st.
Because
on my birthday. Perfect.
Whose birthday, John?
That'll
Yes,
give you
sir.
that'll give you the
Oh,
weekend
yeah.
to mull around the idea of how you want to vote, and then you can vote over the weekend if you want to.
What are you doing? Dishes, pirate?
Of course not. Never. Never.
Mrs. Pirate's preparing a little snack for herself. I think she's what appears to be a bowl of cereal, cutting up a banana in it, adding a little sugar.
Is it Raisin Bran?
That's what you're hearing. No, cornflakes or something.
Okay. Bananas don't really go on too many cereals all that well.
No.
But it is really good in
Now
Raisin
in the-
Bran, though. I can tell you firsthand.
In the pirate house, do you guys pour the cereal in the bowl and then the milk? Or do you pour the milk?
How have we
and
not
then the
done this as
cereal?
a poll? Hold on a second here. Hold on. We're going to pull this.
Because there's just one way to do it. I just got to say that there's just one way.
Can I ask
I don't
one
think
thing?
anybody in the history of cereal ever poured the milk first. I think that was just
Oh my
invented to
gosh,
try
you
to stir
guys.
the pot.
That's what they said before they put pineapple on pizza. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That's been done.
Something fabricated just to try to start a kerfuffle.
A kerfuffle. I like that.
Hey Casey, do you think if you emailed the AMC, they wouldn't give any more explanation other than what they put in this proxy?
What
as
kind
to
of
why they want each thing?
Why are you? Oh, are you saying? So yeah, they probably won't deviate too much further beyond that. Why? What are you looking for?
If you don't want to get into it, I just feel like their explanation is not enough for one, at least for one topic that I'm looking at. And, I'd like more explanation. You know what I mean?
Oh, son of a gun. Hold on a second here. Did I make a mistake? No, it's June 4th. Oh, I didn't make a mistake. That's right. Vivian says she's. I'm assuming a female. I don't know. Says Casey, you say May 31st. Yes, May 31st is when. I feel like you guys are nailing me down on a day now. We'll do it May 31st. We'll do it. We'll do it May 31st. Hard and stone.
That's right now. That's it.
So here's the deal. I don't like committing to something because I've had this happen
Yeah, you don't
before.
have to.
No, I've had this happen before where I had somebody come back and they literally waited for me to put out the information that I was putting out so they could counter it. They waited for that. And I didn't like that. I didn't like the idea that they came in and were trying to counter what it was that I was trying to say. And I don't, that's why I kind of want it to be like a mystery, because if it just pops up out of nowhere and there's like no specific time, they don't know when to listen. So they're forced to have to listen the whole time to get what it is that I have to say. So
May 31st without commitment. Maybe something changed. Maybe you're gonna take a day off. Who knows? Say it like that. Don't. Yeah.
I'll commit to the 31st though. We'll see what happens. I have. How do you prepare your cereal? Milk first, cereal first, and then I have two more options here. I want to give people more options. What other options should I give? No milk?
Vodka.
How about no milk? No milk.
Chocolate milk.
Oh,
Or
that's
chocolate
great.
milk.
No. Who does that? That's
water?
You're
Water.
water?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Water. I've had it with water. Yeah.
As like a main, like that's how you prepare your. You prepare your on a regular basis with water. Like that's what you normally
Not
do.
dry.
bases.
Dry
you know,
cereal.
What about What about yogurt?
All right, well that would be no milk. That would be no milk. So all right, fine. There's your poll.
How about
How
yogurt?
about
Speaking
non-milk? How about
Speaking of yogurt,
How about titty milk?
This is more about like deciding like whether or
Breast
not you're
milk.
just weird because you don't put in your cereal first versus your milk first than it is anything. So and so now we'll know whether or not they don't put if they don't want to put milk in at all, then we'll know that there's no milk. And if they put in water instead of milk, then they're just they're a serial killer. We'll have to figure out how many serial killers there are. Now there's going to be a bunch of water votes because you all a bunch of crazy serial killers that vote that way.
So I'm at a baby shower this weekend, and they were talking about how women, they pump the breast milk and they sell it to
Yes.
other
Dude.
moms who don't, they can't get the milk.
Hold
And
on
I'm
a
like,
second.
wow, that's like actually a thing.
Wait a minute here. Other moms are not the only ones buying that type of milk. There's guys that.
I showed this to you. I showed this to you guys that one day. I went to a place. I went to a brewery, and literally right next door to the brewery is a milk donation place. And mothers go there and they donate their milk, and it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. And they had a huge old factory.
way.
They had a factory, dude. It was as big as the brewery. Like when you have a factory that collects mother's milk and it's as big as a brewery, something's weird going on, right? Like.
Something. So you're telling me they have a tap right next to the beer that says breast milk?
No.
Wait, was there like a craft beer that called like the Milky Way or something? Milky Way craft beer?
It was called the Pumper.
Wow. The Pumper.
At least can you squeeze the milk by yourself, or it's gonna be ready?
They charge you more if you go out and do it yourself. They're like, choose.
It's impossible to get as much cereal in the bowl if you do the milk first.
With
if
what?
You fill that bowl, if you fill the bowl completely up with dry cereal and then add milk, there's no way you'll ever get more cereal in there than that. If you reverse the procedure, you're going to short yourself on cereal.
And I'll say, whenever you do the cereal first and milk second, you're always going to end up with excess milk anyway. So I do cereal first.
Have you ever had cereal with breast milk?
No. I don't even. I feel like I paused, and I don't even know why I paused. I was more or less me sitting here thinking like, what an outrageous thing for anybody to admit to, even if they had done it. No, of course not.
Who's tried their wife's breast milk?
No.
Just, like a little thing on your hand.
Gross. You're all gross.
Absolutely.
That is gross.
Absolutely. How you?
Yeah.
Are you sure? What are you giving to your kids? Absolutely, you have to try it. No.
You gotta make sure that it could be sour.
Yes, Danny.
That
Yes.
is so gross, y'all.
You gotta do it at least once. Once. Come on.
Yes. That's the tasting.
I mean, come on. Now it makes sense. It does. Danny has a good point. If she's gonna try your milk, you gotta try her milk.
That's so gross. Tom says Fruit Loops and breast milk is the best ever.
No judging.
Man.
Y'all are sickos.
Yeah. I just got back here to the back of the tramp and you guys talking about milk. I want to be.
There was a point in time, like a week or so ago, where I was like, I know you all my people. Now I'm starting to wonder. Let me see here.
Once again, Yucca, you can go to the bubble and watch the best part of the show.
Okay, let me go.
I've clipped it for you.
Talking about that. Did y'all see the bee humping the other bee?
Yeah.
It's all been
That was
downhill
funny.
since Tammy was here anyway.
Freaking insane. Wait, which bubble is it?
In
In
Dr.
the chat.
Big Shrimp bubble.
Okay, so it's KC Stream.
Yeah.
You want me to? Okay, let me watch it.
He's gonna come back laughing hysterically.
Now I want to watch it. Now I want to go watch it. I was gonna wait for break. I'll wait.
Hold on a second here. I'm pulling this up on a map. I want to show this to you guys because it's kind of funny. That's not what I wanted.
Is this the Milk Brewery?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
Who? What were you guys talking about? When we're not going to say any names. She
don't
said
know.
back of your throat. I'm like, what?
You know that's where the term wet nurse comes from, don't you?
Wet nurse?
Wet nurse. People who in the old days you'd hire a nurse and she would nurse your babies. If the woman couldn't produce enough milk or for whatever reason she was having trouble, they'd have a wet nurse. It was like a babysitter or a maid who would allow the baby to breastfeed from her.
I thought that was
Find her on Tinder.
I thought that was a title to one of Yucca's pornos.
There probably is. Well, can you get diabetes off too much breast milk?
That's fun.
Somebody put diabetes.
You're all wrong. This is wrong.
No, it's. I don't know.
All right.
I don't know what to tell
Check
you.
this out.
Numbers?
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, no kidding.
Do it now before it starts to escalate.
All right, look.
My mind is working really fast.
Here we go. Look how big this place is here. Hold on a second. Let me move to the.
that.
Let me move to
Is
the
that
corner.
it? Right? The mother's.
Check it out.
No
Look how
way.
big this place is. It's Mother's Milk Bank. Mother's Milk Bank, right? And
It's like a sperm bank.
This
for
this
milk.
place is huge, right? This place is huge. Right?
I hope it's
and then
not. I hope it's not artificial or something. I hope.
right here is your brewery and kitchen, right there.
Power that you need to drain all. Look at the
AC,
power. You see
Casey,
the
what was your car
power
doing
lines?
parked in front of there?
Huh?
What was your car doing parked in front of there?
Yeah, right.
I know.
This place is huge. It's massive. It's really, really, really super big. In contrast, you got a brewery right here, and they're not even close. They're not even close to the same size. This entire building's probably the same size, and it's got 3 different businesses in it. And then, yeah, you got the mother's. It's crazy. It's just craziness. I've never seen anything like that. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Must be a lot of work.
I had no clue.
If you're really interested in it for serious, read up on colostrum. Like when cows are born, the cow doesn't have any antibodies, and when it nurses, the very first milk that comes from the mother cow has a real thick consistency to it, and it's loaded with antibodies. And she literally transfers immunity from the mother cow to the baby, and absorbs it through the lining of its stomach before its stomach hardens off. And I'm not sure about it.
Yes, you're right. And if I remember correctly, I
Colostrum.
think. Sorry.
That's why you can't. That's why you just can't take a newborn calf and shove a milk replacer in its mouth and save its life all the time. Sometimes you can, but more often than not, that baby calf needs that first jolt of milk that comes from the mother that's loaded with all those antibodies, and then she'll switch eventually to where, even though she may produce the antibodies, his stomach will no longer absorb them, and then it just goes on to a normal feeding process. But there's a gigantic body of scientific evidence out there that shows you that mother's milk is about 1,000 times better than anything's come out of a laboratory. So now you know.
And the best part, it's the first 2 to 3 days of the milk, of the mother's milk. It's has everything like you said, Pirate.
Absolutely.
And it's different. It's not like after a week or 2-3 weeks or 2-3 months. It's the first 2-3 days. It's a little bit yellowish. It's like yellow. It's the best thing you can get.
All right.
Thirsty.
Full confession.
So we
before I get into numbers, full confession here. In regards to into how I put my cereal first.
You did try breast milk.
I put my cereal in
Full
first, and then I
confession.
pour the milk. But when I finish the cereal, I pour the cereal on top of the old milk that was there. Because I like having a concentrated milk to drink after. Usually by the time I get done with the second round, that it'll be the milk will be concentrated with the flavor of the cereal that I'm eating, and it's like super tasty at the end.
So you're the one going to that.
So I'm going. I'm
milk.
I would vote both ways here. I would say milk first, or I mean cereal first usually, but then the cereal goes on top of the milk after I've finished that first portion.
Yeah,
okay. We've all been there. But then you have to add a little more milk after, right?
Sometimes it depends. It depends on how much you put in.
Almond
Did you
milk.
put too much in the beginning, or did you put too little? It all depends. If you get your balance just right, then when you get to that second
Yeah,
portion,
but-
you don't have to put more in.
It's really a
You like-
science.
You like to be crunchy the cereal, or you want to soak?
No, I
with
like
milk?
I like
Soggy.
it. I like it to be crunchy, but I mean, every cereal's different though, right? Like,
yeah.
Some like no matter how long you soak grape nuts for, I don't think those things will ever turn into something soggy.
Whoa. You like the juice?
These.
You like the juice?
You like the juice?
You
like
a follow
like it soggy, huh?
A follow up poll for the milk and no milk and water. You put those no milk and water, and then you put two more answers: no milk and water, based on lack of money.
Well, yeah.
You know,
I feel like if you lacked money, you might not even put water in it. You just no milk.
You know what would be amazing if there was a line outside that breast milk place, that a line with men holding bowls of cereal.
Oh, jeez.
like yeah, that would be amazing.
You know, I was pulling up
picture
a map because I wanted to try and find where that location was because I couldn't remember the name of the brewery. But one of the things I found kind of interesting is it showed me like all the locations in Texas, and that was kind of an interesting little map to see. They're not everywhere.
Nice.
Apparently, it's more of a thing around here where I'm at, where it's more liberal than it is other places.
Yeah, it's a Texas thing.
There are farmers who harvest goat's milk. And there's a big product line for them because there's a certain percentage of people who are allergic to cow's milk, and so for children and things like that, there's a big market for selling goat's milk because apparently they can have that without the suffering effects of the allergies from it.
Danny,
what's up, Yucca?
You're gonna say something.
Yeah. I was gonna say that milk bank that Casey pulled up. I heard they're hiring. They need some milkers to work there. You should apply. Yeah. You got to milk. You know the women. You got to
the milk.
Yeah, because that's
you gotta milk
how it
them.
works.
You got to actually milk them.
Yeah.
But how do you shouldn't there be like a man that can say, hey, you know what? Okay,
numbers.
If you look like
how
you're
about
filled
that?
up
Look at
with
that.
milk.
That is crazy. 11:08.
Yeah.
It's past time.
You know.
So
Very healthy.
Milking
normally by this time of the
milking is a
day, I would expect to see off exchange volume somewhere right around 62%. Between that and off exchange and EDGX, we're at 62.06% going through off exchange. EDGX at 5.71. The combined total 67.77%, or about 5.77% higher than I would expect it to be normally. CHX volume for the day today is 7,456 shares. GME CHX volume for the day coming in at 17,750 shares. That is a little bit elevated. Taking a look at the amount of shares having been borrowed so far, or available shares, it looks like there's only been return shares for the most part in the last hour, about 450,000 to be exact. Fees are at 1.89%. We are seeing the effects of some of those return shares showing up on Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 3.51 million shares borrowed for the day today. It's now showing 1.11 million shares, which means shares were returned in the last hour. That's going to drop the estimated short-term interest, the free float, to 20.42%. The cost to borrow ends at 1.04, average 3.3, and max 4.33. Shares on loan for the day today is at 84.18 million shares on loan. That's 2.8 million shares more or less on loan today than there was yesterday or Friday. Ortex estimating that about 1.16 million of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume for the day on AMC is at a $3 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 5.1 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 6.4. Highest amount of put volume for the day coming in at a $2.50 strike. There's 1.5 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 1.6. Market is suggesting a closing price between 2.5 and 3 by the end of the day. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. I don't expect to see either on the list due to low quantities of volume. It does look like the market is buying today. At least retail is. Retail market. Taking a look at MMRI, an hour ago, MMRI was at 305.26. It is now 305.38. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.32 as of an hour ago, and it's now currently at 0.312. NASDAQ is up 0.16, Dow Jones is up 0.41, and the S&P 500 is up 0.34. We have 3,329 decliners to 2,485 advancers. The market is more advancing than declining currently. Than it was an hour ago, I should say. Best performing sectors for the day today. It appears that healthcare is number 1. Number 2 is financials. Worst performing sectors, real estate, followed by utilities. Of the Mag 7, 3 out of the 7 are, sorry, let's go the other way. 4 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since last Friday's closing price will get a shout out. Silvergate's up 2.7. Schwab up 3.79. And Goldman Sachs up 3.38. Gold is up 0.27 and trending up. Silver is up 2.59 and trending up. Ethereum is up 1.01 and looks like it's breaking the downtrend into an uptrend. The US dollar is up 0.01 and breaking the uptrend into a downtrend. Oil is up 1.15 and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.85 to 0.88 and are consolidating after a little bit of a trend up. SPY is up 0.28 and starting to trend up after having been in a downtrend. VIX is down 1.85 at 16.99. The futures on the VIX are showing 16.78, so that should continue to drop. It was on an uptrend and it's now breaking into a downtrend, which should mean upwards momentum in the marketplace. VTI is up 0.23 and is currently trending up. VB is down 0.16, trending up. Tesla is down 3.08 and starting to break the consolidation period it was having into an uptrend. Amazon is up 0.39 and consolidating after a downtrend. Cinemark is up 1.66 and trending slightly up. Doge is down 2.89 and I'm going to go with consolidation after a downtrend. Bitcoin is down 0.95, also moving into consolidation, slight uptrend since the downtrend that it was in. GME is down 4.74, consolidating. HYMC is up 2.04 and trending down. NCMI is down 0.42, trending up. HUD is down 1.75 and consolidating after a downtrend, and AMC is down 1.28 and consolidating after a downtrend. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, there's approximately $1.4 million more outflow than inflow. 5.3 million shares traded so far. After 164 minutes worth of trading, it looks like we're on a pace right now for about 12.6 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, our volume was looking like there was going to be some expected additional volume today, and that did not happen as I was giving a volume prediction of 15 to 35 million. At this point, we would have to see large quantities of volume in the end portion of the day-to-day in order to see that happen. On a 4-hour chart, there's currently more... the buying and selling pressure kind of look equal. RSI is at 26.88, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.14, which is just slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 39.78, which is signaling below average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.58, which is average. Yeah, I think one of the main reasons why I just don't like doing looking at the votes or talking about the votes is just because I know that I've had that used against me in the past, and I would rather not that happen again. So, because I do think it's a very important, crucial time for us to vote in a direction that may help or not help benefit us, and so I just don't want to cover it too early. Suit says, thanks, was curious because I have not gotten the usual proxy emails. I don't think that I've gotten mine either, but I have not checked. Do I check? Let me check. I don't believe that I've gotten anything either, but I need to look real fast.
Yucca. I got nipples. Can you milk me?
Whoa, maybe. Let's try it. Oh, I love, man, Animaniacs were the best.
I bought Mrs. Pirate a breast pump when she was breastfeeding the kids.
Good morning, Pirate.
Good morning. And she was able to store milk in the refrigerator for them to have, or if she was going to travel somewhere, we were going to go, or maybe it just would be easier to have a little bottle for them. But
yeah. Well, it's hard because I like, in all seriousness, I put in the comments, I give women credit. They go through all this, having birth. They go through all the body changes and having to breastfeed if they choose to do so. And it's hard for them the lack of sleep. So if they can breast pump and put in the bottle, the men can kind of help out and feed the baby while they're resting or whatever. That's great.
Mrs. Pirate was a big believer, and she tried to sell it as much as she could to the younger women who would seek out her counsel. And one of the biggest things was, like I said, you don't have to get up. The baby wakes up at 3 o'clock in the morning. You don't have to get up and mix formula and warm it up and all that. You just, you just feed the baby, and in no time you're right back to sleep. So, despite the fact that the health benefits are 1,000 times better, beyond that, there's some logistics stuff that it makes real nice.
So, what did you guys talk about earlier? Was it Yucca wanted to milk cows? Was that the topic?
He wanted to milk something. I don't know what it was.
Billy, I do think it's important to cover the information, and the reason that I think that it's important to cover the information is because sometimes people don't actually read all the material, and they're not aware that something means something. In fact, for a while, we've already voted on most of these already, so it's not like it's any new information. It's all pretty much old information. But there was
when
there were
will
still.
we receive the proxy?
I don't know. When your broker gets to you.
I will not because I haven't received any of them.
Yeah, I just went through all mine, and none of them have sent me anything yet either. So you'll get it when you get it.
Because I'm from Europe. European investors don't get it.
Well,
unfortunately,
I've heard that. So that's not always true. Some people just don't take the time to force them to require or give you the opportunity to be able to vote. So I would actually go to your broker and tell them that they should have some proxy material for you to vote for your position that you hold. And I've actually had people who didn't think that who were owners of AMC shares from a foreign country, who didn't previously vote on things because they didn't think that they could, but when they inquired about the voting portion of it, they were able to get a proxy vote ID and voted their shares. So you need to ask. Don't just assume that you can't.
I already did.
Oh, then you
before.
know. Yep.
Last year. Like, I remember the one in June that we had to vote, the big one. I called them.
My God, who the hell cares?
Okay.
Well, he wants to vote, so he cares. I understand. You probably want to.
I know what? I will vote with my turn signal.
That'll be a winner.
So I saw something about crypto. There was this what's his name? Wait, let me scroll. There was this guy. Wait, I will read it. A man who had all his net worth in crypto lost it all as the price of Bitcoin went quickly down. He had over $1 million or 1.3 billion naira, is a Nigerian, in a trade, thinking he would make high profits. The man went to sleep and woke up to this misfortune. 100% loss.
My God, who the hell cares?
Oh, come on. Yeah, people go in, on like credit, and they do the
Crazy,
same
right?
thing. That's crazy.
I just heard that, and I just wanted to say that sounds stupid as fuck.
Yep.
You can lose value. How can you go to zero? It doesn't go to zero.
So
Unless
he was on margin.
that's
He was on margin, and he got margin called for a position that he had
I
open
think so.
on margin. So I actually
wasn't in crypto, but that's not crypto. He wasn't holding crypto.
he was,
Yeah,
but
he was.
but
He was.
he was holding something else that was in the same margin account. So when
Probably.
they did the margin call, they liquidated his cryptocurrency.
Well,
crazy, right?
Which means he didn't have it.
How can
Which
you
means he
put,
didn't
like-
have it in a cold wallet, right? And if he didn't have it in a cold
Yes.
wallet,
Yep.
then it wouldn't have never been liquidated
not
in
his
the first
crypto.
place. So
I heard before that a lot of Nigerians are massive into crypto.
But how does the
Nigerian
entire account
princes.
go to zero, Casey? Listen. I'm not a crypto lover, but I got to go with Preacher on this one. This story doesn't make any sense. How even
he
if
was
he's on
margin called. He was
how
margin
does it go
called.
to zero?
He was margin called, and the collateral that he needed was all there in what he held in cryptocurrency, and so they took it. Now the other
did it
part
say
to the
it was
story,
margin called?
yes. So the other part to the story is that he, I think 24 hours later, came back and said they returned some portion of the monies to my account. Like I guess maybe it was like a quarter of it or a third of it or something like that. So I guess apparently the margin call may have occurred, but he didn't have to incur all of the losses, and so he still has some portion of it.
That's what I was getting at. Like even under a margin call, I've had a margin call before. They don't take everything. They take enough to make the margin right.
They may have confiscated thinking that they were going to need more. I don't know. I have no idea what the details are on it. I don't even, quite frankly, really know that I care, but I don't care that much because it is what it is.
If you really want to know, I'll have to look up the article.
If we're gonna go with stories of everyone who lost their house or their cars because they couldn't make payments, right? We can make up stories of everything, but basically you expose yourself to a risk that didn't make sense or it was stupid.
Right.
It's your fault.
Yep.
I mean that's something else.
Or if the
100%
Bitcoin
agree.
wasn't his, if the Bitcoin wasn't his to begin with,
Who cares? There was 40 some billion dollars liquidated. So who cares?
Well,
I heard Casey. I heard you earlier talking about this and like basically money coming from crypto into the stock market. But is that actually money or is it just value that disappears? Right? If the stock is today is $100 a stock, and tomorrow, let's say 1,000 shares get sold, tomorrow it's $50, right? Did someone actually take half of the market cap away, or the market cap just disappeared? Because there is a difference.
No, it's somebody sold the position, right? There's only
Yeah,
a couple
but
different
let's say
ways that market cap can change. So if you already know what your total amount of held currency is, and that's not changing any, right? Then you and a market cap suddenly changes, and that's the value going down, right? So in other words, enough value was removed from the marketplace to essentially assume that 40 some odd $billion was removed from the market, because that's where the new trading price
yeah,
is.
but it's not actually money, right? Because let's say we have, well, I don't know, let's say we have
I
a
know
stock, a
where you're going
million,
with this, and
a
I'll just
million
go ahead
shares.
and agree with what it is that you're saying, because I understand what it is that you're trying to get at.
Yeah.
But there's still a $40 billion difference in where crypto was trading at versus where it's actually
the
at.
market cap disappeared. Yes, I
But
agree. The
but
market cap was reduced, but I don't think that means there's 40-ish billion that went into the stock market. Some, of course, did.
well,
But I don't think
I'm not saying that all of
it's
it went into the stock market. I don't know where it all went, but I would suggest to you that there is a very large quantity. And here's one of the more interesting facts is I've seen every single time that there's a big player in the market that dumps a position in crypto. Every single time I've seen at least unusual whales come out with some kind of alert that tells everybody like whose account it was or whose wallet, right? This time, nothing. I have not seen anybody talk about who the accounts were that cashed out their positions, and I want to know why that is. Why is it that nobody's talking about who cashed out to cause the price drop? Because that's the only way it would have occurred. When you have more sellers than you have buyers. So who cashed out their positions, and why is nobody talking about it?
Because maybe it's a tactic just to spread fear and everybody still bothering and everything. I don't know.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. The only thing that makes sense to me is it's the same people that are pushing for people to go in and buy it. Those are the people who cashed out because they're the same people who are pumping it right now. Same exact people.
the same time.
Preacher, did it give you
this.
any? Did you give you any concern, Preacher, that when it looked like when it really looked like we were on the verge of a world conflict or potentially, I mean, the event that took place in Israel could hardly be described as your garden variety tit for tat punching. I mean, it was pretty tenuous there. And then once those missiles started flying, did it give you any concern at all that you think that normally that would make Bitcoin go up if it's a flight to safety? Well, I don't understand why, if it's a flight to safety or a place that people use to store value, how that at the first inkling of a real economic collapse or geopolitical event, that it immediately took a giant shit.
Okay, so which people should run to safety? Which people would you assume would run into Bitcoin? Israel people, I guess, no.
People
Iranian
throughout the world.
I don't know if they hold.
People throughout the world. People throughout the world. Technically, usually, well, normally, historically, if you go back, historically, if a world event like that kicks off, people do what's called a flight to safety, meaning they pull out of the stocks, whether it's big cap, small cap, ETF, anything, and they usually either go to treasuries to park it, or historically it was gold. But I've just seen the sales pitch for so long that the digital assets are digital gold. So by that logic, the same events should trigger a flight to safety into it. And I saw the opposite, and I'm just curious why. Yeah.
In the last 20 years, how many, and it's in like a ballpark figure, I'm not asking you for an actual number because I don't know it as well, but in the last 20 years, how many days would you think bombs were being fired? Like rockets were being shot at from one country to another? Do you think this is such a special event all of a sudden?
Yeah. Well,
especially
you'd have to. Well, I would argue yes, it is a big event because the United States doing a little saber rattling, or somebody launching a few small devices back and forth is one thing, but what you just saw happen, I think anybody would agree that that's outside of the norm. When you have coming out and declaring that they're going to send 50 drones. They used cruise missiles, and the extent that it was done, I think, could hardly be compared to anything, whether it's something that went on in Somalia or Mogadishu or any of the other little spats around the world.
My point of view is someone made a lot of money from all those rockets being fired. Maybe even someone who knew that Israel had the defense power to stop all of those. So it's money well spent while almost nobody got hurt, right? And apart from the stock market taking a dump on I don't know what, I didn't see anything. Today I don't see anything. I don't see anyone running scared with their hair on fire, right? So no. I don't know. I think someone knew something big was coming. There was an excuse because there's always a reason to shoot bullets and rockets. Someone's always making money out of these. So
whether somebody thought it was knee jerk or not, or whether it was accurate, I think you can make a good argument that it was all over the news networks for a good part of the planet.
Oh yes,
that we were on the verge of a much bigger conflict.
Pirate,
there were
Pirate,
people who
when mass media want you scared, will they get you scared?
Okay. But what I was going to say is, when whether they believe it or not, the world believed that we were on the cusp of World War III, a big portion of the world, and the immediate reaction was unload Bitcoin.
Yeah,
and I find that telling. I just think it's interesting.
Haven't we been?
Who owns mass media? I mean, come on.
I think that's a big scare because we're having the halving the end of the week.
Yeah.
So that could be another tactic.
Pirate. I think it's all somewhat is playing the big plays and laying some new cards on the table and stuff like that. Where was the media on COVID? Huh? Where was the media on all the big topics? I mean, come on. At what point are you like, yeah, now I trust the news media. They're the good guys. They're saying the truth. And
maybe
tomorrow they're not.
Maybe I can make it more clear. I don't need the media to tell me that we're at the verge of a huge conflict. I can tell just from the chatter that I have through my military contacts. When I find out that whether it's CNN, NBC, or my friend calls me up from Egypt and says, we got boots on the ground. The Iranians just fired 50 drones and they're going to send cruise missiles. They're launching cruise missiles and drones from Yemen over top Saudi Arabia. There's a time there where people were holding their breath saying, we could have just kicked off the big one. Now, it appears right now that that's not true. But I would just say, based on what people saw happening and due to the size of it and the potential threat that it could literally be the big one that kicks off the war, the initial response was sell Bitcoin. And I don't see anybody give me a logical reason why that happened.
Mm-hmm. Well, give me a logical reason why AMC is going down. I mean, if anybody wants it manipulated, they can manipulate it. If you have enough money, you can push it up, down, sideways, whatever. So you don't think it was a natural reflection of people who thought something bad's okay. That's fair enough. Yeah. So I'm listening, but I need to step away for a moment. So be back in a bit.
Sure. Well, I guess I'll have to reserve my judgment on it until the next big geopolitical event. And I'm not talking about some little car bombing or a suicide jihadist or something like that. The next time we have something major of this scope and size, I'll make note to look and see how Bitcoin reacts, and maybe then I can establish a pattern. So I'll reserve judgment for the time being.
Do you remember that word I was looking for, Pirate, like a week or so ago when I was going through the proxy material and I was looking for, like, there's two different types of...
These, those, nipples.
Two different types of votes. Son of a gun, what am I having? Today is not a word day for me.
I remember, but I don't remember what the resolution was. But I know you were looking for something. It's very specific.
anyways, I was being asked by Billy about what happens to his votes if he doesn't vote. And it depends on the type of vote, which is what I'm trying to pull up here. There's only 2 votes
Yeah,
that
like
are.
we did this. We struggled with this last time. It was like non-essential
No, it's,
or non-normal. It was a word that was meant to portray it as a normal course of events, like a regularly scheduled.
I can't think
did
of
this
what
the
it.
last
I
time.
know.
It
I
took us
can.
a half an
I
hour
don't
to
know
figure
why.
out the word.
Yeah, I don't know why it's
But
not
there
coming
are
from.
certain items on there. We determined that there's 3 out of 10
2.
that brokers are allowed to. 2 out of 10 that
Here we go.
brokers are allowed
Non-routine.
to vote for you.
Non-routine.
There you go.
A routine vote and a non-routine.
Write that on the whiteboard.
It took me forever. All right, so non-routine versus routine. We have 2. Let's see. We have. Let's see here. 1, 2A or B, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8 are considered non-routine, which means that brokerage firms may not vote in their discretion regarding these items on behalf of the beneficial owner who have not furnished voting instructions. Proposals 6 and 9, however, are considered routine items, which means that brokerage firms may vote in their discretion on behalf of the beneficial owners who have not furnished voting instructions. The way that they usually vote is in favor of whatever the mass chooses. So in other words, like let's say, for example, that, I don't know, let's just make up some random number. 50% of the voters vote, and 75% of those 50% choose to vote in the direction of 4, proposal whatever, right? Well, then the split for the people who did not vote, the remaining 50% that did not vote, 75% of their votes will be for, and the other percentage will go for whatever was the other, wherever the other portions voted. So that's, and there is a way to vote. Like if you don't want to vote specifically, you can. There is a choice usually for or against, and then typically there's a third choice where you abstain. And so you're choosing, it's not a no vote. It's I don't want my vote to be cast one direction or the other. I choose for my vote to be not a part of the voting. So
abstain.
Yeah. And so you can do that. And, but votes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8, a no vote or not voting would count towards a vote in favor of a no.
Mm. That's why I tell my kid, I go, hey, what do you want to do? Or what do you want to eat? Or this? He goes, I don't know. And I go, when you say I don't know, that means no. So it's pretty much the same scenario.
And AMC does need a certain percentage of voters to vote on an item in order for it to pass. You can't have just majority of the people who vote be for it. It has to be over a certain amount. So your vote matters big time on this. Not voting is akin to not caring about what it is that you own.
Mm-hmm.
And damn it, I said it. And I don't like saying that. So, all right, I got to go to break.
All right.
If it's all the same to you, can you leave us to talk here? Is that okay? Or?
Yep. Let me put up my message on the screen here, and then I'm out. I'll come back. I'll come back at 12:15.
We'll be on our best behavior.
Let's see here. Yeah, don't you all fight over Bitcoin.
Shotgun.
All your Bitcoin are belong to us.
Alrighty. I will see you guys back
Later, Casey.
in a bit. Sounds good.
Enjoy.
Hey, you guys ever see this on Twitter, on X? Greg, there's this account called Greg, and it's
Yeah,
like
he's
this.
a guy. His
Yeah,
picture. He's got like a big jaw,
yeah.
like a
So
goofy, like his face has been manipulated to make him look a little bit, maybe shall we say, less
yeah,
than smart, kind of like a Jay Leno caricature.
yeah.
Yeah, I see that
It's
guy.
like a long thing, like Greg 166. Whatever. It's like a bunch of old. But anyways, he posted a thing I thought was funny, and he goes the IRS says, "Hey, you owe us taxes." Me, how much do I owe? IRS, you get to figure that out. Me, can I just pay what I want? IRS, no, we know exactly how much you owe, but you have to guess the number too. Me, what if I guess wrong? The IRS, you go to jail.
Yeah, kind of sums it up, doesn't it?
Yeah, right. So if you know how much I owe, just tell me, and then I'll pay you that amount. You gotta, loopholes and all this, and they're only gonna come after you if you owe them money. If they owe you money, they'll never say anything. But I don't want to get you into taxes, Pirate. I know that's gonna be a lot. I know you get into it.
We could spend
just thought that
the rest. We
that
could
was
spend
funny.
the rest of the week just scratch the surface. Yeah.
Yep.
My favorite saying, though, it's always been, if you have tax problems, you don't have any problems. If your only worry is that you've made so much money that you have to figure out how much to give Uncle Sam, then your problems are pretty small at that point in time.
Yeah. And 256. Wow. All-time lows, huh? These are all-time lows.
255.
And look,
255 now.
When it comes to Bitcoin, there's still a lot of milking they can do, right? I mean, months ago it was below 20,000. So. We're now sitting above 60, and
Well, usually when there's a hard sell-off like that, it can recover pretty quick.
In crypto, there's plenty big players, and from time to time they like to pull the rug on the small guys who are on margin. So either they will, I don't know if probably there's a way for them to know this or to check, but sure they're aware if there's people who are holding a big, let's say, short position or long position, and they just move the price until they get margin called out of that position, and then it can go back to normal. So unfortunately, that's a thing, right? There's big enough players that, because that's the thing, if everybody would trade it all the time, then it wouldn't matter that much. But there's a lot of people that just have it and hold it, right? So for example, I have a bit of Bitcoin, like the smallest fish in the sea, but I'm not trading mine, right? So I have zero impact on the price. I'm just holding it. And the majority of people, they're just holding, right? So a handful of big players can manipulate the price any way they want because they're the only ones on the playing field.
Yep.
I hope you don't have any margin
amounts, preacher.
On my cold wallet, no, I don't have.
Like the guy, all of a sudden he lost everything, and why you didn't put it in a cold wallet?
Well, some of these like Bing X and these other, you can leverage the crypto. So maybe he put it in. It's kind of like playing options, but there's no theta or whatever. But once it drops to a certain amount.
Al-Qaeda.
No, I said it's there's no theta or anything. But it's
I
like
thought you said Al-Qaeda. I'm like, what?
No, theta like But it's like, it's like you're buying it, but once it drops a certain point, they margin call you, so you pretty much lose it. So maybe he was like way over leveraged.
Yeah, that's one of the
Yeah,
things
that's
that
possible. I was just trying to say, I was agreeing with Preacher that, but to say that he lost all of the money, it all disappeared. That sounds a little hyperbolic. It sounds like bullshit, because even if you get margin called, the entire position doesn't evaporate. Even if he was upside down on the trade, the worst his balance would show was that he got into the position, then got out of it, and he had to book the loss. Yeah, he booked the loss, but that's a world apart from saying his entire money disappeared.
And then I got a question. These stories that they tell us, does that person come out and say, "Hey, I have a story for you guys"? How do they know who's the one that lost the money? Isn't that like privacy laws that you can't reveal who lost what?
It's very sneaky, because I believe they're doing that just to spread fear.
That's what I'm
Crypto,
thinking.
it's very volatile, or it's not that secure, or you have to be careful, or you have to go through BlackRock to have an ETF, just to be more secure. Bring your money,
Preacher,
ETF.
I'd like to ask Preacher a question briefly. Preacher, what a little bit I know about this is a lot of it's tracked on blockchain, which affords transparency. Although you can't see who the account holder is, you can see the accounts. Preacher, can I see what the account was? Can I see their cost basis? And then if they do a big sale like that, can I see how much they gained or lost? Or is there not that much transparency built into it?
No, I don't think you can. Like, you see, well, I don't know, I wasn't looking into these things and how to put it. If there's people who are tracking this, and I'm pretty sure there are, because I've seen some posts from different people, they see a big move and then they kind of keep track of that wallet, right? So over time they can see what goes in and what goes out. But
right,
you need
that's what I was getting at.
A system or someone to look after it. However, what you can see normally without, let's say, if you're not paying attention to the history, what happened in the past months or years, is an address, meaning a string of characters, which mean nothing, it's gibberish. It's just an identifying, let's say, code to an account. What was transferred to what account? That's it. It's like person name A sent whatever 20 Bitcoin to person B, and that's all you see, right? You don't know how much it cost them. But as I said,
so you don't have. There's not enough stuff included in that for you to kind of track their winnings and losses. Okay, thank you for sharing that with me. I appreciate you sharing that with me.
I'll be right back, guys.
You guys talking about that guy who said he was on 3-1 margin?
Yeah, that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, he thought he was totally liquidated, but he got like 18% back. He was doing crazy stuff.
Yeah, pause that. You fucking passed.
Yeah, but these other like BingX and these other crypto sites, you could do like 100 times leverage. It's crazy stuff.
Yeah, I don't know about that stuff because I don't know, but like this guy said he was like 3-1 or whatever, and he had like $1 million something, and then he ended up with like 100,000 something.
Ooh, that hurts.
Yeah, I mean, when you play with leverage,
Yeah.
you can do 10x, 100x, stuff like that. So
The other thing is, pretty much have a different. The other thing is,
and he was stupid. He went to bed, and he's like, so.
As soon as you want to cash out your bitcoins, you have to go through a bank, right?
Well, depends. I can send money. I can send my Bitcoin to the exchange. I sell the Bitcoin, and then I can send that normally to the bank, but I can send it to someone else's bank account or to my whatever Revolut or whatever.
Yes. So after the selling process, they can track where the money going. Maybe it's gonna go to your aunt or to your friend or to somebody in New Delhi. Who knows?
Yes.
It's very fishy for me. I don't know. I see it like that. That they want to spread the fear. Oh, you know, somebody had X amount of bitcoins and all of a sudden lost it, or something happened, or power failure.
Power failure. I don't get it.
Like you know, he had power failure and all of a sudden he lost bitcoins or things. Just annoying stuff to spread.
That's like saying you lost money from your bank account because there was a power failure. Does that happen?
No, I'm just saying what they try to throw out to the people and spread. They're gonna find.
Okay, no,
And-
but like
and-
you're talking about holding Bitcoin or you're talking about trading? Because those are two completely different things. Are we talking trading?
No, the trading. The trading. If you're holding,
Trading is trading. If you're
Yeah.
trading at home stocks and you lose power and you can't access your account, you can still lose money, right? Like, doesn't make a difference if it's crypto or stocks.
No, I'm just saying what they try and say outside to people to spread fear. They're gonna find any excuse. I was just saying, it's not something particular.
I mean, people can be, people will be manipulated, and that's the thing also with leverage. I've noticed this on two exchanges that I've been in with crypto. They're really pushing the leverage part. They really want you to learn how to use it. They're giving you incentives to go into it. I never touched it. But the thing is, exchanges make money out of commission. So the more money you move around, the more commission they get, right? Even if you're winning or losing, it doesn't matter. They make commission. So if people are like weak-minded and they'll be like, yes, I want quick gains, I'm going to go leveraged, then it's on them. Think for yourself. That's it.
Yeah, it's like a credit.
Apologize for leaving you guys so abruptly like that.
No, it's okay. It's like a credit card. If somebody doesn't know how to use a credit card and keep track of what you're spending, by the end of the month, you're going to owe money no matter what. Because you never used it or you don't know how to track your money, what it's coming in and what you spent.
Yeah, I would also say that like you could, everybody could always be trying to like angle and try to spread fear or spread hopium or whatever, spread like whatever. But some people, they do put real stories out there though because they're so desperate and they they get emotionally unstable because they're doing crazy stuff like triple leveraging, and so they're on. I would consider them emotionally unstable to begin with, and so when it goes the wrong way, then they like they put it out there.
And triple leverage is actually nothing. It's small, right? Triple is like nothing. There's 5x, 10x, and I'm pretty sure there's like 100x as well. So.
No, I know, but I'm saying he was on leverage and he went to like he did overnight leveraging and stuff. Like that's really dangerous.
That's like saying, you're doing dangerous stuff, like you're going to jump with your car off a cliff, and then you're going to be surprised and when you land, it didn't land in one piece, and and it got crashed, and it's a wreck. Sorry, you risk it. You assume that's risk, and that's it.
Yes, exactly.
One thing I will say, Preacher, I have been one of those people that got burned, and because I was reckless, years ago, and there's like emotional blinders, so you get in like this like tunnel vision where you
you win a lot, and then when you start to lose, it's hard to adjust. So there's something to be said about like
Yeah.
I think
Similar to
leveraging
poker.
makes people more emotionally unstable.
Yeah, because you never working for this amount of money they give you, let's say, or the room they give you to bet.
Yeah.
Because if you want outside or you work for $1,000,
you know how hard it is to get that 1,000. Yeah.
Yes, you have to put a little bit pain to have these $1,000. But if somebody gives you $1,000 and after they're gonna tell you, oh, okay, but you can spend 10,000, you don't have these 9,000, and
They want your 1,000. Yeah. And if you don't know all the rules, right? You don't know how risky it is to do all these things.
Exactly, and especially like
you think you know how dangerous it is, but you don't.
Well, the thing is, guys, if I can, because well, on the leverage side, there is also the part where you can lose money and gain money, right? But
Yes,
think of it as let's say gas stations that sell cars, right? They can sell you one car, and you can either take that car, take it home, you park it, you put it like in a nice box, and you just look at it, right? They don't like this because they make money off gas.
Yeah.
So they want you to take that car and drive it and go to them for gas because moving it, like with crypto, has gas charges, right? And what if they tell you, look, you buy one car, we'll give you 9 more cars. And you drive them all and all of them need gas, right? They make 9 times more money, you know? And then you still take all the risk. If you smash one of the cars, you pay for it, not them, right? But they take 10 times the gas fees. So they make all the money. So look at it this way. It's in their interest for you to go leveraged.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, you have to be disciplined, though. I understand what you say. There's chances you're gonna make money, but there's chances to lose money. After that, you need to be disciplined and see what's your risk or what you can afford. Yeah, okay. I have the money to buy one car. Yes, but the guy is telling me he's gonna give me another 9. But I don't need those 9. I'm gonna need another 1 car or 2, let's say. So under my umbrella, I'm gonna have 2 or 3 cars, which is I'm gonna be able to run them. But I pay for one. The other 1 or 2, it's coming, let's say, like a free, but I have to put them gas.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can get, because that's the thing, they're not free. If you drive them out of the gas station and someone smashes into them, you have to pay them full price.
Exactly.
So they're not free.
Yeah, free. I'm telling you that it's giving to you, but there's consequences about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but people they don't understand these consequences. They come with a car.
Yep,
They
and
just
that's
want to ride the car.
And the crazy thing with trading, as we've kind of guessed at, right, is with dark pools and everything, it's like the dealership has a special deal with the gas company, or I don't know, somebody like the car manufacturer company, right? That
Or a truck driver to come and smash your car.
If you come smash your car, you have to come buy another car now. And so when you are emotionally, like if you're arrogant and you think you can protect your cars at night, that's what leverage is at night, like you just don't know. I don't know. It's until you've made margin called, until you've done something stupid as that, like you don't understand like how stupid your brain can go.
Yeah, but preacher, it's the other thing though. As soon as he's gonna give you the car, maybe you're gonna find somebody down the road and you're gonna sell the car to make money, and it's not your responsibility anymore. This is the other side, the good side.
Oh yeah. But that's right. That becomes addictive.
Yeah, but nobody said it's all lose, right? But it's a risk. You can gain, of course.
Anything.
Definitely.
My opinion is, we need discipline. You need to be disciplined.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's risk is risk. Risk is risk no matter what. Even if you're disciplined, you can still lose money. And if you
Yeah.
can afford it, then fine. If you cannot afford it, stay away from it. That's it. That's where the discipline lays in. You know?
Yeah, it's to put yourself stop loss, because if you're not gonna put stop loss just to adjust yourself and your pocket, the stop loss it's gonna be from the margin calls. It's there. This is the discipline. They're disciplined, so they're gonna say, you know what, boom, you're out. Margin call everything. We need our money, no matter what.
Yeah. Yeah. And what I'm saying is, I think the more times they let you leverage something, the more it's likely to trigger something in your brain to not be disciplined. You know,
Yes, exactly. This is the trick. It's psychological.
it's a dopamine rush. Yeah. So it looks like the new pin is at 256.
What, the new?
They're pinning us at 256. I'm saying they're barcoding us down there.
Yeah. 256, 255 something, 256, 255 something.
Pirate, where are you?
I'm right here, man.
Oh, good, good.
We just had a big event here, man. I was trying to bang out a message to KC. My son was, I don't know if I kept you up to speed or not, but he was struggling. He said the last year of his training, the last semester of the last year, and then the training block is broken into like 25 events. They call them blocks. Each one a specific maneuver. He's done 25 out of 27 successfully.
Yeah.
On this 26th one, they failed him three times in a row, and he had to do 3 of these. They're called no power 180s. They take him up to altitude, kill the engine. Right. He has to bring the plane 180 degrees around and then land it. And not only just land it, he's only allowed to use so much of the runway. At any rate, they nitpicked him. They nitpicked him to death. And then they told him, once you failed twice, you go to standards. They send up an older, saltier instructor. If he fails you, they kick you out of the program, or you're done. Or what they don't kick you out of the program. What they tell you is you have to do the entire semester again, all 27 blocks over again. Oh, so each one of those blocks with $1,000, $300 flights, just call it another 20 or 30 grand. And I've said from the beginning that this is nothing more than trying to milk rich families for an extra semester out of their kids. But I didn't want to come across as that guy that says, well, it's not about money, Rugged. The fact of the matter is he's been a stellar student. I mean, he's a fast burner. Yeah. You just have to take me on my honor on this. He's been at the top of his class. So how does he go through almost 3.9 years and then go through the last year all the way to the end as literally the fucking Top Gun? And then in his last 2 chapters of his book, now all of a sudden he's a shitty pilot and they want him to take over. And it was like, I'll throw the bullshit flag on it. We were all up in arms. And so essentially I leaned on JJ, the jet plane, and asked him how hard it was going to be if my son graduated from Embry-Riddle, but didn't get this particular rating, which is commercial. Long story short, Hayden told him, tell them go fuck themselves. Just graduate, get the degree in aeronautics, and then he can finish up his multi-engine and commercial rating here. But it seems now that it's all for naught because he passed. The reason I was a little quiet this morning is he was in the air. I was glued to a radar screen. I was watching him fly. I knew he was being tested. So I was kind of listening in. But anyhow, I watched him do the touch and goes, and I watched him do the power, and they look good to me. But I'm on a radar screen. I can't tell. So anyhow, as soon as he landed, he immediately sent his mom a text and said, "I'll call you later, but I passed." So as much hooping and as big hooping and hollering here and whooping it all up, he still has to take the final exam, which is it's like a pilot taking it's like a lawyer taking a bar exam from the FAA. But before that, he has one more block. Like I said, there's like 27, and he's done 26 of them. So he still has several weeks of work to do in this last little thing. But we had ourselves a little moment here, and it's a great morning.
Wow. I'm glad he's came out ahead now.
Well, it was starting to weigh on him psychologically because my son he hasn't had enough life experience to really thicken his skin up yet. He's always been a real high achiever, and he doesn't take losing very well, or he doesn't like it. And he's hard on himself. He's like me. He's his own worst critic. And when he starts telling me shit like, I don't think I'm a good pilot, or I don't think I can do this. And then I start getting aggravated because I'm like, well, if this is all just an effort from them to squeeze a little bit more lemons out of a little more lemon juice out of me as far as my checkbook, that's fine. If he needs more training on one particular aspect, that's fine. But I don't like it when it starts to affect his psyche, and that's where we were at. And then also, I'll come right out and tell you, Rugged, I can tell when I'm being worked a little bit. It ain't my first fucking rodeo. I've been around, and I forgot more about business than what most people will ever know. And they were working it a little bit. You got to remember, every time they take him up, an instructor gets paid, a plane gets rented. It's all very expensive. It's 3 times the normal rate that you can do anywhere else in America because they're supposed to be the Harvard of fucking aeronautics. But having said all of that, I know when I'm getting squeezed, but you don't want to be like, you don't want to act like you don't want you to give the appearance that, well, I don't want to say you should pass my son if he's not ready to be passed.
Right.
I'm not that guy. If anything, I wanted him to have the most difficult instructors there, because that guarantees that he won't die like John F. Kennedy's son did, because he just bought his licenses.
Right.
So anyhow, that was, if you're curious as to why my participation was muted this morning, and so now you're kind of back up to speed.
Yeah. Well,
what have I missed? I'm looking at the charts here. It looks like we hovered at 255, which is fucking ugly, and now we're like catching a little bit of a ball.
I've just been buying a little bit, and I'm talking like a share on the pennies. So it's we're live right now.
Oh, are we? Oh shit! I'm sorry, everybody. I'm putting all my personal dirty laundry out there. My apologies. Sharon, yeah. Well, taking up all the airtime over my personal bullshit.
Yeah, that's fine. I think that's fine. Yeah. I was just looking at the chat here.
Well, I was just excited. This is a really big thing for me and my family, and I wanted to share it with KC. I tried to leave, not to bother him when he's on break, so I tried to bang him on a private message, and at the same time, I'd send Hayden a brief message expressing my gratitude, my family's gratitude for some help that he graciously gave of his time, far more time than I had the right to ask for. Hayden's the shit, all kidding aside, when it comes to airplanes. Goes to say, any guy that's got 340 aircraft carrier landings and 20 plus years flying for wide body jets, obviously it isn't his first day, and I'm so grateful to have a resource like that as part of our friends here that I could reach out to, and not just for some cheerleading. I mean, I got some meat and potato stuff that I'm convinced made a difference. Give you an example. He was tasked with doing 4 of these maneuvers, and in the past he could do 2, or he would flub every other one or whatever, but he greased 4 of them in today. So big cause for celebration. I'm not trying to make it all about Team Pirate, but
it's good stuff. It's good stuff. There is a question though for you here.
Well, I have to turn the chat back on because, quite frankly, I had it all turned off. That's why I kind of forgot that I was live. So I'm glad I didn't say anything embarrassing or disgusting. I'd be in hot water with KC right now.
You're human. Let's see. He was asking if it's I think he was asking if it's a Cessna 150 or what size plane.
172, I believe.
Okay. That's what my cousin has, basically.
Well, they have a fleet. They have a fleet of those at the college, and that's what they all train on. Yeah. And then when they do the multi-engine, they have some twin-engine planes. Obviously, you'd have to have that. And,
well, I told you I used to live right by the school, and I used to be outside, and they just cut those engines. Cut.
Well, to add a little color commentary to it, he's done very well. He's no stranger to mechanical things. But he struggled with this a little bit because they're very exact in their requirements. For instance, then not only do they deny you the power of the propeller, then it's simulating an emergency situation, but you're flying in the wrong direction, so you have to turn the plane around. You're going to give up altitude and airspeed and doing all that. And then the last requirement that he struggled with was never landing the plane safely, but they wanted him to do it on a very specific part of the runway, and it was challenging for him. At the same time, I was quick to scream, "Hey, somebody's trying to screw me here," because that's my way. I think the world's out to get me. But nonetheless, that explains why I was a little more muted this morning and wasn't participating at the levels I normally would, because I'm kind of preoccupied. But thanks everyone for the congratulations. I appreciate it.
All right, I'm back.
In the saddle again.
Time to do the numbers. What do you think?
Right on. Send it.
Give me 1 second here. For some reason, my broker's not allowing me to log in just yet. I see AMC's price recovered a little bit.
Yeah, got a little something happening there.
Boom candle.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd call it a boom candle, but you know, whatever. All right, let's see what we got going on. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect it to be about 63% between off exchange and EDGX. As it stands right now, we've got about 62.06% going through off exchange, and EDGX is at 5.99. The combined total 68.05%. 5.05% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume on AMC is definitely a little elevated. It's at 11,425 shares through there. Anything over 30K gets me excited. GME CHX volume for the day is at 18,150, also a very elevated number. Taking a look at the borrow fees by IBKR, they're showing about 650,000 shares back in as available shares to borrow, with fees at 1.89%. An hour ago, we saw 1.11 million shares having been borrowed, according to Ortex. It's now 1.38 million. That's going to cause the estimated short interest of the free float to rise slightly to 20.47%. Cost to borrow mins at 1.04, average 3.37, and max is 4.33. Total amount of shares on loan for the day today is 84.18 million shares. That's 2.8 million shares less on loan today than there was Friday, and Ortex is estimating that about 1.16 million of that was in returned short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was coming in at a $3 strike with 6.4 thousand contracts. That's now increased to 9.5 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts coming in at a $2.50 strike. There was 1.6 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 2.6 thousand contracts. So we saw in this last hour a little bit more volume than what we have been seeing. I want to see the $3 put contracts starting to increase in volume, because then that'll tell me that they're closing out puts, suggesting price should be moving back up again. But as it stands right now, based on this volume, the market is suggesting a closing price between 2.5 and 3. Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm not expecting AMC or GME to make this list, but I am scrolling through so you can see what retail is doing in the marketplace. Looks like some buying, some selling. MMRI an hour ago was 305.38. That's the exact number that it is right now. Hold on a second here. Oh, it is changing. Wow. Okay, so it's the exact same number as it was an hour ago. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.312 and is currently at 0.301. Oh, the market went south. NASDAQ is down 0.88, Dow Jones is down 0.25, and the S&P 500 is down 0.54. We have 4,178 decliners to 1,682 advancers. The market is more declining this hour by quite a bit. We have definitely gone on the hot lava fire, don't touch the floor scenario, as the market has definitely taken a swing for the negative here. And there is only one sector that is in the green right now, and that's healthcare. The worst performing sector as of right now is real estate, followed by consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, all 7 are red. That was 4 green an hour ago. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since last Friday's closing price are going to get a shout out. Coinbase is down 4.89%. Silvergate's up 2.7%. Charles Schwab is up 2.73%. This almost makes me think there might be some Iran news. Goldman Sachs is up 2.73%. Gold is down 0.69 and trending up. Silver is up 2.64 and I'm going to call it still slightly trending up here. Ethereum Classic is up 0.32 and consolidating after a trend down. The US dollar is up 0.07 and trending back up again. Oil is up 0.15 and is consolidating after a little bit of a downtrend. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.75 to 0.8 and trending up. SPY is down 0.55 and continuing to trend down. 509 was the number that I said that I felt like might be the bottom before we saw a return on the SPY today, and that is not the case. It is continuing to drop below 509 and heading down further. I want to pull out here just a tad bit and take a look at where this is kind of driving us. And the reason I felt 509 was going to be the level of support was due to the fact that we had a descending, broadening channel here kind of forming in, and there's been several tests of this line here. In fact, I could probably move this down. Oh, not that one. I could probably move this entire line down just a tad bit. Maybe draw something a little bit more along the lines. I'm still going to keep it right there, but just some temporary tests of this bottom here. But with it dropping out the way that it is right now, if it falls below this, I mean, look at so I had mentioned to somebody just recently, I don't remember who it was, I felt that if we started to see the SPY fall below 509, that there was a good chance that we retest 490. 490 does not appear to be a level of support or resistance that I've got showing up on the screen, but that's what I'm anticipating is a drop to the 490 range. Alrighty. VIX is currently up 3% for the day at 1783. The futures on the VIX are showing 1758, but are rising as the VIX is currently rising. This is something that we saw last week as we were seeing a bunch of sell-offs going into last week where the VIX was leading the futures when it should be the other way around. The futures should be leading the VIX, and we're in another situation today where the VIX is leading the futures. VTI is down 0.74 and trending down. VB is down 1.06, trending down. Tesla is down 4.33, trending down. Amazon is down 0.85, trending down. Cinemark is up 1.15 and consolidating after a little bit of an downtrend. Doge is down 4.23 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 2.05 and is trending down. GME is down 5.9 and trending down. HYMC is down 0.52 and is trending down. NCMI is down 1.48. It looks like it's breaking consolidation into a trend down. Hood is down 3.92, trending down, and AMC is down 1.89, and currently, I don't know. I don't know what to call this. Consolidating after a trend up. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's about $2 million more outflow than inflow. 8.53 million shares traded so far after 238 minutes worth of trading, putting us a pace for 13.97 million shares traded by the end of the day today. We're definitely seeing a spike in volume, but it is underneath the 15 to 35 million shares that I was expecting to see sold. What am I saying? 15 to 35 million in volume that I was expecting to see for the day today. On a 4-hour chart, we have currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 26.12, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a RSI of 34.92, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 39.22, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 49.24, which is average. Hold on one second. Bruno, go push the door. Push the door, Bruno. Push the door. Push. Push. Hold on, he's getting it. Push it. Push. Push the door, Bruno.
Push it real good.
Push. I think I'm gonna have to go get up on this one. Go push the door. Go push the door.
Push.
He came back over to see me. Push. Go push it closed.
Come here, Bruno. Come here.
And I was taking a drink of water. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Bruno.
That's it, boy.
I said get a drink of water. I said push the door.
Hi, I'm Bruno.
Push the door. It's wide open. Push.
Casey?
He's
Is he back?
playing. He's playing with the dogs because someone let the dog. That's
Who let the dog?
Bruno. Yeah, it's Bruno. Bruno's talking.
Bruno.
Oh, Bruno. Oh, Bruno.
Bruno. You know, I wanted to ask him if we were still going to continue talking about breast milk.
Oh, wow. I still have. I threw most of it out. That was in my freezer.
Oh, man. I wonder if it's a possibility that you can actually bake. Can you bake with breast milk?
Yeah, can you create that?
Oh, you probably could.
Yeah. Like, can you bake? Can you? What else can you do? Everything. Can you do the same things that you can do with regular milk? That's what I would like to know. Danny should know these things.
Is there a chart for that?
I don't know. How much breast milk do you need? How many drops?
Breast milk futures?
Oh, that would be amazing.
Wow, yeah.
That's bad. But you know these. What are these?
There's something wrong with you.
The feminist group.
There's something.
Sorry, we interrupted
seriously wrong with you.
I'm sorry.
I ain't got
numbers?
no. I don't got no numbers left. There's something wrong with you.
Why? I was gonna ask you. You like baking? You like doing all these? Can you use that type of milk to bake?
I don't know. I never think about that kind of stuff.
Can you
That's
try
just
it?
gross.
That's
Can you please try it?
Lee.
Can you try it, Casey?
No.
You got the plant right down the street from your house, man.
No, it's not right down the street from my house, and I would never even think to try to do that at all.
About my man milk.
Oh.
Here's the thing that I think is interesting. Like I feel like it's I don't know. I don't know.
What?
Let's just move on.
Anything.
Let's not talk about this. It's just so gross.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
My milk.
I think
my
it is.
doctor gave me my milk.
It's part of
My
human
milk.
life. This is what grown men talk about.
No, literally, this is like the first time. I think
is trying to sexualize it.
I've literally
I'm not sexualizing it at all.
never had this conversation before in all of my entire life with another grown adult ever.
You know
This
what?
is literally the
you know
first
what's
time.
sexualizing it? You want to know what's sexualizing? Those TikTok videos that tend to appear when we have this type of conversation. A woman pulls out her breast and then starts breastfeeding the child, and she's really pretty and all, and you're just like, oh, nice, mommy, and that's what happens. That's sexualizing it.
Well, let's take a look at that search history, boy. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's all he gets recommended on YouTube is a bunch of breastfeeding channels.
I noticed that eBay's taking all the breast milk. Used to be you could buy frozen breast milk on eBay, but now you can't. Sorry.
Anyways, go on. Do you think the futures we can create a ticker on breast milk?
Bodybuilders, we love the breast milk.
Go on.
It's got nutrients. La leche. He needs a moment. Casey needs a moment.
I just don't have anything to say. It's like it's
He's got
so. It's so offsetting that
I'll find your.
I don't have anything to talk about after that. It's just like I got nothing to say.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about something else.
Michael Roberts says, I've been listening to you, Casey, for over 2 years. Why did you sound so excited about the numbers today? Is it the... I don't remember sounding excited about the numbers too much this morning. I feel like there's been other times where... Is it all the talking about breast milk? No. Yeah, definitely. Well, I do remember wanting to get into the numbers and away from the breast milk conversation. That was definitely a thing. If you saw the excitement of me getting away from the talking about breast milk, then yeah, that was definitely a thing.
Well, if you've been here 2 years, Michael, you'll know that anytime Casey becomes uncomfortable, unnerved, his inner Boy Scout starts to show, he flees to numbers. That's like his blanket, his little security.
It is. Oh yeah.
Hopefully
for sure.
Makes sense to you, yeah. He wraps himself in a warm, comforting embrace of all that data.
Mm-hmm.
Helps him get all those, listen to all the naughty thoughts.
No emotions.
Right. Nothing, no cringe worthiness, no hair standing up on the back of your neck, just good old fashioned data.
Yeah. It's a real turn on for women, those numbers. Oh boy, you want to be the life of a party? Go to it and start talking about numbers. Boy, I can't even begin to tell you how that makes you the life of the party. People can't wait to hear how you're crunching numbers on this, that, or the other. It's like,
no.
Yeah, no. It's
are
like,
you kidding me?
You are the center.
Make you the focal point.
No, yeah, you are. You are the focal point of the whole party. Yes. In fact, when people start asking you what you do for a living, do what I always do. Just say you're a janitor. It's way more exciting. It's way more exciting. People have way more questions for a janitor than they have for.
Make up a big lie. Just tell them you're like I'm a loan shark for the mob, or you collect money for the mob, or.
You know what I did? You know what I did to make my job sound interesting? I started telling people that I make the world turn. If it wasn't for my job, this world wouldn't turn. And literally, like people get on the edge of their seat. They go like, "Really? What do you do? What do you do?" And then,
wow, really? It must be.
I make computer chips, and then they go like, "Oh, wow, that's really cool. How does that work?" And then you're like, "No, I can't tell you about it because if I do, then I give away trade secrets, and it's all about." And I always tell them, I say, it's just about robots. And electronics and lasers and all that kind of good stuff. So it's boring. It's boring stuff. And then you leave it at that, and people they seem to settle. That seems to settle well with people. But the minute you try to actually say what it is you do for a living, oh my gosh, I can see tears. I can see the tears build up in their eyeballs, and it's like they can't wait to die. They're like dying to get an interruption so they can like leave the conversation somehow. It's terrible.
Just tell them you work for a breast milking plant down the street.
I might start doing that. Yeah. And we can get in breast milk conversations with people at parties because that's way more exciting.
Yeah, you'll have a bunch of women surrounding you. They'll be like, "You're so kind and generous."
I wonder how long you could keep that up for. Like how many like fake things. Like they would be like, "Well, how does that work exactly?" And then you're like, "Well, you." Very carefully manipulate the breast in your hands in such a way that you start milking the woman for the breast milk, and it's like to see how far down that road you can go before they're like, really, you handle their breast in order to milk them, and it's like, well, yeah, I mean, but the machine does most of it, but you still have to, and it's I'm sure that could be a
then you gotta tell them, you know what? Sometimes the machine doesn't like to suck, so then you gotta do it personally with your mouth, get the juices out, and then you put it in the machine.
That makes me want to gag so bad.
Well, that's why guys don't like to milk cows anymore, because if you've ever had any friends who are in the milk production industry, they don't get Christmas off. They don't get birthdays off. Those cows have to be milked twice a day.
They're getting the cows off.
Morning and night, 365 days a year. And it's a tough racket taking care of a herd of milk cows. I mean, with women, they're no different. If they don't have a baby that's that's using the nutrients as they're being produced, she can become engorged and start leaking and all kinds of stuff. So
That's why Yucca's offered his service.
yeah, you get. So sometimes they have to use the modern medical advances with the breast pump and all that to relieve that pressure, and then they can store that milk for the baby for future use. But none of it's gross or dirty or nasty or anything. That Yucca can make anything naughty. That's what our beloved Yucca does. I mean, you could give him any random topic. You could tell him, tell us about roller skates, and he could launch into a story about roller skates, and it'll be X-rated before he gets finished.
You know, what is that? No, I'm just saying, it's a beauty.
Yeah, just saying, right.
Oh, we had
No,
100.
just the same thing.
We had
Go ahead.
183
Numbers.
votes, and 82% of the people said cereal first. 7% of you out of 183. What does that come out to? Let's see, 18. About probably like 16 people are serial killers with water. That is a pun, by the way.
For the water.
In case you guys didn't get it earlier. Milk first, 6%, and no milk, 4%.
Here, hold on. Let me see if that's.
It's sexual. It's sexual. It's not sexual. But we're going to sleep. I tucked them in. I put a little music on. Do a little story time. I read a book. It's very sweet. We put the fireplace on. We give them hot milk. You know, we have little cookies. It's very charming. Very sweet. Sure.
Who is that?
Michael Jackson?
Michael Jackson. That sounds suspiciously like Michael Jackson, right?
Glenn C. says, who here are supporters of going to the movies, buying retail popcorn, buying merchandise, and AMC suites? Never see any talk about this. Well, then you're not here often enough, because I tell you, man, we bring up the merchandise section. I've shown several occasions where, did you know that there's a sale page on merchandise where you can actually pick up some of the popcorn buckets from the past at a very cheap, much cheaper price than what they were? You should go check it out on the website. We talk about all that kind of stuff here. It's just that there's 9 hours in a day to fill up information with, and we don't talk about it 100% of the time, Glenn. There's lots of other things to talk about. But if you miss it, you miss it, and that's okay.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that we don't necessarily talk about it. We just don't start the same subject over every hour on the hour. So people who come and go, they only see a portion of what those of us who are here for the entire day.
In fact, when the suites first came out,
it's not a judgment, nothing bad. It's just the way it is.
When the suites came out, I actually went out and bought 4 bags, one of each. I got the pretzels, the covered, the peanuts, the almonds, and the chocolate covered raisins, and went through and sampled each one of them. And we actually did a smorgasbord. We made a milkshake. Do you guys remember that when we made the Yucca had suggested that we make a milkshake?
A bigger part of the day doing taste tests. We had a blind taste test and all sorts of things.
Yep. Unfortunately, you just get what you get when you're here, and I guess you're just not here all the time. So that's it is what it is. But I'm not going to spend 9.5 hours every day talking about that constantly throughout the entire day. It's just not going to happen. Clearly, he doesn't recall the fuck it bucket, which I have sitting right next to me, as a matter of fact. Yep. We originated that. That's right. We sure did. Right here. Calling it the fuck it bucket.
Go back and it's on the tape.
We originated that name, fuck it bucket.
Find the day.
Yeah, you can retrofit a reciprocating saw to the bucket as well.
CPR, I think, is saying I shouldn't say peanuts live. I think he's saying I think he said it sounds like peanuts or something. Robert says we bake bread too. Yep, we sure do. It's a little bit everything. Speaking of which, of the Deadpool bucket. Did you guys see? I don't know if this was a joke or not. I think it is, but hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, we bake bread with breast milk.
I just saw. Yeah, here it is. This is freaking hilarious. I thought this was absolutely. I'm sure this is a joke, but I find this like hilarious. Hold on. Check that out. Marvel boss Kevin Feige called the Deadpool 3 popcorn bucket intentionally crude and lewd at CinemaCon 2024 and called the movie itself effing awesome. Star Ryan Reynolds. I said his name totally backwards. Star Ryan Reynolds teased the Dune Part 2 like popcorn bucket back in February. Deadpool 3 will have a popcorn bucket designed by Deadpool. I don't know.
That's funny.
I thought
That's so very funny.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty hilarious.
Well, he's a genius. Ryan Reynolds is hilarious, and that's good stuff right there.
I saw another one that was similar. Let me see if I can find it again here. Oh, it's this one right here. I don't know where this person got this from. This is a
No, I'm glad Ryan Reynolds is not even on any list.
What's up, guys?
He's the only one that hasn't been even put on any type of list. He's always kept it to himself. He doesn't need. He's the most handsome guy on out there. Women come to him. He doesn't need to go to any island. And if I would have seen his name on any list, I would have been heartbroken.
Trying to get to the meat of this, and unfortunately, it looks like this guy's blocking the picture. Oh, here we go. This guy's blocking the pictures. This is the fastest I could find one. There's one that looks like this. And of course, I had to get this dude's face in here, unfortunately. There's one that looks like that, and then there's also, and I think again, this is all just joking around. But there's that one, and then followed by the this right here to go along with it. With I think these are fake, but still funny. We got VIX getting ready to cross 1897 with the future suggesting 1768, so we definitely have the VIX leading the futures. Yukon saying, I think it's serious, Casey. Time will tell. I'll definitely be picking one of those up. There's no way I can't. I mean, I thought the Fuck It Bucket was hilarious, but this is pretty smart too. Oh, here we go. Comicbook.com. Here's a better picture of the one that I was trying to show you guys. Hold on a second here. This. I don't know if it's real. Could be. Moonlit Rift says it says at the bottom, photo not real. Right, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Do it.
If you're having problems with your taxes today, H&R Block and IRS are both having down detector red flags right now. Obviously, being the last day to file your taxes without an extension.
That's only you. All I know is that if you owe, you have to file today. If you don't owe, you don't have to. At the moment, you don't have to, but eventually you will. Isn't that wild? I didn't know that, Casey. Did you know that?
I feel like I've heard that before somewhere, but I'm not positive that I knew that to be.
Yeah.
That's not something that I would have
It's
probably
true.
tried to test or anything like that, but yeah. I think I have
Yeah,
heard
What
that.
was that, Yucca?
learned that.
I
just
got
learned
distracted. Try what, Yucca?
that. No, I just learned that a year ago because I was rushing to file my taxes, and the guy that does my taxes, he's like, you know that if you don't owe, you don't have to file on time. But if you do owe, you need to file on time because you need to pay them.
Where you can file for an extension. You
Oh, you
just
can
sign a
file
piece
for
of
an
paper.
extension.
You just request an extension. But if he's right, if you believe that you're going to owe, then you want to pay the amount that you owe ahead of time. So even though you don't file the taxes, you may want to ask for an extension and then shoot them a check for some money. That's the only way to get in trouble.
You get hit with failure to pay.
Then they'll charge you interest.
But not failure to. Well, you get hit with failure to file. Only unless you file extension. Mm.
I wonder how many people are not going to report their taxes this year.
I've never filed for an extension, but I thought there was requirements that were needed to be met in order to file for that.
We've done it many times. Sandy, did they require you to do anything special when you go over there and sign for our accountant to do the extension on our taxes?
I mean,
No.
I think you're.
I don't know. I don't. She said no. We've done it many times over the years.
You're
In
having
fact,
somebody else prepare your
almost
taxes?
every year. Almost every year. What's that, Casey?
You're having somebody else prepare your taxes?
Yeah. our
That might
accountant.
be one of the reasons that you can file for an extension. So that may be why.
I mean, there's an option there that if you're a live streamer, you can file for extensions. You're too busy.
I always file extension. I always.
Well, what happens is the accountants are flooded with last minute submissions. People, you're supposed to turn in your stuff quarterly, so they kind of keep it going for you. So at the very end, all they got to do is kind of wrap it up. But too often or not, they'll have somebody like Yucca that rolls in with a pickup truck and he's got a laundry basket full of papers and receipts and he just hands it to them.
Yeah,
and because of that, they get overwhelmed. So, and the IRS understands that. Now, Casey might be right, but I would imagine if it's available I would imagine a law like that's don't take my word for it, look it up. But I would think that anyone can apply for an extension. But the way they always told me was that if you apply for the extension, it doesn't mean it just means you can wait to turn in all the paperwork.
Mm-hmm.
But if you think you have money that's due, you need to pay that money right then and there.
Yeah.
And you can pay more if you want.
Yeah, and get it back. Yeah.
Not like everyone's got extra to throw in, but
what did you find, Casey? Did you Google it? What did you find?
Yeah, I know, but I don't want to say anything because I'm not licensed to give.
Taxified,
Yeah,
right?
I'm not licensed to
I
give any
get
kind
it.
of.
Yeah.
So, while I can read what's on the internet here, it's I gotta be careful.
Cite your source.
Yeah, just say, it's just a story for entertainment purposes.
Does not constitute. The following information about to be presented by Casey Shaw does not constitute financial advice. Please consult your CPA, tax accounting professional for further advice.
Yeah, and go do the DD yourself. Don't believe anything we say here.
Yep.
The way you can get yourself in trouble is if you ask for the extension, you drag your feet doing the paperwork, and you wait till later in the year. And if they can show that it was all just so you could get out of paying what would be a large sum, people, if say for instance somebody owes $100,000 or something, if they can put off paying that money to the IRS for months and months or longer, then they can make that money work for them in the interim. And the IRS is not going to hold still for that. They're going to say, you knew you were going to owe us approximately this big chunk and you sent in zero. So that's, you don't want to do anything you don't want to draw their attention. You don't want any specialized personal attention from the IRS. So even if you ask for the extended time, if you anticipate owing, it's to your best interest to send something.
Or just get on a payment plan immediately.
I just think it's really nuts, and I know everybody else probably feels the same way. But if they know everything about your income and have all the data already, then why in the world are you filing it? Like, should they just tell you what you owe? It just drives me nuts.
Well, it's because you have expenses, Casey. They don't know your expenses until you put them out into the table.
Right.
No. I know. I'm talking about.
Income.
I'm talking about nobody who's doing like an itemized. Like if you're just taking like standard deductions.
Easy filers, the 1040 or the easy
Right,
filers,
right.
who just do the standard one page. Yeah.
Right. If you're just if you're somebody who's just doing like a very standard, like there should be no reason for them to have to do it. Like it should just automatically come. Here's your if you're going to be an easy filer, here's what your number is, and either pay it or receive it.
Because I think the reason they do that because they know it's illegal what they're doing. They're taking more than what they need to, but you're allowing them to do it. So I think that's why. So they're waiting for you to give them the money without representation.
I don't know.
I agree. The tax code is overly complicated, and it's a burden on all Americans.
Yep.
And quite frankly, it needs to be simplified. But the accounting firms and stuff, well, they benefit from it to some extent. So.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna talk to the crown or something. It's not here. We're paying taxes. We're paying the king.
The single biggest reason they resist any kind of change for the tax code is similar to how people view change on many things. The IRS is afraid, or the government's afraid they'll get less money. Bottom line, if they thought for a single solitary minute that moving towards, say, a flat tax or a national sales tax, any of those things, if they thought for 1 minute that it would result in like a 25% bump in the Treasury, they'd be doing it right now. They're just like everybody else. They're like, we believe that right now we're getting the maximum amount that we can, and we don't want to risk that.
I am a little curious, since I've got you guys on the other page here. I want to just pull this up real fast.
We have a question for you.
Hold on one second. We haven't looked at this so far for the day today, and I just want to check this out and see how it's looking. Our next FOMC meeting is in 16 days, 2 minutes, 1 second. As of right now, there's a 97.4% chance that there will be no change. In June, we are showing a 79% chance at no change. July, a 52.9% chance that there will be no change. September is the first time that we're seeing a change possible now, with a 25 basis point drop, with a 45.7% chance at that. And then November, saying it's going to remain the same, and December showing up as another 25 basis point drop with a 34% chance. So as of right now, I know there's a lot of analysts out there that are suggesting the fact that we may not see any rate hike or any rate drops for the rest of this year. As of right now, though, I'm still seeing a pretty high chance of a possibility of having at least a 25 basis point drop. All right, what you got, Yucca?
Aren't you concerned that maybe you're leaving something on the table when you do your own taxes?
Well,
like money on the table that you would have claimed?
Oh, no.
Yeah, you shouldn't. If you know the basics, if you've even taken the time to learn the basics of your taxes, and if you nothing else, just get the 1040 EZ form. And if you read that, that makes sense to you, and you fall under most of the things covered by the EZ form, you're probably not leaving any money on the table.
So it's only been more recently for me that I've been not itemizing. So, but that's just because the tax code has changed more recently. And I haven't had any events that have occurred that would cause me to need to do anything other than just take the standard. But in the past, I used to do itemizations all the time, on my taxes. And no, I don't feel like there was ever anything in there that. There was a couple different years, way back in the day, when I had somebody prepare my taxes, and then I had done it on my own. And I always found that I tended to save more money by doing it on my own than I would save from paying somebody else to do them for me once I have to pay them.
Sure, you do.
So that was just that was my
and
perception.
If all you have is a 9 to 5 job, if you're one of those guys, I shouldn't say all. If you're fortunate enough to have a full-time job and get your W-2s printed out, it's really straightforward.
Yeah.
And Mrs. Pirate always did all of our taxes, probably far longer than we should have. But if you don't, when I say all you have, if you don't have anything extraordinary, like you're not part owner of a business, or you don't have some sort of pipeline that's not exactly, you don't have a bunch of rental properties, or you don't have your wife doesn't operate a home haircutting salon. If you have a 9 to 5 job, and you and the wife, and you just have W-2s coming in, you should be able to sit down and fill out the EZ form very easily, and do as good as you're going to get.
Now, Yucca, you have your own business, so you've got a lot more deductions there.
It's different. That's night and day.
Yeah.
Right.
And I did have a home business at one point in time, so
the breast milk implant?
No.
Oh.
But when you do have a home business, it certainly helps to itemize everything, and I get it. When you're in an itemized condition where you're looking for things to be able to write off, every little bit helps here and there, and not knowing what you can and what you can't write off could potentially slip past you. But depending on the software that it is that you're using, when you're doing your taxes, there are some software out there that are a little bit better than others and help you try to get your maximum return. And obviously, keeping receipts is huge, as you already know, I'm sure.
For the most part, our tax system's set up to where we are self-regulating. We kind of kid around about how the Citadels and the Susquehannas and those guys all self-report and self-regulate. But the American taxpayers, similar in that unless you are selected for an audit, for the most part, it's on the honor system. And you need to keep receipts and keep documentation, everything, but for nothing else than if you get audited. But if you're not audited, none of it matters, because it's on the honor system. You're saying I've calculated everything, I've hired someone to calculate everything, and based on the laws, the current laws that we have in place, this is what I'm entitled to keep and how much I owe, and it's really quite simple.
Papa Mac.
After I think 7 years, I think what they told us, I think my lawyer told me 7 years, you can throw everything in away. They can, the United States, don't quote me on this. This is just conversation here, people. I'm not a tax lawyer, but if you got tax documents, when you find yourself my age, Mrs. Pirate and I, we accumulated many bins of papers and you just want to purge it. And the last I checked is that we don't keep anything over 7 years.
Let's see here. Papa Mac saying, any children that play in my yard more than 2 days a week, I claim as a dependent. and Hawk, good afternoon. It's 104, guys. Time for numbers.
All right. I was gonna ask you something before that, but you can go ahead. Numbers.
No, go ahead. I got to log into my account and everything. So.
What did you tell us? Did you tell us your side hustle before? You never mentioned, or I know you did, but what were you doing? If you don't mind, the world knowing.
Yeah, I'll probably refrain.
Because I know you wanted to start. Okay, fine, whatever. I guess if it's that illegal, you want to let us
Mail
know.
us.
I was selling fleshlights on the side. No, I'm just kidding.
Ooh.
Hey, yeah.
Custom mold.
Refurbished.
Yeah.
They sold very nicely. You'd be surprised. No, I'm just teasing. That's nothing like that.
You get a new one. If you want, you got to turn in an old one. You got like a core charge, just like when you go buy brake drums. You got to bring your old ones in. They give you the refurbished one. So KC would get boxes delivered to his house by UPS of worn out fleshlights, and he would he'd go through the process of cleaning those and adding new decals and paint as required, and do all new liners and everything.
I like it.
I didn't even know they had all that.
Fleshlight
I don't
bleeding
either.
like the brakes.
Oh man. Okay.
So they did change.
The logo, no, sorry, but the logo is like filled with American love.
Nice.
Oh man. All right. Numbers. For sure now.
Numbers.
Yeah. By this time of day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX. We got about 57.96% going through off exchange, EDGX at 7.03. The combined total on that 64.99% or about 0.99% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume for the day is at 22,113 shares. That is definitely an elevated number. And the shares that we're seeing going through CHX on GME coming in at about 18,223 shares. Both of those elevated numbers for the day today. Anything over 30,000 is a lot to me. Taking a look at IBKR's reporting on shares available to borrow, sitting at 650,000 shares and fees at 1.85%. According to Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 1.38 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 1.23 million. It's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop slightly to 20.44%. Cost per mins at 1.04, average 3.38, and max 4.33. Shares on loan for the day today is at 84.18 million shares. That's approximately 2.8 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday, or Friday, I should say. And Ortex estimated about 1.16 million of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $3 strike with 9.5 thousand contracts. It's now 10.8. Highest amount of puts an hour ago was at a $2.50 contract with 2.6 in volume, and we're now at 3.2. The market is still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $2.50 and $3 by the end of the day. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. I do not expect us to see us on there, but I am pulling this up so you guys can see what the market's doing in regards to buying and selling of the 30 most heavily traded stocks, and it does appear to be a lot of buying going on from retail. MMRI was 305.38 as of an hour ago. It's now 305.62, so it rose a little. Anything over 300 is extreme risk. Risk on. High risk, meaning it should be risk off. Should be moving to risk off. The spread between the 2-year, 10-year bond rates an hour ago was 0.301 and is now currently at 0.306. NASDAQ is down 1.54, Dow Jones is down 0.51, and the S&P 500 is down 1%. We have 4,366 decliners to 1,517 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing from an hour ago, and we are on hot lava fire. Don't touch the floor. It'll burn the crap out of your feet. I am not seeing the return up that I was kind of expecting to see. I thought a lot of money was going to be entering into the marketplace to kind of keep it from falling. If it is entering into the marketplace to keep it from falling, it's doing a shitty-ass job of doing it, because let me tell you, the market is not happy right now. There is one sector that is up for the day today, and that's healthcare, up 0.04%. Worst sectors besides that, it's going to be real estate, followed by consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, all 7, are in the red, 1% or more. Financial institutions, plus or minus 2.5% or greater, are going to get a shout out. Coinbase is down 6.11%. FRC is down 6.67%. Silvergate's up 2.7%. NYCB is up 6.41%. I'm not sure why that one's getting pumped all of a sudden. Throw money at the bank that's hurting the most. Maybe, yeah, we're definitely seeing a flipping in the stocks here. Goldman Sachs is the only other one to read off here with it's up 3.06%. Gold up 0.9 and consolidating after a trend up. Silver up 2.88 and consolidating after, no, it's still trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 0.08 and consolidating a little bit after a downtrend. US dollar is up 0.13 and continuing to trend up. Oil is breaking even for the day today and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.78 to 0.82 and consolidating after trend up. SPY is down 1.09 and trending down. VIX is up 8.03% and has broken over 19 on a couple different occasions now for the day today. It is definitely flirting with trying to break past 19. The futures right now on the VIX are showing 17.83 and are not catching back up with as fast as the VIX is moving upwards. We may see a little bit of a downtrend here on the VIX numbers, maybe a cooling off, as that's what the futures are suggesting. VTI is down 1.16 and trending down. VB is down 1.25 and consolidating after a trend down. Tesla is down 4.8, trending down. Amazon is down 1.32 and consolidating after a downtrend. Cinemark is up 0.82 but currently trending down. Doge is down 1.03 and looks like it's making a reversal off of a downtrend into an uptrend. Bitcoin is down 2.06 and trending down. GME is down 5.66 and trending down. HYMC is down 0.91, trending down. NCMI is down 1.16 and trending down. Hood is down 4.81 and trending down. And AMC is down 3.91 and trending down. Inflow versus outflows for the day today, it's about $2 million more outflow than inflow. 9.33 million shares traded so far for the day today after 282 minutes worth of trading. Looks like we're on a pace for about 12.9 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 15 and 35. It's looking like that's going to end up being a prediction too high. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have... Hey, Funky, can I get you to mute? Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
I don't even think he can hear you. Oh, there he did. Yeah, it's getting kind of loud.
He has a server mute, so...
On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 23.5, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.53, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more, I don't know what that is, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 31.71, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.18, which is below average. And with that... that's all I got for you guys. I yield my time to the back of the big tramp.
I was sharing some of not ideas, just sharing some of the your policies that you have for your flashlight refurb business. Letting them know what sharing warranty information, and some specific upgrades they can pay for.
Nice.
Stella says, I tried to thank Tech We Love for the numbers, but cannot comment. Cannot even give a post a thumbs up. It says I do not have permissions. What gives?
On Discord.
Stella is your name.
You may have to be his friend. Don't you have to friend him first, Casey? Doesn't
No.
Stella have to?
If Stella's in the back of the.
She's talking about on YouTube.
It says on Discord, but I'm saying before she can thumbs up or comment on him, does she have to be on his friend list or whatever, or accept his invitation or something? No.
No, I don't know what she's trying to comment, but I'll look into it.
Oh, I think I know what the problem is. When you first come into the channel, I think you have to go to the rules and acknowledge the rules for the channel first. I'm pretty sure there's a requirement that you have to go into the rules section and verify and that you understand the rules for the Discord. Once you've done that, I think that might be under channels and roles, maybe? No, I don't know where that's at.
You click like an emoji to say you accept.
Yeah. And I see here it shows I see you on here as listed as a member. I'm not sure how to. I'm wondering if there's a way that I can do this for you. I'm looking to see it, but I'm not sure. It says I can. What does pruning people mean? Does that mean you're cutting them off? What the heck does that mean?
I think you want to know.
Anyways, you might need to do that in order for you to be able to submit anything or say anything. And real quickly, I'll just show you. I think maybe I'll show you. Hold on a second. When you go onto Discord, there should be a section in there. It should start out. You should see like events. You may not see this other stuff in here, but you'll see like rules, I think. And you want to go to that rules section, and then I'm not sure if that's where you can accept the rules to the channel or not, but I'm pretty sure that might be the place.
Yeah, I think that's the place.
It doesn't pop up anything for me when I go in there, so I'm not sure how that works exactly.
Yeah, because you're the owner.
Right. I've never seen it from the other side, so I'm not sure how that works. Ben says, Casey, is this still dilution? Genuine question. Yes. Until we see an announcement stating otherwise, I would say yes. Rich says, petition to call it milking pressure and drinking pressure instead of buy and sell pressure. Motion denied. Vetoed.
Moving on.
I think originally.
Casey, have you ever had the occasion to drink raw cow's milk?
I'm going with no.
No,
I'm a fan.
I had it one time. I was repulsed by it. It was rather thick. It tasted fine. It tasted good, but it was the texture of it. I'm so accustomed to store bought 2% milk or whatever, whole milk.
Ow.
That I couldn't begin to even consider drinking on a daily basis.
Yeah, that's one of the few memories I have with my grandfather. So I liked it as a kid, and I would even go for it now.
Right. Yep. Yeah, exactly.
I don't really enjoy warm milk. It's not my thing.
Yes, like me, I was very lucky to taste all goat, sheep, and cow milk.
Right.
Especially in the summer, especially in the summer when I was in the island. My cousins, they have a farm, so I was lucky enough. Every morning I had to choose what I'm gonna drink.
Now, pirate, are you was it a cow or was it a bull?
No, stop it. Yeah. Casey's right.
I-
Casey, you're right though. You're right though. He had the cow had been milked that morning, so that despite the fact that they chilled it in the refrigerator, it didn't really have enough time to cool down enough to where it would be considered cold milk. So that may have had something to do with it.
Gross. Yeah, directly out of the cow itself, pass. That's a pass for me. Processed is way better. Now, here's what I probably would do. If you gave me fresh out of the tit milk, I would probably make butter out of it, add salt, obviously, so you have salted butter.
Yep.
And I would probably enjoy that very much, on like maybe like
Oh,
a
I'm sure you
piece of
would,
toast
yeah.
or something like
Yeah.
that. But
Yeah, I've had that, and it's very good as
that's
well.
way
Human?
different than for me. That's way different than drinking it. So,
Right.
and it would have to be chilled at some point or another to turn it, to get it the butter
Well,
thickened
that
up.
was part of the thing. The farmer shared with me. He asked me, he's like, "Is it the taste that bothers you, or is it the fact that it's not cold?" And I said, probably more repulsed by it being, not being cold.
Mhm.
But along with that was because when it comes from the cow, it still has everything in there, like you just said, the cream, the heavy creams that they use, the cream that they use to make butter, all that. So what we drink today that's sold by Walmart, it's kind of what's left after all the good shit's taken out, and they throw a little water in with it.
Yeah.
So, but if that's all you've ever known as a young child, then you come to think that that's what milk tastes like. But truth of the matter is, we're getting a watered down, weak ass substitute, really.
So
for me growing up, we would get the natural milk, and even like we would just boil it. You get it exactly as it is from the cow. We would just boil it, and that was it for us, with all the
Me-
fat and stuff.
I feel bad for the new kids or now the
For
milk you can
Casey.
for a month. No, I feel bad because you can keep your milk now for a month or something, with the whole pasteurized inside and things like that.
Right.
Yeah, but you lose the good stuff.
Pardon me?
You lose the good stuff.
Yeah, that's why
Yes,
that's why it
exactly.
feels bad.
It
Yeah.
becomes cheese. I was lucky enough to choose. I need a goat milk. I need a sheep milk. I need, and the next day or the day after, you drink it or you throw it. That's it.
Yep.
Well, Danny was asking about, aren't we the only species that drinks other cows' milk? Danny, the truth of the matter is, human beings are the only species that drinks milk after.
No. Are you sure about that? Are you sure?
I was going to say the only species that drinks milk after weaning. Most animals,
No.
your dogs.
You've
cats,
never seen a cat
no.
drink cow's milk before.
Well, yeah, I've seen. I mean, there's rarities, there's exceptions, but you don't see every cow. You don't see all the cats going as a course of habit and nursing. Yeah, if a cow's leaking milk, absolutely the cat will lick it up just the same as you would if you licked it up if you spilled it out of the refrigerator. But I'm just saying, as a purpose of making up their diet, a cat's primary diet isn't milk. Whereas when you go buy milk for your family, you're making that a regular portion of that dietary intake. So as a general rule, once animals are weaned, they're done. They'll never have milk again in their lives.
We've had 11 trading days since the announcement of the dilution, and 237.63 million shares have been traded so far since then. I think for those of you who are wondering about like whether or not dilution is still happening, I think we're getting really, really close to potentially being there. So maybe we see within a week or so, we should get the announcement that it's been completed.
Casey,
Mm-hmm.
in the bubble back here, I posted something that has to do with milk and liquor and cows. Have you ever had that? I think we spoke about it the last time.
Well,
We were talking about
one of my favorite drinks is a White Russian. Well, not I actually prefer a Black Russian, but a White Russian's just as good, and it's got cream in it. It's got a cream liqueur in there. So.
Did you see what I put in the back?
No, but
you know
I'm sure.
I'm
sure. Hold on a second here. Let me look.
I'm sure you know about this. You're in Texas.
Let's see. Do I have to click on it to watch it?
Or you can just read about it. But if you watch it, it's really.
I can't read. It's a YouTube video.
Well, it's okay. So the guy, he pours liquor in a cup, and then he goes milk the cow, and he drinks it in the morning.
What kind of liquor?
I don't know what kind of liquor it's. I think, what was it? I don't know, man. I don't remember what he poured. Let me see. I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, I probably would pass.
Milk
Milk and alcohol don't really mix all that well together.
Chocolate coffee.
Can tend to curdle.
Coffee, and it's a high proof of alcohol, so maybe like a, I don't know, 151.
Bailey's Irish Cream, or
it could be tequila. It's a Mexican thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then they drink it in the morning, early in the morning with fresh cow milk or goat's milk. And then people, I've never been, but I want to go do it. They said you get wasted, and then you light it up on fire.
I've never done that.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
I want to do it. There you go. I think, what is it, Amaruya? Is that what it is?
Amarillo is what he spelled it wrong, but
okay.
Amarillo.
Still is saying
no, Amaretto. I think it's Amaretto. Amarillo is a state in Texas. Amaretto is the liqueur.
Well, imagine that, having another species on this planet coming to our house and milking us for whatever milk they can get. How would that make you feel?
That kind of happens.
Oh, it's like a massage
from time to time.
Massage parlor?
Yeah.
All right, Stella, so here's what I got on your profile on my server. And it says here, agreed to rules is marked as an X. So you have not yet agreed to the rules of the channel, so you can't post anything. Now, if you did post something before, which it looks like maybe you did, it could be that, I don't know, for some reason or another, I don't know. You're going to have to somehow figure out how to agree to the rules, because I don't see a way for me to do that for you. If you need me to kick you from the server, and then you can join back up again, so maybe it gives you the option to be able to agree to the rules. But as it stands right now, this needs to be done in order for you to be able to participate, I think, again.
Get her done.
Speaking of get her done, I'm done. Break time.
Dun dun dun.
Let me put this up here. Alrighty. I'll be back at 2:10, and I'll see you guys there, and we'll close out this day together. See you guys in a bit.
I'm gonna have to
Enjoy.
share with the fellas. So very cool that he allows us to continue to enjoy each other's company while he's gone. So, kind of cool.
It is nice.
I was correcting somebody about that liquor in chat. I said Amarillo, but then I remembered Amarillo's there's lyrics to a song, Amarillo by Morning. I've had Amaretto, the liquor, and it's quite tasty. I enjoyed it.
Oh yeah.
That has a caramel, like a caramel flavor to it.
I think it's almond.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
And then the Bailey's Irish Cream, it was more of a minty, like a chocolate mint type flavor to me. But yeah, I like both of those.
What's he got?
Hey, Pirate. Can you hear my background if I talk?
No, all we can hear is your voice right now.
Okay, that's good. Someone's got a TV on, so it's just like.
Oh, apparently your noise canceling features giving you its money's worth, because all we can hear is your voice.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm looking forward to. I know it's not a big deal, but I'm looking forward to the announcement from AMC for their quarterly earnings. I looked back last year; they announced it April 3rd, so I'm looking forward to that announcement.
I mean, Q1 is not going to be that great, so.
No, I know it's not going to be great. I'm just looking forward to AMC to announce it, though. You know what I mean? Like.
I'm saying Palestinian protesters shutting down the Golden Gate Bridge, bumper to bumper. I'm telling you, Tom, that's going to end up getting bad for somebody. I saw one yesterday where they had stopped a ambulance, lights and siren and everything, refused to let the ambulance go through. That's somebody's loved one inside of that ambulance. And, they could be putting somebody's life at risk. He could have just had a stroke or any number of things. But you just think about the hubris, the selfishness of that, all that look-me foolishness that they're doing, and it's some effort to try to draw attention to what their cause or whatever. That's all fine and noble, but to endanger somebody else's life in the process, they need to be. I'm telling you, they need to be slamming these people into the jail cells. And I'd even say, if they get in front of my truck, it's not going to go well. It's not going to go well for them. But it's just me.
Yeah, they could be just as effective on the sidewalks.
Right, exactly. It's always an attempt to control somebody. You have a right to free speech. What you don't have a right to do is control my life, and that's that whole attitude of, you're going to see things my way, or I'm going to punish you for it. And I've often thought, doesn't that seem a little counterintuitive? I mean, if you want to bring me into the fold, if you will, or sell me on the merits of how I need to view things your way, how then is all of that? How does that work? How is that beneficial? And it's not, because I don't think that's truly what they want to do. I think more often than not, it's bored people looking to find some interaction and get some attention.
It's not even them trying to get you to believe something, right? They're preventing you from picking your kids up. They're preventing you from getting to emergency. They're preventing you for a lot of things.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like scale terrorism.
Right. There's people that pick their kids up from school. I remember one time, for instance, Mrs. Pirate and we picked our children up from school, but the school buses had all left and the teachers had all gone home for the day, and we found ourselves in traffic. And when we arrived to pick up our two boys, which were rather young at the time, 3 years apart, There was no one there, just two little boys sitting on a curb, and they were incredibly frightened. And the oldest one gave us three kinds of hell about how we didn't. But my point of the matter is that when people are out traveling and you prevent them from their destination, there could be serious repercussions for somebody. No.
And I would go so far as to say it's actually lazy of them to block traffic, because if they can't do a good enough social media like advertising, and also like they could go live, right, recording themselves on the streets with on the sidewalks, There's a lot of things you can do that doesn't stop things going on.
Well, again, it's just about fairness. You want people to. We're just supposed to be good to each other, and even if we disagree on political things or policies, if you want to protest it and try to draw attention so that perhaps someone will explore the issues and maybe come around to your way of thinking, then you're entitled to do that. But I draw the line to where people try to take action that directly impacts me. I'm not their slave. I'm not their child. I'm not under their control. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to take control of you of some way. And I find it offensive. And it's never been this way in the past. This is all new. This is another example of the extremity of everything has to be more extreme, more extravagant, more. So before it was okay to have they do sit-ins or they would protest or march in front of a business with signs. But that, again, it gets increasingly more extreme in an effort for them. I guess they feel like somehow or another they can then justify the extremity by saying it's that important. We're trying to save the planet here. I'm like, well, that's all fine and good, but if you get somebody killed in an ambulance, you're hurting people.
Yep, and I would argue, if you look back on history, extreme forms of protests are always there. Like, I know there, like for voting rights, there was the woman who threw herself in front of a horse. So there's people do crazy stuff that goes beyond protesting.
Yeah, crazy is crazy. Even you don't have to be a protester to be crazy.
What's up, guys?
We don't have mental institutions. Hey, Danny the Deuce. We don't
Danny,
have mental institutions like we used to in this country, where they could have people put away that were clearly just off their rockers. So now they all walk around among us, and you get what you get. Their behavior impacts your life.
Danny, I found in the name of a street right down the street from where I'm at. It's probably pronounced geyser, but it's spelled gazer.
You should put star next to the word.
I'm gonna take a picture of the name of the street with the sun setting at the time of that.
That's funny. That's genius.
It is genius.
By the way, did you just call me a clown when I came back in? Do I look funny to you? Do I amuse you?
Who said clown?
I thought you said clap.
No, I said Danny. I found.
He's doing Joe Pesci's lines from
the
Goodfellas.
Casino. Oh, Goodfellas, yeah, Goodfellas. But I wanted to get into it. I honestly thought you said clown.
Oh, no, I wouldn't call you a
Twitter
clown.
account, for those in the stream and here that in the back of the Big Tramp, if you have that Twitter account, Clown World, they just posted one of the craziest videos I think I've ever seen. The guy, it starts off, and again, with these videos, you don't know what happened before, before people started recording. But the guy has like a workers, like a FPL, FPL is Florida Power Light, like a company truck, and some guy just comes in and starts to get in his truck, and you see the guy's like, "Hey, don't get in my truck," and he starts shooting at the guy while the guy's in the truck, and the guy backs up. And then you think everything's over, and all of a sudden the truck comes out of nowhere and just hits this guy about 40 feet in the air. And it was just insane. You got to watch it.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. People are nuts, man. Sorry, that's my announcements. Yeah, it's yeah. I don't know what makes people get so crazy, man, with road rage and. And this is a big dude, man. The guy's a big guy, and he goes flying like a rag doll. Poor dude. But he might be the one in the wrong, so I don't know. I don't know who's like for him to start shooting at the guy. It was I don't know. Just let him take the truck, man. You don't have to, I don't know.
I don't know, because I guess I would need to see what's there, but
What do you mean take
I
the
don't know.
truck?
I don't agree with anything. Like, let them take anything. Fuck it.
It's carjacking. I'm with you,
People
preacher.
for too
I'm
long
with you,
are
preacher. Try
have
to
got
take
used
my truck.
into taking
I'm trying
stuff.
to take
No,
my
no.
truck. See how it goes for you.
Yeah.
For you.
Yeah.
Well,
we used to have duels. Our society used to say you can't do that.
Yeah. Well, the thing, if I had a kid, like my kid in the back seat or something, and someone is stealing my car, yeah, I would shoot and try to stop them. But nowadays, if they take your vehicle and you shoot and kill the guy, you're probably going to get charged with depending on the state, obviously.
Depends
You're
on,
probably going to get
depends on where
charged.
you're at. Yeah.
Yeah, so and it is material, right? Like I don't think anyone's life is over a material possession.
Yeah,
Or
but
a
you got to be
material
careful with
or
that.
material
You got to
possession
be
is over
careful with that,
anyone's
Danny,
life.
because what if my truck is the way I conduct business to feed my kids? You're going to steal my truck and literally take the food out of my children's mouths. So that's
Aside
a
from that,
threat to my
Pirate,
family and their way of life. What's that? I'm sorry,
Pirate,
preacher.
even over that, but Danny, they're risking your life for your truck, so they're willing to kill you to get your truck.
Right.
So no.
So why am I not within my rights to kill them to keep my truck? Exactly.
I give it to them.
Me too.
I'm gonna give them something, but it won't be
I
the
give
truck.
them to them. What for? I'm insured. In the
So,
process of the
there-
accident, I was injured.
Ariel saying it's a failed carjacking, and then Dario's like, how did he miss the guy? Because he's right next to him, shooting at him. But when a bullet goes through a car window, it changes the trajectory. You might be aiming right at the guy, but once you shoot, it might change the bullet, the direction.
So how do you know he missed him? He could do all that with 2 bullets in him. You can do everything that guy did with that truck with 6 bullets in you.
Yeah,
so it's not like a video. Everybody thinks it's a video game where you shoot the guy and it's game over. You go read some stories, man. We talked about the Medal of Honor winners before. Go see what some guys have done that's had 5, 6 bullets and more in their bodies, and see what
Switches
happens.
and timers.
That's why. No, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, there's switches and timers. So there's bullets that hit points that switch you off. Basically, you're down, and there's timers. There's bullets that penetrate you, and it's all down to the blood loss. How long you can still function for a certain amount of time, depending on your blood loss, right? So that's why there's switches and timers. So that's what matters.
Well, they have these videos, with the shootings, police shootings or whatever, and they're like, oh, how come they shot the guy so many times? And because sometimes it takes you have to stop until you stop the threat. And if they're still holding the gun or whatever, they can potentially shoot back and kill somebody. So you have to stop the threat, unless they drop the gun or whatever. So I'm not getting into it whether shootings are justified or whatever, but
I didn't do a complete. I didn't become obsessed with it. But what I saw was essentially there was somebody being carjacked. I think the guy with the orange vest on was a concealed carry guy. I think he got out of what looked like a 1-ton service truck with a little boom crane, stinger crane on the back, and he went to help the other person. And I believe what happened was then the bad guy said, "Well, fuck it, I'll take his truck then."
Yes, that's what it looks like. But again, I don't know because the way the video starts. But even if it was, wouldn't that guy be a worker? Usually, it might be his company, but most likely it's a company vehicle. Let him take the vehicle. Like I don't know. That's just my thought.
It's not. I think you're missing the point, Danny. People have had enough.
Yeah, I know. I totally agree.
And listen, and you may not like this. Is just the difference. My opinion. Here's I think the word of you. We need more people. The guy with the vest on who was working, who tried to help the other guy that was being carjacked. You need more of that, not less.
Yes.
Because the cops ain't getting it done for you. If you think the cops are going to take care of your family, then you're an idiot. You know, you look out for me, Danny, and I'll look out for you. Let's just agree if we're both working and some guy tries to come up and rob us, that we'll help each other to stop the bad guy. Let's just operate from that position. So
I love the videos where they're robbing the store, and you know the employees nowadays. You can't do anything to stop people from leaving your store with merchandise. But then you have these good Samaritans who's like, no man, they're gonna keep raising our prices for this merchandise, and they kind of stop the bad guy. You know, I like those type of videos because it's not right for people just to blatantly take all this stuff, and who gets charged? It's the consumer.
Yep. I actually agree with that too, because if you go down the trail of thinking that I was going to go, if he doesn't stop them from taking the company car, they might say that they no longer have a job for him because they have, they need to cover that. I don't know. And if people steal from your stores too many times, we've seen Walmart and other stores close down, and then you don't have a Walmart in your community anymore. So there is something to not preventing the community from defending itself.
Yeah, but is it worth is a car worth a life? Unless he's putting people's life into danger, which you don't know. The guy could go on a crazy driving, running people over, and you don't know. But like if someone's stealing a pack of cigarettes from a gas station and they don't have a weapon, that's not justified to shoot the guy. But I don't know. I see both sides. I can see what Pirate's saying, and yeah, people are fed up, man. They're fed up with all this crime.
Then, do you see what's happening in countries like Brazil, where drivers see these guys on a scooter robbing people on the sidewalk?
Mm-hmm. But that's different because they have guns. These guys that are robbing have guns. The guy that jumped in the truck, I didn't see him with a gun. He could have, but people are shooting back at the robbers because they have guns pointed at people. So,
but I would argue that if you have a society that knows that if you steal something, you're going to get shot at.
Yeah,
I agree. A lot less stealing.
Yes, absolutely. By the way, Roadrunner.
Can you turn Funky Pizza's mic back on for him? I think he's back.
Yeah. Sorry, Funky.
No,
my bad.
just asking.
I wanted to drop a message to you, but you logged off. Because I wanted to tell you, just let me know when you're back, and I'll unmute you. But yeah, now it should be good.
We put him in mic jail. Hot mic jail.
Yeah.
It takes one or two examples, and to make everybody not do it.
Yeah.
If you know that that's the consequence for doing this, then everybody else will not do it too. You hope, right? Like if it gets enough publicity, So.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just my thing. I don't know. If I was in that situation, I wouldn't shoot at him. But everyone's different, and I can see the reasoning. But anyway, I didn't want to come and try to get us into a debate. I just watched that video. It's insane.
Where is it?
You don't see many of those type of videos. The guy's flying. That guy weighs about 250, 300 pounds. If you go on to I'll post it in general.
For those of you who don't have the opportunity to see it, it starts out with a carjacking. And there's a guy in a pickup truck. He gets out of his truck and goes to give the aid to the other person. The bad guy then redirects his activities towards him and goes and gets in his truck. This guy has a pistol. I think he discharged a few rounds into the cab of the truck, but the guy backs up in the truck. The bad guy backs up in the truck, and the gentleman who was trying to be helpful to begin with turned his back on him. And at that point in time, the truck goes from reverse to forward gear, and he floors it. The man tries to run out of the way, and the guy hits him square on, probably running 50 or 60. Knocks him 30 feet through the air. Pretty dramatic. But it all started with one person trying to take something from somebody else that didn't belong to them by force. First, you tell people, well, you can shoplift, just keep it under $900. Then you tell people, well, you can take people's cars from them, just Just don't hurt them. Just force them to get out, and then you can take their cars. So what'll be next? What's going to be next? They say, well, they can come in my house and steal as long as they don't take everything. I mean, they keep moving the lines farther and farther back on what's acceptable. People are done.
Yep. I see videos where like people, so not employees, because as you said they're not allowed, but people are standing up to people just looting, stores, and they just stop them and take stuff from them, and they're looking shocked, like, how dare you stop me? And that's mind blowing for me. Like that you have kids who think it's okay to walk into a shop, fill bags of stuff, and just walk out. Walk, not even run, walk out. And you're offended or shocked when someone's trying to stop you. Yeah.
Preacher, I put it in the bubble and in general. I put it in both places.
Nice.
And for those that are in the chat, if we know you and you're not in Discord, just let us know. And we'll send you a link privately, because there's some people that we don't know, and I know KC hasn't. He doesn't invite everybody recently, because we have a lot of people who are in here to just talk crap. But if we know that you've been around and you're not in Discord, you got to join.
Yeah, and Preacher, I'd say that they've had too many examples on social media of people getting away with stealing.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it goes both ways.
Yep.
Too much stealing on camera, and not enough preventing crime on camera.
Yeah.
But it is true. I mean, it's like robbing a gun store. Like you can't rob a gun store and not expect to be shot back at, or even in Texas. Almost everyone, I would say 9 out of 10 people are carrying concealed guns. So for you to go anywhere in Texas and try to rob somebody, or go into a store with a gun, I mean, you got to know that you're going to get shot at by somebody. So I think Tech was saying, the more we do this, the bad guys will know that there's consequences. But you got some states that they don't have any consequences, or they know, I'll get arrested, I'll get out. So.
We have formal law enforcement throughout the world, not just the United States. But for the most part, cultures police themselves. You're as a group, a community, a town, a tribe, whatever. The police are there, as a uniform presence. But overall, the culture decides what's acceptable and what's not. That's why you see the great disparity in activities from, like, say, a certain inner city place versus another geographic location. It isn't because the air's different there, or the sunshine's different. It's the people that are there and the culture that they embrace, and what that particular area finds acceptable or unacceptable. Whether it's the Middle East and their views towards using young men as for sexual pleasure. When I say young men, I mean little boys. That's an example. It's repugnant to the rest of the world, but for them in that particular geographic location, it's acceptable. And with crime, it's no different. Whatever a culture, whatever your group says will accept, that's what you're going to get.
And I was going to say that, Danny, even if you at the moment you think you wouldn't stop somebody like that,
Yeah.
If enough people say that, you're revealing your poker hand, and
No,
and
you're
people
right. That's true.
Yeah. So even if you don't agree with stopping them, you don't want to tell people you don't agree with stopping people.
Yes. No, that makes sense.
let all the people who do the violence to keep society going, let them do what they do.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Good point. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of videos where they go rob whatever. It doesn't have to be a gas station, or it could be anywhere. But I've seen, most likely it's gas stations, and they come in with a gun. They're like, "Oh, give me everything," and the guy gives it to him, and you would think, "Oh, the guy's just gonna turn around and walk out," and he turns around and shoots the guy. There was one where a guy had a young son with him, and the guy robs him and is walking out, and right outside the door, he turns around and shoots the dad. Or the kid. It might have been the kid. I forget what it was, but I'm like, what's the point of that? Guy got what he wants. Just leave. And you never know. You never know. So that's why when I see people get shot and they're robbing someone, oh, you should just let him have the stuff. He wasn't gonna hurt nobody. You don't know that, and it's sad, but anything can happen. So these guys that have guns, they should know that someone's gonna shoot back at them.
Well, it's crazy because in this time that we live in, they've made being a victim a virtue. Like everybody's in a big rush, to be the next victim because they found that's the easiest way to get some attention. Pay attention to me. I'm a victim. I've been injured. And what's funny is it applies to almost every aspect of our society except for the victims of crimes. You can be a victim in any other aspect of life, but when it comes to criminal activity, then they want to flip the script, and suddenly it's all this excuse making for the criminals or the belligerent, the attacker, whatever. There's all sorts of justifications and buts and ifs and wells, and again, people have had it. They're not taking it anymore. Unfortunately,
Ooh, Pirate, he didn't mean any harm by it. He's a good boy.
People just want to be left alone. Just want to go about their business and be left alone.
Give him another chance, Pirate.
Yukon, you're my hero. You hear the story Yukon had? He chased the guy out, and with the cops, some guy pulled a gun at the bar he was in, 5 feet from him, and he chased him out with the cops, and he got arrested. The guy got arrested, not Yukon. That's pretty awesome.
Christopher Rodriguez, if you'd like to be in part of the Discord, all you have to do is petition KC via Twitch or Twitter. Probably the easiest one will be X. If you send him I believe they're called DMs, whatever message for him, asking for a link. It's a general rule. Once he makes he understands that you're not a bot. I think a big part of it is that he just likes to control who's going to come join Discord to make sure that it's not someone who has bad intent or in fact doesn't even really exist. So now you know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't get me started, Kenny G with the squatters. Oh, I'm sure Pirate will tell you some stories.
We're fortunate in Florida. The squatter thing isn't, again, you got to be careful where you invest your money. Money goes where it's treated best. And I'm in real estate in Florida. I've been in real estate in Indiana and Ohio. And all of those places are relatively fair with personal property rights, which that's what we're talking about here. When I own a house, that's my personal property. It's no different than a car that you own. And there are states out there who are protective of that. And there are states who are not. And that's another example of how too oftentimes you have county governments and state governments that are treating the criminals, that's the squatters now, they're treating them as the victim. And it's just unfortunate that that's not the case. What you'll find is that people, once again, money just won't. Once people realize the rules of those games, then they won't play the game. Then they'll be running around with their hair on fire, screaming that they want more available housing, or there's a housing crisis. I'm like, you don't say. But I'm fortunate. Florida's not that way. They have rights that protect to make sure that tenants are treated fairly, and that you have to honor your if you have a signed lease for a year in Florida, you're going to honor that. There are specific laws on all of that guarantee that people aren't taken advantage of. But what they don't allow in Florida is for people to it's not anything like this foolishness you're reading about in some of the other places.
Yep.
Two o'clock. 1 hour left for all the fun we can take, all the laughs we can handle. 59 minutes.
Vix is back over in 19.
Wow.
$250. We're back revisiting the 251. All right. Yukon said that the monkeys riding the sheepdogs was amazing to witness. Yeah, I'm sure you laughed a great deal at that. He said he took a video of it. He'll put it in Discord. Cool, man. I look forward to seeing it. I'm sure it'll make me chuckle.
I'm ordering some cable adapters right now. This is kind of, you ever find it strange that they call the adapters male and female? I mean, it makes sense, but it's just weird. I think it makes sense, but it is
Perfectly logical. Perfectly logical.
Yeah, yeah. Females are just a receptacle, right? So,
yeah, they do it in all things. They do it in plumbing.
Yeah.
Machining. Yeah.
Machine are real good now. Come on.
was reading back over the live chat, and it would appear that Roadrunner, which I believe is me, I guess he has takes issue with the fact that I say I too often. I'll need to make a mental note to query him on that when I see him again. See if maybe he can shed some light on.
I don't understand.
Just exactly what that means. Yeah, maybe I can. Maybe he can help me fix whatever it is I need to fix that's broken.
As you can hear the chants from the crowd. Let's go, Brandon.
There you go. Let's go, Brandon.
I am not sure what he meant with that.
Thank you, Nana Abe. It's very kind of you. We're quite pleased with it. Still have a ways to go yet, but this was a particularly difficult hurdle, and it's in his rearview mirror. But those are very kind words, and I appreciate it. I'm grateful.
Yep.
Sorry, Pirate, what did I miss?
Well, you and we talked at length about those issues he was having. He finally passed that course.
That's great.
It became real difficult, but the particular maneuver that he was struggling with, he did it 4 times flawlessly, and everything's right with the world now. But it was kind of drama laden. I shared with you they were wanting to encourage him to redo the entire semester or the entire training block, which was ridiculous. Even the training officer said, I don't understand all this. I got a little paranoid and just felt like maybe I was just being worked or somehow a victim of something going on that might not have necessarily been on the up and up, but it doesn't matter now. And came to a good resolution, and he's back on track. It was funny because KC had just gone on break, and I asked him if he would leave the mic on so we could all enjoy each other's company, and he said yes. And then not 10 seconds after that, Mrs. Pirate's phone rang, and I just forgot. I just turned and went about my business with her, receiving this news and getting some of the details. And so it was kind of funny. I guess I kind of failed to fulfill my responsibilities. I should have at least mentioned that I was going to be leaving and be right back. But I was too excited, man. Chase that squirrel.
There you go. I again.
There you go.
Tom said he was saying about he was doing the drinking game that we do with Tech We Love, and them guys, every time they say Manjeet, I think we catch her sometimes. They know we love them, but we make fun of them for using the same phrase over and over again. We had kids around taking it. It all makes sense now. Thanks, Tom.
I'm gonna step out for a little bit, guys.
Yeah, John.
I think I'm gonna catch you up in a bit.
All right, hurry back if you can.
Yes. Buddy. Thank you. Bye.
It's funny. If I want to get this adapter in black, it's $3.99. If I want to get it in red, it's $7.99.
Isn't that crazy?
It's ridiculous.
I thought it'd be the other way around. Isn't black a more common color?
Red, black is more common, so that's why they're making it more. For the
that's why they're making it.
It's red, yes. Fancy.
I mean, apart from the dye, so the paint they have to use, I'm assuming They might make it more expensive because they don't sell a lot. So for them to
Maybe.
make it that color,
Right.
they need to
Yeah,
charge
it's
more
probably
because then
more than that than anything. You're correct, Preacher. Although red is, for the longest time when I painted cars, red is the most expensive paint. It has the most expensive pigments in them, but I hardly think that it would be that much more expensive to justify that kind of a price increase. Yeah. Welcome back, KC.
Thank you.
KC.
All right, let's see here.
Oh, that's funny. Roadrunner was saying shot every time someone said you know.
by the way, Casey, you're muted on Discord in case.
And there, now you can hear me. I wasn't really saying anything anyways, but... let me just make sure something got taken care of here before taking... I'll take you guys over the other page here, and then I gotta check something real quick and see... Let's see, general... Nope. All right.
You had a couple of requests, KC, for admission to your Discord, so just give you a heads up. You'll probably start seeing some Twitter DMs coming your way.
Doggone it! I forgot to do what Pro Jeweler wanted me to do today. Son of a gun.
What do you want you to do?
He wanted to see the on loan versus returned amounts.
Shame on you.
Pro Jeweler, let me ask you a quick question. If you want that data, how far back do you want it? Like, do you need just 1 year's worth, or what do you like? What time frame are you looking for? That helps me a little bit.
Did he want it on or off?
I don't even know what that means.
On loan or off loan? I don't know. Sorry, I gotta go to track. I'll see you guys.
Yeah, go to track already, damn it. Get out of here. I'm still trying to log into my account. One of these days. All right. I think we're good to go. Let's take a look at off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have about 56.37% going through off exchange, EDGX at 6.83. Combined total 63.2%, or about 2.8% less than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 26,813 shares. That's quite a few shares going through there. CHX for GME is coming in at 19,623. Also elevated numbers, but not over the 30K that really kind of gets me kind of excited. According to IBKR, as far as shares being available to borrow, at 650,000 shares still. Fees are rising to 1.9%. According to Ortex an hour ago, there was approximately 1.23 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 1.24. That's really not going to change the estimated short-term interest of the free float all that much. It's at 20.44%. Cost borrow mins at 1.04, average 3.38, and max 4.33. We have 84.18 million shares on loan currently, with 2.8 million of that in return shares from Friday. 1.16 million shares returned in short interest, according to Ortex. And let's take a look at... Oops, that's not what I wanted to go to yet. Let's take a look at options. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at a $3 strike with 10.8 thousand contracts. It's now 11.5. Highest amount of puts coming in at a $2.50 strike was 3.2 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 4.2. Market's still suggesting a closing price between $2.50 and $3 by the end of the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for specifically myself on this list. You might want to see other things that are going on here. The market does seem to be buying up the dip. And boy, is there a dip going on right now, let me tell you. So there is quite a lot of activity being produced right now about the yen to U.S. dollar exploding, and that when Japan acts accordingly to that information, it's going to send our U.S. stocks spiraling down. So the carry trade is on, apparently. According to MMRI, extreme risk in the market was 305.62 an hour ago, now 305.46. The spread between the 2-year, 10-year bond rates an hour ago was 0.306 and is now currently at 0.308. Not far off. NASDAQ is down 1.84. Dow Jones is down 0.78. SP 500 is down 1.3. We have 4,710 decliners to 1,196 advancers. The market is even more declining than it was an hour ago. The sectors are all red now. We had at least one green sector earlier. The worst performing sector for the day today is real estate by far. A close runner-up to that is going to be technology. Of the Mag 7, all 7 are down. Getting to the point, well, every single one of them are at least 1% down. It's getting close to the point to where I can say almost 2%. Financial institutions, plus or minus 2.5% or more of a change, are going to get a shout out. Coinbase is down 8.07%. Silvergate is up 2.7%. Let's see here. Stank of California down 2.75%. Western Alliance down 2.49%. Goldman Sachs up 2.56%. And that's it. Gold is up 1.56 and trending up. Silver is up 3.37 and trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 1.46 and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.18 and trending up further. Oil is down 0.77 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up down anywhere from 0.84 to 0.9 and trending down. SPY is down 1.42% and trending down. VIX is up 11.21% at 19.25, with the futures suggesting it should be around 18.08. The futures keep driving up. The VIX is leading the futures at this point in time. VTI is currently down 1.47 and trending down. VB is down 1.78, trending down. Tesla is down 5.45%, trending down. Amazon is down 1.33% and consolidating after a trend down. Cinemark is down 0.03 and starting to consolidate after trending down. Doge is up 0.63 and trending up. Bitcoin is down 3.77, trending down. GME is down 5.71 and consolidating after a little bit of a trend up. HYMC is breaking even for the day today and consolidating currently after a little bit of a trend down. NCMI is down 2.64, trending down. Hood is down 5.29 and trending down. AMC is down 5.66 at 250 and consolidating after a trend down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have about $1.6 million more outflow than inflow. 11.57 million shares traded so far for the day today after 351 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace right now for about 12.85 million shares traded by the end of the day. That is definitely lower than the 15 to 35 million I suggested in the pre-market. We got lower volume in the end portion of the day today than we had than pre-market was previously suggesting we would see. In a 4-hour chart here, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 21.7, which is signaling oversold. On a 1 hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.17, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 26.65, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.01, which is below average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp.
Welcome.
Marwood Studio says, anyone please know how much dilution we just did? Well, we don't know yet. We won't find out until after AMC produces the 8K filing that tells us how many shares they needed to dilute with to raise $250 million. Which, if I had to guess, is probably going to be... It could be by the end of this week that we might see that filing, or maybe going into the beginning of next week. I was guesstimating that we would initially. I think I was guesstimating that we would see somewhere around like 60. I think it was 66 million shares. Hold on a second here. Let me go back and look at my numbers again. I think I was estimating for... Let me try this. Let me see what happens here. For I'm going to guess, I don't remember what the limit was that they have off the top of my head, but I'm going to guess that it's going to probably be somewhere between 70 to 75 million shares in total. I have not seen Stella come back to the back of the big tramp again. Hold on a second here.
She logged in once and then immediately logged right back out.
Yeah, I kicked her on purpose because I was going to give her a link to get back in. I see her showing up as being on her phone, but I'm not seeing any activity here. Let's see. I might have to ban her and then undo the ban. Still, we might have to work on this in the aftermarket hours. And I think I'm gonna have to ban you from the Discord and then allow you to come back in because I don't see that you joined back in yet. And if you did join back in, I don't see any messages stating or anything from you popping up in here, which means that it's probably not been fixed. So, oh, she's gone. Okay. Hey, thanks, Shabibs. Do you guys understand why? I just want to see if, because I'm not sure, maybe I've not been clear enough before in the past. Do you guys understand why I say that crypto why I feel like crypto has to fail in order for AMC to be successful? Do you understand why I say that? Or does that not make any sense?
Like 90%, yes. Because the hedgies are playing the crypto. It's like the piggy bank.
If you find out about that online, we're good.
So that's part of it. There's another part to this as well. You remember a lot of the you remember a lot of the products that were created or tokenized positions that were created for AMC in crypto?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when? Yeah. Do you remember when FTX blew up and AMC's price started running and crypto prices started falling?
Mm-hmm.
Part of that was
before Dogecoin run, and then it dipped, and then AMC got going.
Part of it. Part of what that was the way that somebody would sell a product as part of a package deal into an ETF or into a cryptocurrency is that they would take something and they would assume the risk onto the owner of the new something that's been created, right? So if you create a product, somebody's investing into that product type, and they're getting their investments called something, and it's called like, man, I don't know, pick your altcoin. I don't care what it is, but their investment's called that altcoin, right? And when that altcoin is supposed to be purchasing something for them as a part of their value that they hold. Now, in this particular case here, a lot of AMC's short interest has been purchased by crypto holders. And that's what I want you to understand is that part of the reason why we're not seeing companies like Citadel or anybody else who's shorting AMC is they don't have the risk. The risk is not on them. They no longer hold the book value for the position that they created initially. Somebody else holds that value. And so they can wipe it from their books and say, like, I don't hold that risk anymore. That's assigned to this over here, right? This tokenized unit now. So part of the reason why I've been saying this for so long that we want to see the price of crypto failing and we want to see these exchanges failing is because that once that fails, then they no longer have something else that backs that product anymore, right? They can't, that risk goes back on them again. They now have a risky asset on their hands that they have to repackage into something new and sell to somebody else. Because the position that was supposed to be holding it has gone dead, dried up. There's no more collateral holding for that position, so it's wiped out.
So why do you think then they created those Bitcoin ETFs? All of a sudden, everybody was creating those ETF.
That's
because they were in panic mode.
No, I think a lot of the banks are creating these ETFs because they're trying to get an inflow. I think it's a dual part reason. One of the reasons is they want more money coming in, right? Like the more money that you bring into the marketplace, the more money they can use to manipulate things in their favor so they can make money. It's all about to make wealth, you have to have money flowing in. It's a liquidity problem, right? So the second part of that is that the reason, and I believe this is probably the bigger reason of them, is that they wanted control. They wanted control over things that were happening in a market that they didn't have as much or full control over. And so by bringing that in as an ETF, you now suddenly give the government access to be able to scrutinize some of the things that are happening with those cryptocurrencies. They can look at it and say, like, well, this now falls underneath our umbrella of control because our regulations now apply here because it's being traded on our markets. So if you want to do things the way that they're supposed to be done, we now have full control over it because guess what? You're trading in our markets now. It's probably it's hands down probably one of the worst things that's ever happened to, like, as much as I want to see Bitcoin, trust me guys, I know it sounds like I'm doom and gloom for Bitcoin, but I actually want to see it be successful. I think it's an actually really alternative way of thinking about how fiats are terrible and we're seeing a devaluation of our dollar all the time. And I like the idea. I think it's a great idea. The problem is that the people whose hands that are involved in diving into and being a part of it are the very people that we don't want to see in control of our own stock markets currently. And they're manipulating everything. And so I sit there and I go like, okay, well, this is a shit idea now. Like, it doesn't. This is really, really bad. But this is the part of the reason why I've been saying for such a long time that we need to see cryptocurrencies failing. And I think that anybody who would have understood what an actual swap was, if they're sitting there telling you that they know what an actual swap is, and they also believe that they want to see Bitcoin being pushed up, then they don't understand what a swap is. It's one of two. It's one of two things. Either they're nefarious and they're telling you lies, or they don't understand what a swap is. Because if Bitcoin or any one of these numerous ETFs that are ETF coin products that are attached to the tokenization of AMC, then that's what we should be standing against. We don't want to see that be successful or produce, because all it does is it lets them off the books for the short positions that they've created. We want to see them responsible for that, and the only way that responsibility is ever going to show up is if there's no value backing those positions any longer. Once that value disappears or is gone, then they have to unwind everything, and they now are responsible for those positions again. So what you really should be rooting for is seeing the collapse of any kind of exchange traded cryptocurrency.
Pyramid schemes.
So we didn't get that soundbite.
See, so can I ask, like, how are they turning, let's say, a short in the stock market and a long in the crypto? Just trying to understand that.
It's a matter. So let's say, for example, that I opened up a short position. I could collateralize that short position into I'm going to create a new product, right? I'm going to create a product that's attached to it, and I'm going to say like, okay, this has value.
KC token.
This has a value, and I'm going to tokenize it, and I'm going to put it into this product over here that people are buying. I'm going to use their collateral to hold the position, and I can take that off my books now because it's no longer part of what it is that the value that I was on the books for holding on that is now placed over here in this packaged group of tokenized positions that I created.
So Citadel is selling their own coin.
They're selling the collateral. They're selling the position that they've created in a short. It's a product. They're creating a product that is a position that was created in the marketplace, assuming that position is going to win and make money, right? So what we don't want to see happen when we see lots of money flowing into cryptocurrencies, that's what we don't want to see, because if we see that, then that's just going to allow them to perpetuate the cycle of just being able to push off more and more and more of the short interest that's on the books. That should be on the books.
And what's the tool they use to turn a short position into a long crypto position?
Let me
understand there's a short position, but how do they materialize that into a crypto token?
Yeah, let me pull it up here. 1 second. I'll look it up. I'll give you some reading to do. I'll provide you a link, and I know I've done it before, but you need to go read this link because it tells you how they do that. Let's see here. How to. This might be a good read here. Let me just look at this real fast. I think this should be a good... I'm going to send you this link here first. And I would go through this and just kind of read through this and see if this doesn't help you out. If you need more, then I would probably look up, I think it, hold on, let me make sure I've got the right name here. Oh, wait, I know where I can find it. I'm trying to remember where I had sent this out before, and I just remembered. Let's see here. So here's the first link. But the best of the two links that I'm going to give you is this other one here in just a second. So this I'm putting in the main YouTube chat for anybody who wants to look this up. Let me get to the other one real quick here, and what is Nachi's name on? Does anybody know Nachi's name on Twitter?
I don't even know Nachi.
That's all right. Hold on a second here. I'll find it. If somebody puts it up in the main thing, save me some time and let me know what it is, because
I got you, man.
he was asking me for this information a long time ago, and I sent it to him.
I put it in the Discord.
Not
Tramp. Yeah.
Thank you. NACCI. Oh, he goes by Wolf of Ape Street. There he is. Okay, well, maybe I didn't send it to him. Who did I send it to?
Okay. So yeah, the thing is, Casey, as expected, I'm looking through this. In order to go long or short through market DAO, you need to hold one of the cryptocurrencies that they have, which is Ethereum, WBTC, which is wrapped BTC, BAT, Mana, ZRX, or KNC. So you would need to buy crypto in order to use it to go long or short, right?
Somebody would have to, yes.
Yeah, so, but that's what I don't understand, because I understand hedgies having a short position, which they say this has this value, but from having that to taking it, and I don't know who would accept that and say, yeah, okay, I'll give you this much crypto for your short position. I mean, that's, in theory, I'm assuming that's possible, but if anybody would be stupid enough to accept such a deal, then yeah.
But they did. They
weird.
did accept the deal, and they accepted a lot of it. And not only that, but Sam Bankman-Fried was just rolling in it, because he was legitimately sitting there and just saying like, yeah, we'll take the trade and I'm just going to pocket the difference because I'm not actually going to buy the token. I'm not going to buy the actual position that I'm supposed to be holding, right? Because he was supposed to be buying actual positions in the marketplace to hold something in value for like kind, right? But he wasn't even doing that, and he was just pocketing the money. And so that's why when FTX blew up, the whole market started to blow up because he didn't have the money to replace it. And the unfortunate thing here is, and this is what I've been trying to say for a long time in so many words, this is what's happening in every single one of these exchanges. They're just milking people's money out of these exchanges, and it has no value attached to it. You think they're holding collateral there, but they're not. And this is why the SEC is going after everybody, because they never did hold the collateral that they were supposed to. Why? They didn't have to. Nobody was checking their books to verify that they were holding the positions that they said that they were holding.
Scheme.
It was a complete
Ponzi
It's
scheme.
a complete Ponzi scheme, and that's what I've been trying to say for such a long time. It's like it's literally like held positions that aren't even tied because nobody can monitor it.
For FTX,
no.
I'm not accusing
yeah.
I'm not accusing Bitcoin, preacher. I'm saying for FTX,
Yeah, but
specific to
again,
this conversation.
Other
FTX
exchanges
was
in
a
the same
Ponzi
bucket with FTX and saying that all of them are the same.
I'm saying they're
That's
all the
again-
same. I promise you they're all the same. I promise you.
Well,
That's exactly what they're doing. They're paying. They're literally taking today's money to pay for something from the past, and they're literally like none of these exchanges are holding the things that they're supposed to be holding in value. None of them.
well,
They hold
here's
some. They
where
hold
you're
some
wrong.
portion of
Here's
it, maybe.
where you're
But
wrong,
okay.
Casey.
All right.
Here's where you're wrong, because I don't know about Binance US, but the Binance that's used in the rest of the world, you can check their holdings. You can check what they hold, right? So if they tell you we hold this much Bitcoin, because that's how much Bitcoin people have, you can check how much crypto is on most exchanges, like what they
Yeah,
hold
that's
in
not the
crypto
problem.
and what they hold
That's
in
not the
currency.
problem, though. It's all the other
But
stuff
they
that they're
can still
supposed to.
use it. They can still pledge that they can pledge that as an asset and leverage it somewhere else, though.
That's not. Yeah, that's not the problem. The problem lies
I mean,
elsewhere.
that's not what we were discussing. We can't move the goalpost now.
No, but we are. That's exactly what's happening.
I just thought it was
Yes,
one
you
and
are,
the same.
exactly. You're
It's kind of
moving
one
the
and the
goalpost.
same. It's not one and the same, though. I mean,
Well, you can't say they're not holding the asset, and when I'm telling you, no, they're holding.
No.
They're proof and everything. Well, but they're doing something else with
No.
the asset.
No. They're. So you're saying they can't hold the asset, but you're only talking about what's being held on
I'm
blockchain,
saying
right?
they are
You're
holding.
saying they're holding a blockchain position for something that has some kind of value, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that can be verified, and I'm not disagreeing with you. What can't be verified is that they're holding the other side of that, right?
What's the other side
The
of
AMC positions that the FTX was supposed to be holding in collateral.
He's talking about. He's
But
talking
you're
specifically about
talking about
tokenized.
FTX.
They're not
Tokenized.
holding. They're
About-
not holding the tokens that they're supposed to be holding for the positions. So they can sit there and
Yeah.
say that they claim that they have all these other they're
Okay,
holding
but-
the coinage, but they can't claim.
You see, so you're assuming.
I'm not assuming anything.
that
I've got
all
proof.
Exchanges. Okay, you don't even. Okay, what did I want to say? What did I want to say that you're assuming?
You're saying that I'm assuming that all of these exchanges are doing the same thing as FTX.
No.
Okay. Well,
It's not the same thing as FTX. What I want to say is not all exchange. You're assuming that all exchanges hold tokenized stocks, right?
I do believe that to be true. Yes. There's
Okay.
I can't think. I'm trying to think of one that doesn't. But there
How many do you know?
are. Well, there's lots. I don't know all of them, but there's lots of them. There's tons of them out there, and if some of the biggest ones out there are the ones that are causing the problem, I'm sure it goes down all the different levels below that. So there's no reason to believe that there wouldn't be all of them doing the same thing. There might be a few exchanges that only trade just a few products that might not be doing the same thing, but I'm pretty sure that if the big ones are doing it, then I'm sure all the rest of them are too. I can't find this link. Give me a second here. I'm going to find it. I got to find the person that I sent this to, and I'll find the link and send it to you. Where is this?
yeah, preacher, I didn't mean to imply that Bitcoin, for instance, was the Ponzi scheme. Specifically, what I'm saying is that this whole concept of tokenized shares. I think that's where the dirt's being done. I think that there's a thing called Bitcoin. It's on the blockchain. I think it's pretty much everything that they claim. And I think you can see that moving back and forth. And I think there's a real product being sold there. Even if it's just a product that's in the ether, they're buying and selling, and there's a market for it. Where I think it tiptoes over where the fuckery begins is when you got somebody out there who says that they have these tokenized shares and they're taking money for selling a product, and the product doesn't exist. It's just a ledger entry on that tokenized share thing.
And yes, I haven't heard of one exchange that has these tokenized shares.
Well,
they all do.
FTX was the one big one.
If they advertise them for sale, if they advertise it, you can buy them. If you can buy them from
where? But give me a fucking name which is not FTX.
Okay. Coinbase does not. Coinbase does not sell tokenized shares of stock per se. They sell cryptocurrencies. So it depends if you subscribe to the fact that all cryptocurrencies engage in tokenization.
Then in that case, I was wrong. I would just assume, and this is naive on my part, then I stand corrected. I'm man enough to admit I was wrong. I just assumed that anybody who sells crypto automatically makes a market for these tokenized shares. So you taught me something.
No,
I wasn't aware of that.
No, because so for instance, if you have Proppy or there's some are supposedly backed by gold, or if I could say, here's an example. I go on to Dex Tools or whatever. I go on one of the big decentralized platforms or whatever. I can say I'm selling shares of the Mona Lisa. Okay, I'm going to sell 1 trillion crypto, but I better have the Mona Lisa if I'm doing that. You know what I mean?
You know her?
But if I don't have the Mona Lisa, then it's pretty fake.
And to give you an example, I looked up the Binance on this topic, right? Not the US Binance, but the one that's in the rest of the world. Apparently they had this and they stopped all tokenized stocks in July of 2011. 2011 or 2021? Sorry, let me double check. 2021. Yeah.
It would make sense.
And I can share that announcement with you guys if you don't want to believe me, right? So they were doing it and they stopped.
I still think it was happening because I don't think it was closed out. I don't know.
At least on Binance, it said that it gave everybody 90 days from that date to close their positions, to wind down and remove all their stocks like that. So.
I mean, let's see if I can find an example.
I dated a Mona Lisa once.
Ooh, was she hairy?
Preacher, I apologize for this. Is kind of off the topic a little bit, but I read somewhere that either this Satoshi guy, whoever the great secretive person is who invented the code, who wrote the code for Bitcoin, that somehow or another he had the CIA had reached out to him for an appointment, and someone was putting that forth that he had indeed met with him. Is there any truth to that, or is that just one of those internet rumors?
I've never heard of it. Like, we don't know who he is, so how could someone you don't know, nobody knows his identity or anything about him?
No, I thought that. I think what they were trying to show as the receipts, that they were showing screenshots that he had posted. I guess this Satoshi guy for a while maintained a presence in social media, and before he disappeared or went dark, it's my understanding that he had shared a post about him being approached by the CIA to have a meeting. And and you've told me what you've already said. You don't know anything about it, so it's probably all just horse apples.
I'm not sure.
Did he have what? I know no one knows who he is. I know it's a big mystery now, but for a while, was he openly engaged in social media?
Apparently, he had an online presence. I don't know. He
had an online presence. Okay, all right. Okay.
Not sure what that meant. I don't know what he was posting.
And he no longer does. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, he went I'm reading here his last email. Let me see if there is a date. That doesn't make mention really when that was.
And Casey, if you're in TradingView, by the way, you just do a search for AMC Entertainment and then you do a filter by crypto. You can get a few weird results in there. It does look a little strange.
Yeah.
It does look a little strange. I see about 6 results in there. It's very bizarre. And it's showing some charting activity. Very strange.
I don't know why I cannot find this link, and it's really bothering me.
It's a reference to the cessation of it, of trading in it, or
Man, today went by fast.
I cannot find
Went
this.
so very fast.
Let me work on trying to find this, Preacher, and I'll get it to you.
Yeah.
Because I want to find the link, that the one that really kind of like opened my eyes, and I was like, holy crap, this is insane. And when you see what it is that what you're going to read on how that transaction occurs and how it's placed, it puts every single coin as a possible recipient for some of these types of positions. So if there's any coin whatsoever that's out there, they could be used in such a fashion to where they could make these products available, and then trade these products that relieve the short positions off. It basically takes it off their books and turns it into a product that somebody else is holding the book value for. They're reporting that they're taking it, right? They're holding on to it with the collateral from the crypto. But I can't. I'm trying to find the link here, and I'm struggling to find it right now. So you'll have to give me a little bit. I got to find the person I sent it to, because I don't have it just sitting up here. So.
$2.49.
Hey Casey, can I throw out this weird thing about that? I'm wondering when Preacher was wondering, like, why would somebody buy something like that, right?
Mm-hmm. But see,
Couldn't
that
it be
they
possibly
don't know that that's what they're buying.
who's-
They don't know that's what they're buying.
Yeah, or somebody somebody who was decently rich, who doesn't know as much. You know what I mean? Like, they got their riches from other ways. You know. Kind of hinting at, like, other athletes and other kind of people.
It's simply the
the best, better than all
of the rest.
It's not gonna be an individual investor. So it's really the exchange that's creating the product. The exchange is creating the product, and the people who are buying into it are just people who are just investing in the coin, period. So they don't realize that they're buying into the position, but because of the ownership of the coin and the value appreciation that is given to the coin, it creates more value for the position that's being held. That doesn't even make sense to me when I say it out loud.
But that's what I'm thinking. You would need to create some new weird meme coin and, like, use, let's say, because there's such a thing. For example, Solana is a project that I don't trust, because most of their base is based on VC, on, like, funds that they work with, and those funds actually own most of it. So the growth of Solana is very synthetic. It's not natural. It's not organic growth. It's very synthetic, right? So I would understand if they would, these VCs, for example, or hedges would go to such a project and say, look, we have this huge ass position, right? It's a short position, but it's worth this much in theory. And I'm assuming they can take this and say it like, oh, we're going to take it and repackage it as a new project. It has backing, collateral, whatever. So we're going to launch a new coin, and this will be the collateral for that new coin. I'm pretty sure something like this could happen. But this would, as I'm saying, this would be some new meme coin, some new coin or project. They can market it as whatever, right? That's why it's very important to do your own due diligence, especially in crypto, to understand what you're putting your money into. And then, of course, through trading, you can buy this, sell buy this, by selling Bitcoin and whatever. And yeah, like this, everything can be interconnected. But in theory, you would need some very gullible people, or people who are just not willing to put a bit of research into what they're buying, who are going to put money into something that they don't know what's behind or what's backed by. And like that, yes, I can agree something that is most likely happening.
Would you not agree that there was a lot of global people buying or investing and even promoting FTX?
Yeah. Do you know who the clients were? Who the clients were for FTX? Good
right.
Lord.
And that's why I'm saying that this is very easily the case.
I mean, KC, but if we're gonna say there's the gullible people, they're doing this, so let's ban X because gullible people are buying it. I mean, fucking hell, there's so many things you could use the same argument for.
No, I'm arguing that they're not gullible. I'm saying that to say that the only reason they bought it was because they're gullible. I think they trusted in SBX or whatever Sam Bankman-Fried was. They were led to the slaughter. They were led to the slaughter. Well, that shows you how people can set aside their gut instinct and go with what people tell you. If all those people turn in the same social network, and when they get the premature, they get the blessing, if you will, like the Pope's blessing put upon them by the likes of some of the heavy hitters. That was what's so egregious about the people who literally want to. I mean, for fuck's sake, Tom Brady. Do you know how beloved Tom Brady is?
Yeah, I know. But Pirate,
so
for example, there's FTX, the Bankman-Fried's girlfriend thingy, whatever the chick name was. In one podcast, she was saying that she has no idea what she's doing. Sorry, how can you have an investment with these people and you see that one of the most important people controlling your investment say they have no idea what they're doing? And
I just said on Dex.
And yet that's literally like what is happening, I think, across the board here. And I feel like I have enough proof to be able to prove it, but I can't put it out. I can't put the information out. This is literally what just happened.
People say if Tom Brady's America's quarterback, if he's with all of his money, surely he's vetted this guy. Surely he's looked into this guy, and it's good enough for Tom Brady. Then it's good enough for me. So then Oprah Winfrey pours her money in, and everybody else pours all their money into it. And that's what I said. That's why these people are part and parcel to it. They played a role. Tom Brady played a role in defrauding people of their money, and got paid for it. He was a paid endorser. So those people are complicit in the crime.
PC, check your message.
Okay, which
I sent you an article. I don't know if that's the one you're referring to or not.
It's probably no, that's not it. It's an article that goes through and talks about how you can create a tokenized position to be able to create a swap that is purchased by crypto, and it goes through in great detail about how that process works, and how these these quote unquote new products are supposed to create liquidity in the marketplace while reducing risk. So it outlines clearly everything that it is that's there, and I just I know I covered it one day on the live stream as well, but I never saved the information or anything. I just left it at that because I didn't plan on talking about it again. So, but I'm seeing stuff right now that just concerns me a little bit and makes me want to bring it back up again so that you guys understand why it is that I'm saying what I'm saying. All right, we gotta go.
Perfect.
I'm gonna head out. I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna come back to the Big Tramp and try to get you your information offline.
I'm gonna deal the cards. Maybe you can sit in for a hand.
Sounds good. All right, guys, it is that time of the day, so unfortunately, as usual, I got to end the live stream. I will see you guys tomorrow morning. But as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. That is not what I meant to hit. This one. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another training day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do, is help support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Goddamn, I love too hard, I love too hot, my love's a fire. Everything I claim to love's going up in flames and I burn alive. I gotta lay back in a straight jacket after sex, I'm still inspired. And my friends will ask when I will relax and I say, when I die, I'll let go. But in my life, I'll hold on until there's nothing left to hold. And then you know I just get goddamn, I run too fast towards the things that I adore. Everything I'm running for starts running from me like I'm a zombie. I gotta lay back, gotta get static. After Xanax, I'm still wired. And my friends will ask when I will relax. And I say, when I die, I'll let go. But in my life, I'll hold on until there's nothing left to hold. And then you know I'll just explode. I'll explode. I'll just explode. I'll explode till there's nothing left to blow. When I die, I'll let go. But in my life, I'll hold on until there's nothing left to hold.